Chris Avalon Unfiltered, bitch. Hey y'all, welcome and happy Sunday. It's your boy Chris Avalon, and welcome to a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered, a show we basically talk about all things going on in celebrity news and pop culture and hot topics and all that good stuff. So if this is a show that you would be interested in or entertained by, let me fix my mic because I'm like seeing my little spongy thing is all messed up. Please do me a solid, hit that like button and that subscribe button. Also be sure to smash the notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. And yeah, I was like, you know what? I wasn't here on Friday because, I told you I had to do Jingle Ball, which we're going to talk about in the show. I'm going to spill some tea before the episode air. So we got to talk about that and a whole lot more, but we'll get into that in a second. So I was like, you know what? Let me give y'all a show on Sunday because here's the thing. Next week is going to be crazy for me and work-wise and stuff. So I'm still trying to figure out the kinks of how I can give you all the regular shows like I be doing. It's a balance situation. Us Virgos, we all about the balance up in this situation. So yeah, I was like, let me give y'all a show on Sunday. One, because I was like, I didn't give y'all one on Friday, and two, I was in the mood to just get up online and just run my mouth and have y'all come in and do what we do. I was like, you know what? Yeah, let me just jump on the line. So we got some tea to spill. We're going to talk about Z100's Jingle Ball. We're going to talk about I Know What You Did Last Summer and Jennifer Love Hewitt, because that story came out on Friday, and I was like, damn. And it was literally before I was about to leave. The head of Jingle Ball, the story came out. So I had to do that one real quick and put it on the website before I had to run off to the city. And then I was like, okay, well, once Sunday or Monday, whenever, I was going to get on the line. I was going to talk about it. So we're going to talk about it. Plus, speaking of I Know What You Did Last Summer, a former person that was on the show and got in trouble recently for posting something regarding I Know What You Did Last Summer. Sarah Michelle Gellar is saying that she's open to coming back as Buffy in a Buffy the Vampire Slayer requel, and named a couple of shows that shifted her position, and we'll talk about that. Plus, we have some box office news about Kraven the Hunter, and I'm like, because y'all seen the pitch I put up in there, I had to show a half naked Aaron Taylor Johnson. But that aside, I was like, damn. I was expecting low numbers, but not those type of damn numbers. $11 million, like damn. In the words of Florida Evans, damn. I might do that again later on. But I was like, I'm gonna give you that in the beginning. Plus, some tea came out about the Billboard Music Awards, even though the Billboard Music Awards was going on until I just happened to see it. When I think I went on Hulu or something, and it said Bill. I said, when did that come out? But anyway, so we'll talk about the winners and stuff in regards to that. And Luigi Mangione, we got the latest on him, on the attorney that he hired, and how they may be connected to Diddy. So we're gonna be talking about that. Plus, well, speaking of Diddy, Will Smith said, "Keep y'all name out his mouth when it comes to associating him with Diddy parties." The freak offs thing, because he said, "I don't do that." So we're gonna talk about that. Plus, Tory Lanez is still talking about Megan Thee Stallion, and now he's talking about his regret on that night, and it ain't even about pow her in the damn foot. But we'll talk about it. Plus, it seems like Paula Abdul and Nigel Lythgoe has settled their little essay lawsuit situations. We'll be talking about that. There were some other lawsuits and things like with the Jay-Z thing. I was like, you know what? I don't have the energy or the wherewithal to talk about that today. I'm gonna wait until I dive a little deeper in it and get well versed to bring that up and break it down. But today I was like, I need a break from all the Diddy heavy, the latest person I want to come out and say that they did something to them 50 years ago, and Jay-Z with his shenanigans, behind the scenes things, and how he like to connect himself to anybody that's up and coming, so that way he could have a stake in their career. Rihanna, Beyonce, Foxy Brown, like there's a long list of girls that he likes to attach themselves to. And then he started that little groomation situation, because you can't tell me he ain't groomed Beyonce. I mean, Matthew did what he could at the time that he was able to do it, but there's only a certain amount of things that your parents can shield you from before you get caught up in that matrix, or you want to sell your spirit. You want to have them break your soul, but she said you'll never be able to do it. But I think Jay-Z low-key did. And in order for you to get the things that you have, I'm not trying to say that Beyonce's not talented and she ain't worked hard to get where she's at, but you don't do that without stepping over a couple of bodies to get where you need to get. Ask Madonna. Now, speaking of Madonna, we're going to get into her, because apparently she's out here being messy and got in trouble because she created AI images of the Pope. It looked like he was groping her boobs and stuff. Ma'am, So we're going to talk about that. Plus, Robbie Williams, one of my favorite pop stars over across the pond, said that he wishes he was a homosexual. He said he did everything but suck a whore. So we're going to talk about that. Plus, I saw this thing over on Joe Blow that I thought was relatively interesting because I can't just like keep track unless I do the heavy research. But we'll go through theirs, and I think I'm going to put mine together later on in the year and add a couple of more stuff up in it. But Joe Blow did a horror list of all the movies they can't wait to see coming out in 2025. And there was some on there. I was like, okay, I'm with you on some of these. Then there's some I was like, I don't know why we're getting a sequel. And then there was some that I was just like, I didn't even know these movies was actually done or coming out or whatever. So we'll go through the list as a class and we'll discuss. And y'all let me know in the comments as we go through it what movies you guys are looking forward to, horror specifically, that you're looking forward to in 2025. Because I'm gonna merge horror, action, and all the different genres of films that I love that are supposed to be coming out in 2025. So we're gonna get into all that and a whole lot more. And plus, y'all know if any breaking news comes out, let me know in the comments and I'll add it to the docket. But yeah, it wasn't a lot going on. So I was like, let me just pull a couple of things together and give y'all a show. So Robert's in the building says, happy Sunday. Yeah, I'm taking myself to Walmart with the king. You going to the Walmart? Shout out to the Walmart. Oh yeah, I saw that mess that Billie Eilish was somebody threw something at her face. I wonder if that was during the sequence when she not lays, but she sits on the floor with her legs crossed, and then she's like, I need absolute silence, and I need to do this little vocal thing that she does where they stack her vocals, and then some idiot goes and throws a container. I hope they found out who the hell it was, or somebody snitched, or an usher saw it and escorted their ass out, because how y'all up in here throwing things at people and thinking that's okay? Especially in this time in which we're in. So I don't like the idea of people just throwing objects at celebrities. They're paid to get up there and perform. You paid your money to come up in there and see them. Why you got to be a dick? So I don't like the whole idea. And then I saw who posted it, somebody who clearly is too damn cheap to buy a good damn ticket because they was way up in the nosebleed to get that damn footage. And actually recorded it on the Jumbotron rather than actually zooming in with the phone. I guess they don't know how iPhones work, but whatever. And you said, I guess your monster isn't a flop. It cost $300,000. Oh yeah, I heard that your monster didn't do that bad. And plus, people are. I know it's on Prime Video, so you could stream it. I mean, not stream it. You can actually like pay for it, like rent it or buy it or whatever, and see it that way. Now the funny part was because I noticed this. Do y'all know that Red Notice with or Red One, whatever the hell the damn movie is called? He did both of those damn movies. The Dwayne Johnson Christmas movie is already on Prime Video. You can actually watch it if you have Prime. I need to double check and see if it's specifically Prime or if it's attached to MGM Plus, because I actually have MGM Plus, which is how I saw Smile too. And also they have no, that's not true. I saw Smile 2 on Paramount Plus. What am I talking about? I have so many damn streaming services I can't keep up. But there are some things that's on MGM Plus that I was able to see. I forget the damn name of the movie, but I was like, it's not available nowhere else. But I remember I had to go on there and watch, and I was just scrolling. I was like, oh, this movie's up here. Let me watch it. So I already saw Red Ones up there, but I'm like, I'm probably just gonna put it on and probably glance up at it every now and again. Like if I'm in the middle of working on my website, I have it on as background noise because I already know I already know what that movie's gonna give. It's gonna give stupidity. So you said they mad, but I'm here for it. Madonna always was messy to the Catholic Church. I guess it's not allowed. Well, I love Madonna, but I'm probably gonna windmill on her a little bit during that segment. Not too hard. I'm gonna just spank on the butt. But Madonna's not. I'm not going to be all biased about the whole situation. I mean, you can feel how you feel, but from someone who, I mean, I don't know what your religious background is, but as somebody who grew up as Roman Catholic, I understood the stuff, but I just felt like I'm gonna just save it for the segment because it has to be kind of certain segments that I do on here. I want to make sure I put all the things I want to say in there, and then we'll talk about it then. And then I'm gonna cut it up, edit it, and then post it on all the other social media platforms to get a rise out of the rest of you heifers. I say that with love. But anyway, so let me hit my banner before we get started, and let's get into our first topic. So y'all already know I work the Z100 Jingle Ball show because I'm at the Garden and all the other stuff. So I work the event. Now I got a little overwhelmed because it was just a lot going on. It was a little chaotic, not in a bad way. It was just a lot of people, a lot of things, and sometimes trying to focus and get everything that needs to be done, it could be a little overwhelming at time, but I always power through it. So the show within itself, it was good. It was pretty long. I'm not complaining too much because I got overtime. So I already know my check is going to be lovely when I get it. But there was a lot of performances, a lot of moving parts. I did see somebody that posted on social media when they were trying to come for Katy Perry. And this is the time the only time, well, I won't say that because you never know. Something might happen and I might end up defending her again. People was literally throwing shade at Katy Perry online because I don't think the show hasn't aired yet. Because I was noticing all the cameras, so I said, "Oh wait, I forgot they're filming this." So I believe it airs on Wednesday on ABC, and then you can watch it on Hulu the next day. So they were, so they were adding all the commercials and stuff in there. So like when the stuff y'all not seeing all the moving parts, I always wondered because I've never had the opportunity to work like an award. Oh wait, that's not true. When I first started at VH1, my very first day, I did hip hop honors. But the way they did things was a lot different than Z100's Jingle Ball. So like what y'all don't see on TV, after someone's performance, I was like, how they bring all that stuff outside real quick? So they had like this rotating wheel on the floor that actually the screen comes up. They have this rotating thing on the floor where they put all the equipment for the artists on it. So when things go to break and then they're done with the other stuff, that other stuff, the thing comes up, the wheel turns, so for example, if Megan Trainor performs and all her stuff needs to come off the stage real quick, they have the wheel turn, and then on the opposite side of the wheel, you'll have like Gracie Abrams stuff. And then that's how they have everything lined up, and then they just come out, do a little the little tweaks, and then all that other stuff. First of all, I was like, Elvis Duran, of course, he'd been there since I was growing up listening to Z100. And then I was like, Danielle Monero, who I've never seen up close and in person, or I only heard her voice. I'm like, damn, she's still there too? Like, I was like, a lot of people that was at VH1 Z100 VH1, because I was at VH1. That's why I was on my mind. But when I was when I used to listen to Z100 as a kid growing up, and I'm like, damn, they got the same people still there. I thought they would have moved on, but apparently not. But I guess like with Elvis, he's always synonymous with Z100. And I guess because I always thought it was just like regular radio that it was part, but no, it's iHeart and all this stuff. And, iHeart, everybody was cool, all the execs and everybody was there. At one point, they were trying to look for the little private party that was upstairs. And then I had to tell them where they had to go at one point. But, because it's like, the garden is huge. It can be overwhelming trying to find your way around that damn place. Look, I've been there a year and I still am trying to find my way around that building. So I totally get it. But so the thing about Katy Perry, because I almost forgot. So somebody was saying, oh, well, Jingle Ball's downfall needs to be studied because there was nobody there. And they were showing Katy Perry's performance. First of all, it was the end of the night. Katy Perry closed the show. She was supposed to go on around 11:13, 11:15. She didn't go on until about 11:30. And so she did, like, of course, when you have the closer, they do the longer set. There were, I think, some technical difficulties, commercials, like stuff is going to run over. It just happens. But everybody else was pretty much on time. But as we got halfway through, at the point like when Tate McRae and all them came out, it felt like people's sets were going over a bit more than they were supposed to. And I'm sure they'll edit all that down when you watch it on TV. But for the most part, her set, by the time Katy Perry was done, she was supposed to be off. They said about 11:38, which I knew was going to be a damn lie. She was done like literally about 12 o'clock, and she had to be, because if they went over 12, iHeart was going to have to pay a penalty. Like I think a lot of people don't know is like when you work, when you do concerts and stuff, and this is probably why I guess Madonna don't have no problem going over too late, her and Nicki, because I remember when they did their shows at the Garden, they was over past midnight, and after a certain time, once you get past midnight or whatever, you do have to pay a penalty because it's technically the next day, so you got to pay an extra fee on top of that. You're renting these spaces when you're performing at any kind of arena, stadium, whatever, you're renting that space from that certain amount of time. So if you go over into the next day, you got to pay on top of the money you had to pay the previous day. So if you schedule for a Friday to work, and if you go over into that Saturday, you paying for Friday and Saturday because you're still in there. So they made sure that they was done on time. So when people were talking about, oh, well, they need to be studied because she went, because people it wasn't even packed in there. First of all, it was packed, because if it wasn't packed, then we, as working in guest service or whatever, dealing with a lot of the people there, would not have had a problem moving people from the areas they were not satisfied in to places where we could have accommodated everybody. We could not. I cannot tell you that I kid you not. There was a line at the guest service table because people were, I guess, not happy or none too pleased about where they were positioned. Then I had people, because I was literally working like 80 concourse, which is like this whole nice little area where we have like a standing room section. A lot of people already have migrated in that section. Then you got more people trying to finagle that way. I was like, first of all, you can't be coming over barricades, being on top of people. You need to go to your seat or whatever the case is. If there's an issue, we can get somebody to accommodate you on that and deal with it. So then it was a lot of drama and stuff with that. But besides that, so when people are sitting there saying, oh, it wasn't a lot of seats, then we wouldn't have had no problems moving nobody. So that was a damn lie. And on top of that, Katy Perry's set went over like past 11:30. You have to realize the demographic that was in that room. It was a lot of kids. It was a lot of parents with kids. And you already know, parents of a certain age ain't trying to stay out too damn late, especially when you have children. Kids are not trying to stay out too damn late because they're getting restless. And so when you're looking at the type of demographic and all the people that were performing, they were literally geared towards a younger audience. They're not 20, 25, 30-year-olds who have no problem staying out till 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. That wasn't the demographic that was there. It was, like I said, a lot of parents, a lot of kids, a lot of families. And they're coming from Jersey and Long Island, and quiet as it's kept, or maybe it's not as quiet because I'm always bitching about them on this damn show. New York City transit is god awful. After a certain time, the trains are few and far between, depending on where you live. Now, I guess if you live in the Upper East, the Upper West, if you're living in certain parts of Manhattan where a lot of rich white folks or a lot of rich folks migrate, the trains is going to be coming often. But then on the weekends, the trains can be trashed because it's like there's always some type of construction going on. There's always others in sidebar. That's why I had to cackle, because one of my coworkers showed on the cover of what was it? I think it was the New York Post, where they were basically saying something or another like that they're trying to give a $1 million survey. They're doing a $1 million survey on people, asking why are people evading paying to get on the train and stuff. Like, people hopping the train. That's what they're talking about. I'm like, are y'all serious? Y'all literally doing a $1 million survey on why people are hopping the train? Like, do we really need to answer this stupid ass question on why people are hopping the train? There's a plethora of reasons. And I don't understand why y'all keep raising the price and the trains are still shit. I don't get it. But anyway, back to the thing. So I just wanted to defend Katy Perry on that. Now, as far as her performance goes, I'm going to get into that later on. But I don't want to jump the boom boom gun too early. So it was a lot of people that performed. It was like, there was Shabuzi. He opened the show. I actually thought he was pretty good. And, once he started performing Tipsy, which he closed with, everybody went ape shit on that. So he did that. NCT Dream. Never heard of them. They're a K-pop group. There's so many K-pop groups these days. First of all, them boys was cute. And I hope I hope they're overage as I said that. Because I'm like, but then again, I don't think they weren't like little kids or whatever. There was this one, I was like, he had like big old chest. I'm like, okay, you better work with them titties. They had some cute songs, but to me, I feel like all the K-pop stuff, it all sounds the same to me, quiet as it's kept. Then we had Madison Beer, who, she shocked me. I'm not really a big Madison Beer fan, but Miss Mama she sang down. She definitely sang. That little skirt she had on, I wasn't too fond of. That little Christmas outfit she had on, it was not cute to me, but it was all right. The Kid Laroi, I'm like, are y'all be trying to me, I was looking at him, I was like, y'all just trying to take the little Australian white boy and turn him into like some Australian equivalent of Justin Bieber. It just felt a little too cultural appropriation with his type of stuff. I wasn't getting him, but y'all like it, I love it. The girls was going crazy for him. He wasn't my things, but I was like, okay, girl. Next. He was all right, though. I thought he was going to catch on fire at one point, because when he kept jumping up on that little thing, because he would go up the steps, and there was this thing up there, and it was like fire and pyro. I know, I got my notes right here. That's why I had to remember. There was so many performances, so that's why I had to like write down who was, So the Kid Laroi was all right. Now, Teddy Swims, I had never seen him perform, but let me tell you, them vocals, bitch, I felt like I was getting the old Negro spiritual with him singing. He was giving me Santa Claus tease too with the look, but he sang down. Then I went on a break, so halfway through his performance, I don't know how it all went down because I was like, I need a moment. Because first of all, it was a long night. Like I tell you, I was literally there from I think 6:30 to midnight. So yeah, it was a long night. So it was just like a lot going on. I think I may have been there for about a good 8 hours or whatever. So yeah, Teddy Swims was good. 21 Pilots, I cannot remember any of like I was like, I don't know nothing about 21 Pilots, but then realizing like as they were performing that night, I had heard a lot of their songs. And then the lead singer from 21 Pilots, he did go into the audience at one point. It was like walking around and all this other stuff. So he had, he did like his work in the crowd type of thing where he came off the stage and all that stuff. Now, speaking of jumping off the stage, can we talk about Benson Boone? First of all, this boy came out in that little white fur coat, no shirt on, and these tight white pants. I was like, he got a cute ass. But also, he's very good looking in person. I was looking at him like, okay, sir. Like if I had a moment to get up in that, trust and believe, I'd be doing some nasty things to him, but but he was giving me like, see, it's funny how we talk about like none of the male stars are really like flashy or they come out and they do crazy stuff. I'm glad that this kid, well, he's not a kid, he's an adult, but he's a young man. I love the mustache thing. It does kind of make him look older, but I realize that's his look. I love the little long shaggy hair that he has. He's invoking these Freddie Mercury, David Bowie-esque type of things. And yes, he did a lot of somersaults and things. He flipped off the piano. Then he started doing like back handsprings and back flips and double. I was like, okay, now you could have put his ass and bring it on with all that damn flipping and stuff he was doing. So I remember at one point there was a girl in my section, I was telling this little girl, she was like, yeah, he's the one that do all the backflips and all this other stuff. They was really excited to see him. A lot of the kids was excited to see him. A lot of the little horny teenage girls was excited to see him. And a sidebar, speaking of horny teenage girls, a lot of y'all, I don't want to hear nothing about y'all trying to come for Blue Ivy and her dress because she was way more covered up than some of the little girls that I was seeing at Jingle Ball. Why am I walking around looking and seeing your daughters? And this is why I don't understand with some of you parents. I'm like, well, first of all, I guess the mothers couldn't say nothing either because they was out half naked. But then you got your daughters out with, there was one girl I saw when I was literally leaving, had on a black, I don't know, it was like a black skirt or whatever the case was. All I know is her whole ass was out. And it was 30 degrees in New York. So you got your whole behind out. You constantly spending the night, the whole time you walking, pulling the skirt down, but it's not going nowhere. Like your ass is still exposed. And so when you got grown men looking at your daughter, y'all don't have no reason to be upset. You need to be mad at yourself for having your child look at. Now, anybody that puts their hands on assaults a child, that's one thing. But to look, we all got eyes. We have a right to look at whatever we're looking at. But you shouldn't be letting y'all kids run. And look at me sound like I'm Mr. Conservative. But I just feel like when you are of a certain age, y'all should not be running out here with y'all whole coochies and asses out when you're not even of age to be having all of that. Like, it don't make no sense to me. But y'all be the main ones that was running up on the line talking about Blue Ivy's gown. She too young to be wearing that. At least her coochie wasn't out. At least her ass cheeks wasn't hanging out of what she was wearing. She was mostly covered up. The only thing that I saw people that was complaining about was her boobs. But I'm like, she's a preteen. She's going to have titties. Like, quiet as it's kept, a lot of us was developing before our time. I don't think, well, it took me a while. I think when I was like 11, 12 years old, I think I might have been, was I a late bloomer when it came to puberty? I don't think it was, but I know like a lot of kids who are late bloomers or started like when they were young, like 10, 11, they start going through their change already and stuff. It's like you can't help how you develop, but you can help by encouraging your kids to cover the hell up when they're out here in these streets. So yeah, Benson Boone definitely did his thing. He was performing, and of course, his biggest hit. I remember this one lady was getting on my nerves. She's like, "Why he not singing a song? I don't want to hear this. Why he need to sing a song?" I said, "Would you want him to get up there and do one damn song and then get off?" Like, he had to perform other songs. He was performing songs from his, like, the songs you may have heard. Of course, he performed his biggest hit. Then he performed the new song that's off his upcoming album, which he talked about. So there was that. So Benson Boone, I thought out of all of the people that I mentioned so far, Benson Boone was a standout to me. Now, another person that stood out to me, because I didn't see her when she performed at the Garden earlier in the year. Well, I think it was September when she did. I didn't get to work her show, but I was like, Meghan Trainor definitely did her damn thing. She was up there dancing. I think wasn't she a big girl a long time ago? Because she was a lot smaller when I saw her on stage when she performed at Jingle Ball. So yeah, she was up there giving choreography. The voice was voicing, and she's got a lot of bops. So I think maybe, you know what, for a while I slept on Meghan Trainor. I wasn't really seeing her like that, but I was like, okay, girl, now you starting to suck me in. You was giving me my life with some of the songs and the dancing and all that other stuff. She was doing her thing. So Gracie Abrams, I don't know who the hell that girl was. I ain't never heard of her. Drew Barrymore actually was at the event. She and Sarah Michelle Gellar were there. I'm going to talk about them later on in the show when we bring up the whole Buffy thing. But Sarah Michelle Gellar was there. I was like, oh. And then I was surprised because it was like nobody really responded to Sarah being there, but she was a presenter. But I guess it's because a lot of them kids, they don't watch Buffy the Vampire Slayer. They don't know nothing about that. So that was forgiving. I forgave them for that. So Gracie Abrams, I ain't never heard of her. Drew Barrymore came out and was like that she's a girl for like all ages. Like she loves her music. Her kids love her. Her daughters love her music. I was like, she's all right. She's just a white girl that got up there, cute little girl that's strumming her music on a guitar. I'm like, okay, cute, whatever. I think that Gracie Abrams is what caused the show to go over late, because I was sitting there like, this girl post that came out already. What is taking so long? So I don't know what was going on behind the scenes. I don't know if there was a technical thing that happened between, Benson Boone and Meghan Trainor, but everybody else was pretty much, their shows were on time, starting and ending. But it was around the time of Gracie Abrams that I felt like it's going over a bit. So I knew that when it came down to Katy Perry, who was the biggest name there, and clearly you're going to have the biggest name close the show, that her set was going to be a little bit longer and things was going to extend. So Grace Abrams, she was cute or whatever, but bitch, when I tell you, now let's talk about Miss Tate McRae. See, I was like, I had heard, and the weirdest part was, I was like, I don't really know Tate McRae stuff, but then I remember there was this one song she sang. I don't remember the name of it. It goes kind of like that song. I don't remember the name of that damn song, but I was like, oh wait, I do know a Tate McRae song. So I was like, yeah, she got up there, she did that. And then here's the thing. I don't understand how. Well, she was giving me Britney isms. I did catch that. Her style of dancing and everything is like very similar to, she is, I feel like, this generation's Britney. Although she is her own person. But I love the performance. First of all, she had some cute male backup dancers. There was this one Spanish one with like braids and a little bun in the back. I was like, ooh, he cute. But I was like, yeah, she had some good dancers up there. She was definitely doing her thing with the choreography. And let me tell you, her mic was on because she was on key. She was singing her ass off, and she was up there dancing. She didn't need no background sounds to make her sound better like Katy Perry had to do. And I'm going to get into her performance in a second. But I'm going to tell you, Tate McRae, I think you done converted me into being a fan of yours, because the choreography was sickening. The vocals was on point, and she performs the house down. So I was like, okay, girl. Now I think I've transitioned. I've become a Tate fan. Now look, if Britney don't want to be out here doing what needs to be done, then if Tate got to be the one to stand up and take over that mantle, then so be it. We could all, we can all appreciate and reminisce on the time that we had with Britney, but if she ain't willing to do the thing that needs to be done in regards of coming back and reminding the girls why she is the baddest bee when it comes to dancing and singing, and well, singing is questionable, because Britney definitely loves to lip sync for her life, because she done fucked up her vocals with the oh baby, baby, like trying to sing in a register that's not even humanly possible. But that's due to them people messing up her voice and her complying with all of that. So, but if she can get up there and give you full choreography and just lip sync the whole damn show down, or just have like the backing track real loud and you turn her actual mic real low, which I could definitely tell they was doing with Katy Perry in certain parts, then, I'm here for it. But if Tate McRae is willing to step up to the mantle, then I'm here for that too. Now let's get into Katy Perry's performance. And it's funny because I didn't even pull up not one picture, and I had the pictures for her on this thing the whole damn time, and I totally forgot to put it up. But look, maybe it was meant for that to happen, and then all of a sudden it just popped in my brain and I remembered. So yeah. So this is the picture that she came. I mean, this is a still of what she came out. It was like this little ball thing. I was like, why does this feel like Madonna's Confessions tour? With the way she opened. She performed Woman's World. That was the song she opened with, of course. It was crickets when she performed that. And then she went into the hits. California Girls, Firework, E.T. Like, she did all those vibes. The kids got up. They was all into those songs. But the newest stuff they wasn't really paying attention to. Then, of course, she did that song, which, uses the sample of Crystal Waters, She's Homeless. And she was like, oh, this is a new song, but not really. It's an old song. But I was wondering if she was saying like, oh, it's an old song because of the sample. She also said that she's going on tour, and it's called the Lifetimes Tour, and said that she's doing the Garden next year. So for some of y'all who thought that, I guess we got our answer, that she is doing an arena tour next year to promote this album. We haven't gotten the U.S. tour dates, I don't think, because I haven't heard anything about it. But she mentioned she's doing MSG next year, so it looks like she is taking this tour for this latest album is going to be at an arena near you. Now, in regards of if them tickets are going to sell, that is to be determined. But for the most part, I will say this. Katie looked good. The body was snatched. The vocals was a choice at certain times. I don't understand. And this is what I don't understand. Katy Perry barely moved. She gave the bare minimum. She was doing like her little, her little two-step, like moving real slow, whatever. The dancers was dancing down. Katy Perry was giving, whatever she gives, because we already know she's not a dancer. She's going to probably give you music videos style moves, which makes it look like she's doing a little something, but not really. Some passable stuff, I would say. But she was up there performing whatever. I don't understand why she always sound like she out of breath when she sing. But Tate McRae was up there singing, dancing, everything, and her vocals was on point. And she wasn't lip syncing, because trust and believe, I could hear if somebody is lip syncing when they perform at the theater. Tate's mic was on. But Katy Perry, at a certain point, I realized that when she was singing, and I'm like, girl, you struggling with them vocals. Like, she was giving me Alicia Keys. Alicia Keys, Alicia Keys always start up here, and then her voice can't go no higher, meaning like, you're supposed to build up to the moments. She always want to start at the high register, and then just don't come down at one point. You got to build to that at some time. So she was doing all that, and I'm sitting there listening to her, and I'm like, girl, I'm talking about Katie. You singing, I could see you pitchy in some parts, sharp in others, but you was critiquing people's vocals on American Idol. But that's a whole nother conversation for a whole nother day, or is it? So then there was that, and then I realized at one point they put the backing track louder than her actual voice. I was like, y'all think I didn't catch that, but I caught it. But overall, she gave a cute little performance. But would I ever pay for a Katy ticket? Hell no. Because it was like she was giving flashiness. She even sang one of her little Christmas songs, because I didn't even know she put out a Christmas song. But then, yeah, there was a period where people were leaving around that time. But like I said earlier, she went on, it was like close to midnight. It was like around 11:30. So yeah, 11:30, 12 o'clock, kids are getting restless. Parents are like tired. They got things to do. And it's the travel back. Like when you're going from Manhattan to Long Island or Manhattan to New Jersey, it's not like it's a 10-minute stop away from where you are. Like people live far. And so when you got to deal with all that, and it's probably like a combination. Some people probably drove in, had their cars in the parking garage. You trying to get out of Manhattan and to Long Island, like that's a ride within itself. That's probably like 2 hours, depending. So you got to realize it's the timing and everything, and then you got to deal with restless children. You got to deal with this. It's just a whole bunch of stuff. So I totally got why people were leaving at that time, and that happens at a lot of events where it's like if it gets a little too late, people are gonna leave. So I had to defend her on that. But yeah, another thing, Katie had some cute dances too. And then it was at one point, Daisy, she was hanging out backstage with her and all that other stuff. So yeah, there was a lot of stuff that went down. There was a lot of stuff going on. And yeah, so that's my overall assessment of Jingle Ball. So as somebody who works there telling y'all the tea what happened behind the scenes, excuse me. So I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story? I mean, and are y'all going to watch Jingle Ball when it airs? I'm like, child, I was there. I don't need to watch it. I pretty much got an overall assessment, or gave y'all an overall assessment of the show. It was cute. It was a little long, but I get it. It's like when you do these type of events, it's gonna be a long night because it's a lot of moving parts, commercials, people coming in and out. It was speaking of which, I forgot to mention. So guess who introduced Katy Perry? The cast of Queer Eye. When they came out, I rolled my eyes. I could not tell you how hard. Like if I would roll my eyes any harder, them shits would have got stuck in my goddamn brain. I'd be able to see what my brain is looking like. That's how hard I rolled my eyes when they all came out. And I was like, why? Then I was like, basic homosexuals introducing a basic pop star. So there you have it. So I said, well, let's say, what do y'all think of this story? Whatever your thoughts are regarding my overall thoughts regarding the Z100 Jingle Ball, let me know what your thoughts are in the comments down below. And speaking of comments, I got a whole bunch. Let me scroll on up. Onyx is like, did you work the Jingle Ball? And I just did a whole show on it, but I just like realized, a whole topic. But I guess I was like, that was before I actually talked about it. I was like, yes, I worked it. Well, you already know the damn answer. You said I'm an atheist. I'm much happier as I found. Oh, yeah. Well, child, don't even get me started on the hypocrisies of religion and Christianity and stuff. I told her that's how I got an A in sociology in college because I did a whole paper on that and I had to read it in front of the class. My teacher loved it. He was like somebody who works he worked in the counterterrorist unit. I don't know if he still worked there at the time, but he also was a sociology teacher because criminal justice, like me being in film school, we had to take an elective, which was we had to take a sociology class or something or another. So I wound up doing that. And I loved it. I was like, I did not realize how much I loved sociology until I took it. So that was something that I took in college and I was like, we had to take it, but I didn't realize I was going to like just taking it because it's about critical thinking. And then realize how much I love being a critical thinker. You can see, I bring that into the show when we talk about all kinds of topics. You said the conversation has AI cross the line with the images of the Pope and Madonna. Well, yeah, we'll bring that up. 2 questions with the TikTok ban. Songs going back to 3 to 6 minutes in the future, and you think Gen Z is willing to risk to get banned on Meta, Instagram, or Threads with Free Palestine? Well, we'll see how that all works out because they always feel like, okay, so we get rid of TikTok, then what? Somebody else will create something else, and then we'll be back at square one. So it's kind of like roaches. You kill one, a bunch more are going to pop up. He said, I've been a big fan of Madison Beer for a long time. She is definitely pretty in person. She's pretty in person. I didn't realize how gorgeous. I already told you Benson Boone. I want to do some nasty things to him. And then after seeing him up close, and then Tate McRae, I'm like, oh, she's pretty too. And the hair was hairy. Like I was like, that hair was laid when I tell you. And she was definitely working the choir. And she would always do it like her she would always do like this stuff with, I was like, girl, I see what you're doing. You're giving Britney down with a lot of the things that she does. But she does her own thing too. And it's funny because Sean Bankhead just did an interview with Johnny Sibley on his show called Sip and Spill. I don't know if y'all seen that one. That was a good one. And Sean Bankhead is somebody who does he's a creative director. He's worked with a lot of celebrities from Beyonce to Tate McRae. And he was telling her that because it was like some strut that he wanted her to do in the video or whatever. And he was like, I need you to do, it was similar to like a Beyonce Crazy in Love, which I think he worked on, but I think he also did Single Ladies. And he was basically saying, this was the gag. And people got upset over this, but I'm like, you got to realize her age. She never seen the video. So, when you look at that, it's like before her time or whatever the case is. So he had to show her the video on his phone just so that way she could get the essence of what he was looking for when they were doing his thing. He also spilled some tea about Fifth Harmony, which I thought was relatively interesting. But he said if there was one group he would never work with again, it was Fifth Harmony. So I cackled when he said that. And all the drama he had to deal with behind the scenes with that. You said, I don't get the Benson Boone hype. I think it's because he's cute. He's got the abs was abbing. Because when I saw them, I was like, okay, he got body. It's because he's in shape. Definitely, he's a great singer too. Because his high register was off the charts. And that's why I was like reminding of like Freddie Mercury and stuff. But I think he needs to be careful because I understand like a lot of you youngsters like to write your songs or you like to sing in these keys that you have to really think about. And speaking of keys, that's why I want to bring in Miss Alicia. Because when you start to sing in these registers that, yeah, they work when you in your teens and 20s, and maybe you can push for 35, but once you get to 40s, your 50s, once you get to Mariah Carey age, then it's like, damn. When I wrote this song at 21, I didn't really think I'd be singing this song at 51. So now I got to rearrange these songs so that way they can work in the register I have now because your voice does change as you get older. So um I get the hype. The hype is he's a good showman. Now, in regards to the songs, he hasn't really convinced me as like I'm a fan of him through the music. But when he gets on stage, he definitely gives a high octane performance. He's cute to look at. The body is on point. He wears them tight ass. Well, look, I already said it. He wore them tight ass pants, and the butt was budding. He was up there shirtless. And then at the end, I forgot he gave his coat away to somebody in the audience. So he had that little white fur coat on. He takes it off. He gave it to somebody in the audience. I hope they didn't like all shred it up and take a piece, but he gave it away. And and so that's what it is. He's a good showman. He's cute to look at. But as far as the music goes, he hasn't convinced me enough that I'm a fan in that way. If he can start doing some type of like if he was to and I like rock music and I like all that stuff. But if his music was sonically what I was into, I would be a Benson Boone fan. But looking at how he performs, I get why people like him. But he's not my cup of tea necessarily, I would say, or just yet. You said she was definitely a big girl in 2014. I saw a tweet about, oh, you talking about Megan Trainor. I saw a tweet about how her size in 2014 wouldn't be considered big. Yeah, because it was like, I was looking, I was like, wasn't Megan Trainor a big girl at one point? Because I could have sworn she was. I'm talking about like, I mean, could we go as far to say Lizzo big? Or maybe smaller than that. Or maybe Kelly Clarkson big. I don't know. But yeah, I remember she was a little thick. And then when I saw her, she looked smaller. So she probably on that Ozempic, Manjaro, cocktail that they all do in these days. Kind of like Ross Matthews, where it's like, oh no, I saw it when we saw him in that preview for Drag Race. I'm looking at her like, girl, I think your sense of humor kind of died along with all that old body fat you used to have. Because he was a little too skinny when I was looking at him in that new season that's coming up. I'm like, you need to stop injecting yourself in the stomach and eat a burger because you're not looking cute. I mean, I get the fact of for your health, you want to lose the weight, but when it starts looking like you damn near emaciated, it ain't cute. Oh wait, what's Grey Cur? Oh, unless you make a mistake. Oh, you said and Gracie went to SNL immediately. Oh, did she? Oh, I didn't watch SNL. I heard they did like this cold opening of whatever of Luigi, and I'm like, I'm so glad mainstream media is getting dragged over the way they're handling this. And I'm gonna bring that up when we talk about Luigi's attorney because there was some people that I was watching that's covering this. New York Times, The View, y'all are getting on my goddamn. This is why I can't watch a lot of y'all no more because y'all are just trash in a way. I can see where y'all lean because them very people that y'all defending, these corporations own y'all. So you're not going to give a real view of, pun intended, of why people are pissed off or why people are resonating with what um, Luigi did. I didn't get the Tate McRae hype before this year. The two singles she released this year from her. Yeah, they are. And I was like, when I was listening to her song, I'm like, okay, it's good. Okay, you started. I was like, girl, in the beginning, I was like, in my head, because I don't like folding, because I was like, oh, shit, I can't even talk. When I'm working, I don't fold my arms. I don't do any of this stuff because I realize how that looks to people. It's sort of like, don't approach me. I'm looking off-putting. So you have to realize that when you're in public spaces, you have to carry yourself a certain way with your body language because you don't want to look non-approachable. Which, for some reason, when I do that, a lot of people approach me about stuff because there's always something going on. So, I'm noticing the internet is interneting today. Like I'm noticing on the side, my internet is acting up. It's probably this weather. That was another thing too, why a lot of people was leaving early too. It was so cold in New York on Friday. It was literally like 30 degrees outside. It may have been less than that, but it was like, yeah, when you dealing with, first of all, I told you, all them little girls out there half naked and all this stuff, and then you deal, but then again, white people don't seem to get affected by this cold damn weather. Because there was one time I was coming to work, and I think it was Saturday. Oh no, it was Friday actually. Jingle Ball. There was a kid outside with no coat on. He had on like a short sleeve shirt, just walking like nothing. I'm like, what the hell is wrong with y'all? Even my friend Corey got on got on Facebook. He's so funny. But he's another Virgo. So I was like, yeah, clearly, that just runs in our veins about the sarcasm and stuff. So he got on social media and he was just like, it's freezing outside. It's windy. He said, I know y'all can hear the wind in the mic as I'm talking to y'all. And he was like seeing people outside with shorts on, no jacket, like y'all just walking around like it's not freezing. And he said, and yes, they are. And I hollered because like you already know what he was saying with that, but I happened to say it. If you know what I'm saying, I think you do. But yeah, I was very much like, I'm liking Tate McRae's music, so I'm definitely gonna be paying attention to her. And she's supposed to be, I believe she is doing a concert at the Garden the day after my birthday. So that's September 3rd. And I believe that Zara Larsson is opening for her. So I'm really hoping and praying they put me on for that shift so I can work it. Because I'm like, bitch, I want to be in that room. I'm putting out in the universe. Universe, please put me on that shift. Because I would definitely love to see Tate. And I would definitely love to see Zara. Because I like Zara Larsson's music. But I know her album didn't do really that well this year. But her new album is, first of all, pop perfection. And I don't know why people slept on it. You said Gracie is the daughter of, oh, is she? How did I not know that she was the daughter of OJ? Well, probably because I don't pay attention to her music. But it was like, but it makes sense that she would be the daughter of JJ Abrams. But yeah, she's a Nepo baby. So it's the Nepo baby because of her daddy, and she opened for Taylor Swift on the Eras tour, Tate McRae for Britney biopic and Madonna biopic. Yeah, I could definitely see Tate playing Britney. That's what they should actually get. I'm not familiar with Tate. Does she have acting experience? Because I would definitely think that, and she has kind of modeled herself after Britney. Didn't she even do Britney cosplay at one point? So I'm like, that would be perfect. Just put Tate McRae in the Britney biopic. Have her also in the Madonna biopic where she's doing a scene with Madonna, played by Julia Garner. Would definitely love to see that. I wouldn't compare Tate to Britney though. She definitely pulls from her heavily, but let's not disrespect Brit. Who was disrespecting Britney? I was like, she was definitely giving Britney elements, but she is her own person. Like I just think like she takes from a bunch of other people, but she is definitely her own person. Like child, quiet as it's kept. Beyonce did, model her whole career after other people, but she took of the best of all the, the Madonna, Tina Turner, all these other people, and kind of threw it in her little gumbo, and herself is in there somewhere. But everybody takes inspiration from other people. It's kind of like when you look at Lady Gaga, she's taking inspiration from David Bowie. She's taking inspiration from, Elton John. Like there's a lot of elements. Madonna, she's taking a lot of things from other people, and she's kind of made her own. She does her own thing. The one thing I will say this, because I know people be so quick to call Gaga a Madonna clone. The one thing I love about Lady Gaga that I've started to pay attention to, and I wasn't really paying attention to it before, I love how she takes her voice and uses it as an instrument. I'm not saying necessarily like singing is an instrument. No. It's how she it's how she layers her voice, or how she turns her own vocals into an instrument within itself. So it's like when you listen to Judas and she goes, when she does that, the voice is struggling today, but you got where I was going with that. So it's like when she does that, it's like, yeah. And then when she does Disease, y'all know in the beginning, when she does with her voice. So I love how she takes her voice and turns it into an instrument within itself, rather than just singing a song. So I like how she does that. You said Tate is going to have to get rid of her tan like Ariana did if she wants to be Britney. Yeah, I don't like the whole spray tan thing. But I think Tate is I think she's from New York. Or is that Madison Beard? One of them. I think she is like a New York or Long Island girl. And them type of girls, they big on the spray tan. And the Long Island girls in New Jersey, a lot of them girls are really big on that. The circle couldn't I mean, yeah. You're right. Because I was sitting there thinking Madonna. Um, I was thinking Madonna Confessions. I had a little bit of that in there, but I'm like, yeah, that is definitely it. She was kind of like biting off of Renaissance a little bit. It was sort of like Renaissance on a budget. That's what it was giving. Renaissance from Sheen. That's basically what she was giving. Them outfits look like it was from Sheen. Yeah, I was like, I can't with Madison Beer. Apparently, she showed her entire behind backstage at Celebrity Drag. Did she? I wouldn't be surprised. And it looked like she was showing her, almost showing her entire behind in that skirt she was wearing, which I told her I didn't like that little Christmas outfit. Sidebar: wasn't Madison Beer in what's that damn movie? Thanksgiving? Was that her? He said he made it to Hollywood in the American Idol revival and left because he knew he would be at the hands of the machine. What they think Benson Boone is, not what he feels Benson Boone is. Oh, so he wasn't American Idol. That's why I said I could have sworn that he was, because I remember hearing that he was in American Idol, and I heard people mentioning that. I was like, yeah, he was on American Idol, but it sounded like it would make perfect sense that he left. But it's like, yeah, I don't want to be a puppet. And you could definitely see he's doing his own thing and he's up there being his authentic self. But like I said, so far the music hasn't really pulled me in to be a fan. But watching him perform live, I was like, I see where he's going with this. Like when you look at, we've said this for the longest, we have so many male artists out here who are just boring, who are just so scared to be called gay or whatever the case was. And he'll get up there and he's wearing his little tight pants and his little fur coat. And he's up there singing and his register and just being all flashy and before. And that's what you're supposed to do when you're a performer. You're supposed to be this well, not everybody. If you don't have the ability to do it, then don't do it. But if you want to be like this rock star, this over the top version of yourself, and you want to give showmanship, why not put all those things in there? Sitting up there in jeans and a damn t-shirt strumming a goddamn guitar is so boring to me. I want razzle dazzle. I want spectacle. And I wish there were more male performers that did that. The girls shouldn't be the only ones having all the fun. Hey, like Cyndi Lauper. Taking a little bit of a reference from that. He wouldn't be able to be this type of artist if he was at the, no, it wouldn't. And that's why it's like when you look at people like David Archuleta and so many others, Adam Lambert, how they had to dilute parts of themselves and play the game in order to get where they are. I don't feel like artists should have to play this game anymore, especially with the way the industry is going. The industry is in the toilet. And I don't feel like a lot of these, like you have social media, you can build your fan base, you can release things on social media, and you can put a little package together. And if you're attractive and you got a nice body, but you got some good songs, you can find a way to get that stuff out there without the machine being behind you. And we've seen it happen plenty of times. Although, like you said about Gracie, she had a little help because it's like, yeah, who her father is, number one. I'm not saying we should necessarily blame Taylor for this. There could be people behind the scenes that pulled the strings. But if you have a certain amount of money or whatever, if you could find a way to finagle your way into situations and get put on a stage to be pushed through by your favorite artist, that helps as well. Not sure how true this is, but I heard something about how the more pointy your nose is, the better you can handle. Probably. Well, then they say if you got long fingers, you got a big one too. Big ears, big nose, big dick. It's like, it all goes hand in hand, right? Tate was on dance and TV competition shows as a kid, and she went viral for doing covers. She wore a Britney archive. So, oh yeah, I do remember that. Madison Beer is from Long Island. Oh, okay. I knew one of them was from damn Long Island. Idol and The Voice can't produce successful art. Who are you telling? That's why I don't understand why both shows are on TV anymore. Like, why is American Idol on? First of all, it should have died when Simon, Paula, and Randy left, but y'all kept it going because you had Jennifer Lopez and Harry Connick Jr. and all of them on there, and it was cute and it worked for a while. But after that, y'all should have just let the show die on the weeds or die on the vine. And then y'all decided, let's bring it back. And I was like, no, because the way that we incorporate music now is not through TV. We don't create artists that way. Now it's through social media. So maybe what needs to happen is y'all need to create a show that's on a streaming network that people can watch, like that fans have an opportunity to vote. through a YouTube or through a streaming service, something. Y'all need to figure out how to make that work, because regular television, kids aren't watching that. Kids are like, who's really voting on The Voice? We see the type of people y'all picking over there, over on The Voice and on um all these other networks and American Idol. I can't tell you who on The Voice just won. I can't tell you who over there on American Idol. I don't think people know them damn selves. So yeah, they can't produce successful artists. It's more or less about the Snoop Dogs and the Gwen Stefani's and all of them. And even then, they're not taking Gwen Stefani music serious after she just did The Voice. So yeah, it's trash. I don't understand. I feel like if y'all gonna try to do a revival, y'all gotta figure out something. Oh, and by the way, happy birthday, Cleveland. Yes, today is his birthday. So, okay. So now let's move on to our second topic. An hour into the show, we get our second topic, but you know what? It's a lot going on. So, yeah. So let's get into this story. So, we talked about it earlier in the week that Jennifer Love Hewitt recently did a podcast where she appeared and they were asking her what's going on with I Know What You Did Last Summer. And she said that she's working some things out and soon she'll be able to make this announcement of something pretty big and everybody's going to be excited. So then Friday came, and I think this was like on a Tuesday when this story came out. So like 3 days later, it came out that Jennifer Love Hewitt is indeed returning to I Know What You Did Last Summer as Julie James. So it says, with production already underway on Sony's I Know What You Did Last Summer sequel, the one question that's still been hanging in the air is whether or not Jennifer Love Hewitt will be returning to the franchise. Freddie Prinze Jr. has already been confirmed to reprise his role from the original movies, but Love Hewitt's role in the movie has been uncertain. So then Deadline announced, then they said that Jennifer Love Hewitt took to social media on Friday morning to announce that she has officially closed the deal to return to the franchise. She joins her former co-stars, co-star, I should say. Co-star Freddie Prinze Jr. along with new cast members Chase Sui Wonders, Madeline Klein, Sarah Pigeon, Tariq Withers, and Jonah Howard King. Now, Jennifer Caton Robinson is directing the follow-up to the horror film franchise, which is written by Sam Lansky and Caton Robinson, off a draft by Leah McKendrick. Now, Neil Moritz is producing. Sony Pictures plans to release the film in theaters on July 18th, 2025. And as you know, the original film, or may not, if you're younger and probably never seen the movie, the original film followed four young friends played by Freddie Prinze Jr., Jennifer Love Hewitt, Sarah Michelle Gellar, and Ryan Phillippe, who were bound by a tragic accident, who are reunited when they find themselves being stalked by a hook-wielding maniac in their small seaside town. And here's another thing what I don't understand either. As I pull up the picture of Jennifer Love Hewitt announcing it on her Instagram, that's the photo that she posted with the post-it saying, I Know What You Did Last Summer, which was a callback to the original movie and the sequel where they had like the post-it. So they will always find creative ways to put, I know what you did, or I still know, and all that other stuff. I kind of wondered, and this is why I didn't think it dawned on me from the beginning, and I should have thought about this sooner. Why isn't Kevin Williamson involved in some sort of way as a producer or an executive producer or something? I'm not saying that he needs to come on board and have like his fingers all up in the pie of, or the pot, I should say, of I Know What You Did Last Summer, but have some kind of a producer situation because he wrote the script to I Know What You Did Last Summer, as well as Scream. I understand he's busy with Scream 7. They're going to start shooting that in January, next month. Pretty much January 2025 to be released in 2026. But I would have wished that he would have. It's just weird to me that he's not a part of this whole situation. So that was kind of like my overall thought in regards to that. Now, there was another video that I had seen where it was on the Twitter, where basically Sarah Michelle Gellar was responding to the new viral interview clip where, they basically showed her as a deer in the headlights after being asked about Jennifer Love Hewitt's I Know What You Did Last Summer return. And people were saying like she was acting a little weird. But I think that the reason why is because I think she got in trouble. Well, not I think she did. She said she got in trouble for revealing the back of, the I Know What You Did Last Summer on the seat. on the chair, where all the actors sit in between takes or whatever, or the director, just actors, director, whatever, whoever's on set. And she showed the back of it, which shocked a lot of people because we didn't even know that they were filming I Know What You Did Last Summer at the time, but she went and put it on us and surprised everybody by revealing that. So it was this clip that I think she did with, well, not I think, she actually did it with Extra while promoting Dexter, the Origin series, which, sidebar, I had no idea that they even dropped the new season already, or the first episode. I don't know how many episodes they've uploaded online so far, but I think I can watch it on Paramount Plus because it's part of Showtime. So I didn't even know they dropped the Origin episode, but I'm like, damn, after this, I'm gonna have to watch it because, there's a lot of shows and movies I gotta catch on. But yeah, I love Dexter. I'm a fan. So I definitely gotta get in on that when this happens. But anyway, I want to show y'all this clip of her going on Extra, and she was on the red carpet and they was asking about it and how they were saying she got a little shifty with the question.
Together an incredible cast, and the script is so much fun.
I know Jennifer Love Hewitt said that she's possibly returning. Can't tell if that's how.
I have nothing to do with that.
And the holidays are here. How are you and the family spending them?
Hopefully together.
Yeah, so she kind of just backed off of that real quick, and people were getting a little irritated. They were like, well, I'm like, I don't know what you're getting upset for. First, what she got in trouble for. I think she knew that Jennifer Love Hewitt was coming back, but I think at the time, I don't know when this aired or whatever, but I'm sure it was probably days before Jennifer's announcement. It wasn't up to her to spill that tea. Now, any other time, Sarah will get on the red carpet or wherever, and she will spill some stuff, but that wasn't her place to say that. And, they've been trying to say, like, her and Jennifer Love Hewitt have a feud or whatever. She was like, we don't have a feud. We didn't have control over what was going on in the script and all this other stuff back then. And quiet as it's kept, I've said this from the beginning, as much as I love Jennifer Love Hewitt, I did feel that the more fleshed out character in the original I Know What You Did Last Summer was Sarah Michelle Gellar's Helen character. I did feel like she came across more or less like a final girl than Jennifer Love Hewitt did. So while I am excited that Jennifer Love Hewitt is coming back, I do feel like the hype is a little bit exaggerated because, to be honest, I felt that Jennifer Love Hewitt's character was kind of annoying in the original movie. And then in the sequel, she wasn't as bad, but I do feel like that, I don't know, maybe because there's so much hype around I Know What You Did Last Summer, and we're kind of like, people of my generation are kind of in this more nostalgic phase, that we're just more excited than looking at the reality of, character was kind of annoying in the original movie. And in the sequel, I feel like she was outshined yet again by Brandy. So she was outshined by, and it's not nothing to her. It's just not any shade thrown on her for her acting, whatever. You can only give what the director and the writer and what's on the page and what the director asks of you. So when you have two mid directors who are basically not really stepping a pussy up in regards like making this movie as iconic as the Scream franchise was, it's like, yeah, there were parts of both I Know What You Did Last Summer films that I love, but is it my favorite horror movie franchise? No, Scream definitely exceeds that. But because of the nostalgia, and I have the hopes of us getting a solid I Know What You Did Last Summer movie with this one, because you have the legacy cast members coming in, and then this new generation, which I'm curious to see what story they're going to tell. I'm willing to give it a chance. But Scream will always be, like, out of all of them, my favorite franchise. That and Urban Legend. I would love to see an Urban Legend sequel, or I don't count them other crappy ones, or a possible reboot, whatever. If they could find a way to bring Urban Legend and revive that and work on that, because I love the original Urban Legend movie. I feel like that one is underrated. But in regards to this whole thing, because I wanted to bring that up for y'all. But yeah, as in what Jennifer Love Hewitt said, it's never too late to go back. Julie James is returning. And so the movie is coming back. And what I also am curious about, since we have this, is now that Julie James is coming back, what's going to happen with her and Freddie Prinze Jr.? Because remember, we saw Freddie just posted on, well, not just posted, but, days before Jennifer Love Hewitt's announcement, Freddie wrote, "It's a wrap." So I'm wondering if he's done with his scenes Or was he done in Australia and they're planning on filming it somewhere else? Or does he have scenes with Jennifer Love Hewitt? Because we do want to see those scenes of they've reunited and it feels so good. And they're gonna do some kind of stuff together. So I definitely want to see Jennifer Love Hewitt and Freddie Prinze Jr. on camera together, reprising their role as Julie and Ray. And then seeing it like 27 years later, I guess, where they stand in regards to their relationship. Are they together? Are they separated? Are they divorced? And I'm sure one of the young people that's a part of the cast is one of their kids. So I'm looking forward to that. And where they plan on going with this film. So I say all this say, what do y'all think of this story? You guys excited to hear that Jennifer Love Hewitt is coming back to I Know What You Did Last Summer for their upcoming, requel, because we don't count all the other ones after I Still Know What You Did. And since in the last video that we talked about, when we were talking about Jennifer Love Hewitt's interview, do you think Brandy is also going to be reprising her role as Carla Wilson in the upcoming sequel, and where they're going to incorporate her that somewhere? Because it all's been quiet on that end regarding that story. So I'm hoping that we get Carla back, and if we get Jennifer Love Hewitt and Carla back, and I understand you're trying to pass the torch to this younger generation, I really hope and pray that y'all going to give them something to do and not just have them sidelined like y'all had Nev Campbell in Scream 5. I don't just want to see them pop in for a little cameo type situation. We want to be able to give them something to do so that way you can bring in that legacy audience and also a lot of the newer fans of I Know What You Did Last Summer, because clearly if you're going to bring in Jennifer Love Hewitt and Freddie Prinze Jr., you're going to want people like myself who grew up watching those films to come in and see this new movie, as well as the younger generation they are trying to bring us. You want to bridge the gap. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Okay, so Robert says, I think it's because it's based off a book by Lois Duncan and not an original IP. Lois hated the film because unlike the book, the kids died. In the book, nobody died. Well, it's a horror movie. So people are gonna have to die in a horror film. So I can understand Lois Duncan is probably gonna be pissed off, but girl, the minute you sell your IP to a studio, they could pretty much do whatever they want to it. But I do like Jade, so I'm looking forward to what she's gonna bring with her new music. You said when actresses respond like that and walk off, they don't like the person or project and mention. Plus, she's probably wondering why she should care since her character was killed. Well, yeah, there's not only that, but her husband is in the movie. So, I guess she would care in that sense. And also, people who clearly don't pay attention were like, oh, does that mean she's back? I'm like, you do know she died, right? Like, why would you, like, when you got dumbasses like Kelly Ripa and all of them jumping up, like, oh, I thought you were going to take the soap opera approach and she was coming back from the dead. I'm like, you do know her husband is Freddie Prinze Jr. He did not die in either one of the movies. He was injured in both, but he didn't die. So, yeah, she's there to support her husband. Plus, on top of that, she was in the original movie. So when people go and say, like, well, they would bring her in and possibly she's not dead, it's like, she died. She's not coming back. This is like the same ones that still got high hopes that Stu's going to come back for Scream 7 or whatever movie they're doing. So, but I was thinking, like, I don't know if it's necessarily, maybe that she doesn't care for Jennifer Love Hewitt. We'll never know, because, a lot of these actors are going to be honest about who they don't like unless they're one of those, IGDAF type, where they will speak it up. But I just think because she got in trouble the last time with spilling the tea about the shooting, she's like, I'm not going to say nothing else about this movie and any behind the scenes type stuff, because I don't want to get in trouble any more than I already have. And then y'all gonna have to do to her, because she's probably like, the female Tom Holland. Tom Holland, we already know, can't hold water. He was spoiling things all the time. Sarah had the better character, and I Know What You Did. I mean, I know, and I rooted exactly. Everybody knows she had the best. She had the best kill scene, the best chase sequence. She had the best. Yeah, her character, to me, it felt like it was way more fleshed out than Julie's. Julie was annoying me throughout that damn movie. She was a little too pale. She looked like she needed to eat a sandwich. She always looked like she was constipated. And it was just like, girl, I'm not feeling you in this movie. So I do feel like the hype around Jennifer Love Hewitt is bigger than what we got on the screen. But I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what she brings to the new one, or if they can make her a far more fleshed out and interesting character rather than this whiny damsel in distress that just has her boobs moving around a lot and got these tight little crop tops on. When she said, "You're not going to see her in these movies." First of all, she's in her 40s. She was like, "I'm not running around here dressed all sexy like I'm Sofia Vergara." That's what I'm saying, that part, the Sofia Vergara part. But she's like, I'm not going to do the whole sexy bombshell thing. I did that when I was younger because, that was my generation where we got all into like the young, hot new thing, being all sexy and crop tops and, being on the cover of those men magazines. What was it called? I was gonna say Diesel. There was like one magazine where it was just like Maxim and all those type of things that we had back in the day. So it's like we're not gonna give you all those type of things. Like it's not Teen Beat and all this other stuff where you had little girls looking all sexual into the camera. Or the whole WB era that we had. So you said they should reboot movies. Well, they are rebooting Idle Hands. I forgot. I don't think I covered that story on here, but yeah, there is an Idle Hands remake coming up. I forgot who's in that. Hold on, let me look it up. Oh yeah, it was Finn Wolfhard is behind it. And Jason Reitman, Finn Wolfhard is from Stranger Things. That's what I was like, I could have sworn I did that story. Speaking of which, Millie Bobby Brown was at my job yesterday. She was at the Rangers game, which I'm not even going to talk about how pathetic that game was. But Millie Bobby Brown was there. Steve Sharippa from The Sopranos, but he's always at the Garden. And Susie Essman, who is best friends with Joy Behar. She was there too. I don't know if there was any like other celebrities that were there at the Jingle Ball besides the ones that were scheduled to perform. But yeah, there was. I forgot to mention. I was like, yeah, I could have sworn that we talked about that on the show, but maybe not. But yeah, they're already doing a reboot of Idle Hands. So Finn Wolfhard is going to be behind it. I think he's co-writing it with Billy Burke, and Jason Reitman is producing it. And I think that, yeah, this story came out in November. So yeah, that's already coming. But in regards of Urban Legend, I do agree. First of all, Urban Legend was I love that movie. Especially the opening sequence with Natasha Gregson Wagner, who is the daughter of Natalie Wood. And the beginning, you had the voice of Chucky stuttering. It was like, he's in the back seat. Like you are, and I love the twist that basically it was like you thought he was the creep that was going to do something to her, but no, he was just a regular innocent dude with a stutter that was coming across on the exterior as creepy. People trying to warn you that somebody was in the backseat about to cut your head over the axe, and here she go being judgmental. But we all went there with that. So that opening sequence was everything. Rebecca Gayheart as the killer was everything. First of all, I was shocked that they got a Jared Leto up in that damn film. And I tolerate him because he usually irritates me, but he was good in that role. Then we saw Joshua Jackson with the blonde hair. I had the biggest crush on Joshua Jackson when I was growing up. I did. But I was like, yeah, it was such a good movie. And it was like when you watch that, that's why I said like that whole generation, it was just like everybody from the CW and all those other TV shows, they were all up in those. And Loretta Devine's part, where she was channeling Foxy Brown and with the gun at the TV. I love Loretta Devine in that damn movie. So it was like, yes, Urban Legend is perfection to me, and I own it. I watched it a couple of months ago, actually. So yeah, but I will definitely love to see that, and not just as a copycat of the other thing, but it's like doing kills based off of urban legends. I just think that's really clever. Oh yeah, and you can't forget about Tara Reid and her iconic chase sequence. I loved her sequence in that movie when she was playing the radio DJ, and Michael Rosenbaum. He was in that too. So many great actors was in that film. That is an underrated gem. Underrated, I should say. Jennifer Love Hewitt isn't much of an actress, in my opinion, but she's easy on the eyes, and even Chris would agree that she does. That's why I mentioned about her boobs. And she over there doing 911, which I'm sure that she probably worked it out on her schedule, where she could take some time. She's not like a focal character on that show. I mean, she's a 911 dispatcher. She's kind of like the damn, I forgot that woman's name that used to be on the show in the beginning. Connie Britton. She's kind of like the new Connie Britton. I know at one point Connie was in the first couple of seasons and she left. So she's kind of like that focal character where she's in the 911 dispatcher, and then she's married to the Asian guy on the show who's a firefighter. And I kind of like the dynamic that she has on there, but you can take some time off. Let's focus on Buck getting with Eddie. That's what y'all need to be focusing on. Because we've been trying to ship them for the longest. And you said if the movie makes money, they will bring Brandy as a legacy character in the follow-up, maybe. Well, look, the people want her in this one, so we'll see if they can get her in that one versus, okay, well, there's no guarantee that this one might be good. But I do feel like it'll make money if they keep it on a certain budget, which I'm sure that it's probably cheaper to film it where they're filming it now, which is Australia. So you film it over there, and slasher movies aren't really that expensive. So, you could do that. Was, we know he would be in it. And she still said, I have nothing to do with that, with an ad. Oh, you saying like basically, and then afterwards you said, yeah, what I mean. No worries. And you said Helen made a stupid decision because she got spooked and led to her getting filleted like a fish. Ali should survive slaying vampires, but not, I know. But you know what? Because she has superhuman powers. So, how many topics we're in? 2. I only did 2 topics. So you ain't, miss much. And it's probably because, the longest topic that I did, because I was talking about Jingle Ball. So, I couldn't just be like, give y'all a 10-minute assessment. I had to give y'all the whole experience of being in the silo. Because, people's up in here saying that a lot of people didn't show up. And I'm like, that's a lie, because it was packed in there. How about a remake of Freeway? Recap. I'm trying to remember if I've seen that movie. I need to watch that. I don't think I've ever seen Freeway. I mean, I've heard about it, but I don't think I've seen Freeway. I need to check that out. Of the TYT saying outside the 2 faces, the others are still progressive, and it's unfortunate contracts are keeping us from leaving a sinking ship. You talking about the Young Turks? First of all, who cares about Jank? And no shade to you, but I'm just saying, like, Jank and Anna, I'm so over them, and there's so many people in these shows that are just grifting and just go where the wind blows. I just don't watch that type of media stuff anymore. And I've even bounced from like mainstream media news because they're all just full of shit over there. And it's all about profiting off of what's popular. I expect full speed ahead. It's a far cry from what it was 8 years ago. Yeah, so I was like, I don't watch that show no more. I bailed from them a while ago. Okay, so so now let's get into our third topic. Since we were talking about Sarah Michelle Gellar, and let's get into her. So apparently she said, look, there, a while ago she was talking about that she wouldn't be interested in coming back to doing a Buffy the Vampire Slayer reboot and all this other stuff. But now, because I guess, she did Dexter, which is like the prequel series, where we're getting like younger versions of the people that he worked with younger versions of some of the people that were on the original series, like LaGuerta, who I believe is played by Christina Milian. Instead, in the older version, I was like, that's perfect casting, because on the first season, it was Lauren Velez, like the old ones, and Laura Luna Velez, whatever she goes by now. And I told you I met her when I went on the set of New York Undercover back in the 90s when I was in school. I got the opportunity to go on the set of New York Undercover when she was there. And so you have like younger versions of a lot of the characters that we saw. And then you have Dexter's father, played by Christian Slater, who was on the episode of Drew Barrymore along with Sarah Michelle Gellar. We're going to get into that in a second. And so in the beginning, she, years back, she was like, I don't want to do Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Been there, done that, wore the t-shirt. Plus, I believe she didn't have the best time working on that because y'all know all the accusations regarding Joss Whedon and all this other stuff. Sidebar. I want to wish a happy birthday to Charisma Carpenter. I believe she is in her mid-50s, and she was looking good in these pictures that I've seen her. And I love me some Cordelia. She was like one of my favorite characters on that show. There were so many great characters on Buffy the Vampire Slayer, but I love me some Cordelia because Cordelia reminds me of myself, and I always use this as an example. Remember the episode when it was like I forget what the situation was, but I mean what the episode was called, but it was the one where Buffy had the ability to hear what everybody was thinking in their head. Like people would say one thing and then it was like she would hear what everybody was thinking. And everybody would say one thing to her, but in their head they were saying something completely different. But Cordelia, what she was saying in her brain came out of her mouth. I was like, that's me. That's why I always love me some Cordelia. And the thing was, while they irritated me the way they played her on Buffy, which I got, the whole bullying thing and how she was a nightmare to be around, the way they wrote her character. I will say that I love the way they wrote her, even though they did her dirty seasons later. I love the way the way they evolved her character over on Angel. So there's that. So she wasn't for it before, but because she did Dexter, the new prequel series, Sarah Michelle Gellar says now she's open to possibly reprising her role as Buffy Summers on a Buffy the Vampire Slayer reboot. Because, they've been talking about for the longest that they were going to bring Buffy back. And I guess it's been in development hell. I know Dolly Parton, who is a producer, I know a lot of people don't know this, but Dolly Parton is a producer on Buffy the Vampire Slayer. She produced the original series. I think she produced the movie too, which, sidebar, I had no idea that Drew Barrymore auditioned to be Buffy in the original movie, that Christy Swanson ended up getting the part. But I had no idea she auditioned until she mentioned it on her show. So Sarah Michelle Gellar and Christian Slater appeared on an episode of the Drew Barrymore show to promote Dexter, since they're both on it. Christian is playing Dexter's father. And she was asked about a Buffy reboot, and here's what she said. So it says, in an appearance on the Drew Barrymore show, she shared that she has been considering reprising her role as Buffy in a potential project, saying, I always used to say no because it's in its bubble and it's so perfect. This is what she said on the show. But watching And Just Like That and seeing Dexter Original Sin and realizing there are ways to do it definitely does get your mind thinking, well, maybe. Now, Gellar added that Buffy the Vampire Slayer would not necessarily need to be relegated to a prequel either, and that there could be a wealth of different narrative options to pursue. Say it could be anything. It's a universe. It makes you realize that in this world, we need those heroes, I think more so than ever. Now, in 2023, the Golden Globe nominee expressed to SFX magazine via IndieWire that she was not particularly interested in being involved in a Buffy revival, saying, I'm very proud of the show that we created, and it doesn't need to be done. This is what she said about returning as a character. We wrapped that up. Now, Gellar, as I said, can be seen in the Dexter prequel series, Dexter Original Sin. She also starred in a show called Wolfpack in 2023, which is supposed to be like a spinoff of sorts of, oh my God, Teen Wolf, which I absolutely love. But Wolfpack lasted one season and really do that well. There were moments of Wolfpack I liked. I just don't think it was a really good show. They dropped the ball on that one. I don't know if it was the way they didn't promote it or whatever the case was, but it didn't resonate and they canceled it after one season. Now, in regards of a Buffy reboot, here's the thing. I would definitely be for it. I know some people were sitting there thinking like, well, how could we bring it back? Like, what could you possibly do? And it was like, where could you possibly go with Buffy at this point? I don't know. Maybe you could do something. I mean, in the season 7 series, in the finale, Willow conducts a spell that basically takes the essence of Buffy with her supernatural powers and passes it off to everyone. So anybody could be a Slayer. I'm trying to remember, could it be like guys could be a Slayer too? Because it's been so long since I've seen the show. I don't want to say the wrong thing because or is it just that it was all girls? Like any woman could be a Slayer at this point or whatever the case was. So I do like the idea that we could have a multitude of Slayers, or maybe we could take more of the Harry Potter approach. And Buffy is sort of like someone who takes in a bunch of Slayers and basically trains them or something or another. And a big bad type of situation happens that brings her into having a fight alongside her. She's called into a type of situation. There's a way that you can incorporate Buffy into the thing. And her generation, or maybe she could be a mom now and she's married and she still hunts vampires. I would love to see, and then her kid has been chosen or something or another. I don't know. There's like she said, there's so many different avenues that you can take to make this show interesting. Because I know they've been trying to revive it for the longest. She even said at one point that she thinks Zendaya would have made a great Buffy. And I'm like, oh, what? I would definitely love to. I'm like, that would be a great choice. If Euphoria was canceled, because we're supposed to get another season. I think that's a third and final season, thank God. But I do think, like, if there ever is an opportunity that you want to use a day as a day, it would be perfect. Because they've been talking about doing sort of a Buffy, but they were going to do a Black Buffy or something or another. And I know some people were up and here we go with the wall. And I'm like, you can take the essence of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, make her Black, but you don't need to tell the same story. Because I've always said that I think a great idea would be, why don't we have a Buffy type series or whatever that we already dealt with the suburbs, and we know that that old show was about teen angst, adolescence. A lot of it was a metaphor for things that a lot of people, like such as myself, was dealing with growing up, growing pains and puberty, and you're falling in love with people, or how you lose your virginity to someone, and the guy turns out to be an asshole, which Angel ended up becoming, because, and the metaphor was, he was given this, a vampire with a soul, and then he would become Angelus if he were to break that, which was through having sex with Buffy, because he fell in love with her, or whatever the case was. So if he were to have sex with her, the soul would do whatever, and he would become evil. So it was like, that was a metaphor. So I love the metaphors that was in the show. So that's what I was like, we can do that we can take a different approach. So it was like, yeah, Buffy the Vampire Slayer. It's not like what I was saying about The Little Mermaid, and I use this as a perfect example. I'm here for, you want to do something with a mermaid and then change the origin of the person, or you can make her Black or Latino, whatever the case is. The problem is, what you need to do is not just do this whole checking of a box and being like, oh, well, this person, let's give a person of color the opportunity, but you still have white people writing the character. You haven't changed anything to develop or give something different that separates from what we got before. So if you're going to do Buffy the Vampire Slayer, it's like, we can have a Black Buffy, but set it in a metropolitan area instead of the suburbs. So like a New York, Chicago, Toronto type of vibe, where there's skyscrapers and buildings, or maybe in the hood where it's like the projects, and use the metaphors of things that happen within a community that has a melting pot of different people, people of color, that sort of thing. And we incorporate a lot of those situations into this story. When you have a Slayer who is Black and has to deal with what it's like to be a young Black girl who has this type of responsibility, and the things that go on with that, and using those things that people of color have to deal with as a metaphor, a supernatural metaphor of sorts. So we could do that. Plus, on top of that, like I said, if you could find a way to incorporate Sarah Michelle Gellar into the series, where it's like, for nostalgia's sake, that'll be great, but not like a bona fide cameo. You can find a way to interject her in that, just like what I was saying, like how they bring it back Dexter. So it's like, not only do we have the origin series, which she's a part of, but we also have the other Dexter, Michael C. Hall, who provides the voiceover on this series that she's on. He's coming back for his own series. So if they could find a way to make that work, and like they said, and just like that, they're still, like I already told you, 2 seasons of that show, they still trying to work out the kinks with that. I haven't really been on board entirely with, and just like that, I'm kind of still disappointed with the direction. They're still trying to figure out what the hell they doing over there. But like I was saying, like with Dexter, I'll see if they can make it work over there with that show. Because to be honest, based off the trailer, I will say this: I like what I like what I saw so far in regards to the trailers and stuff of Dexter Original Sin. Now, my thing is, now if it doesn't, because trailers is one thing, but then watching the show, it's like, oh yeah, y'all were able to edit a whole show together, I mean a whole trailer, and make it look entertaining, which is what they did with Kraven the Hunter, which we're about to get into after this topic. But then when you see the movie, it's like, what the hell is this? This wasn't the movie that I paid for based off of the trailer. All $11 million making of you that went to go see it. So I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story in regards of Sarah Michelle Gellar saying that she's down to possibly returning for a Buffy reboot? I'm definitely here. I'm here for it, because it's like, for nostalgia's sake, I would love to see Sarah Michelle Gellar reprising the role that pretty much catapulted her career. Like, she's been acting since she was like 3 or 4. And I used to watch Sarah Michelle Gellar pre Buffy, which is All My Children, which she got her Emmy, and I know she had a little beef with Erica Kane because you got the Emmy before she did. So there was some drama behind the scenes with that over on All My Children. And then I used to watch it on this little show called Swan's Crossing, which was like a teen soap opera that I grew up on watching, and which didn't really last long. But I remember Sarah Michelle Gellar from that, and she's been in a lot of things since then. But once she did Buffy, it blew her up where she got I Know What You Did Last Summer. Then she was in Scream 2. Then she started doing Cruel Intentions and so many other things. So her career catapulted because of the success of Buffy. So I would definitely love to see her come back and see what they could possibly do with their character. Just don't put a stain on her legacy. But I guess if they did, in regards of if the show sucks, we're bringing her back. At least we have the old episodes that I believe is on Hulu that we can look back on and just enjoy those for what they are. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Okay, so let's go up to hold on, where was I? Oh, so Driver C says, I'd like to see a hip hop scream. In it, screams can be heard from Pasmo. How did I know it was going to be something where it's going to be like, here we go with it starts out good and then it just goes in a completely different direction. But I love you, Driver C, for that. I was going to say, wait a minute, we did have a hip hop version of Scream. Remember the TV show where y'all had Biggie's son was on it and Keke Palmer, I think, was on the show? It wasn't good, but they tried to do a hip hop version of Scream. Thank you, Zay. He said the episode was Earshot. Yes. And I was like, I love that. I love that show. First of all, Earshot and Hush. Hush is always, well, Hush is my all-time favorite episode. That, of course, was the one when we found out that Willow was a lesbian. That's what we found out. Oh, that in the episode when she went apeshit after that old bastard went and killed her girlfriend. The minute Tara died and she went full on evil. That was another one of my favorite episodes. When she put her hands on that damn spell book and it went all up in her skin and I was like, okay, now Willow about to go full on Dark Phoenix on you bitches. That episode was everything. And she was like bored now and ripped his skin off. I was like, yes. Dark Willow was my favorite. Wendy Williams spotted out getting seafood despite being permanently incapacitated. She doesn't look bad. Well, you know what? I did see that something was on earlier in when I was putting the show together regarding Wendy Williams, and then I got sidetracked. So I forgot. I was like, because something reminded me in my head. I was like, mental note. Let me go and see if there's anything going on about Wendy Williams. But it went out of my head real quick. But now that you reminded me, I'm going to have to look to see if there's any Wendy Williams tea floating around, and I'll incorporate it into a show. An upcoming episode. But it was like, yeah, so clearly me and some of the others had this feeling. Sabrina, you out here lying on Miss Wendy Williams so that when you can win this lawsuit? Because I already said I don't trust that lady as far as I could throw her. The little tomfoolery she's up to. Well, Wendy Eyes always bugged out. Buffy is my favorite show ever. They have many ways to go with this, but have to tread carefully with it. Absolutely. So they need to take their time and figure it out. But like I said, I would love to see like a urban version of Buffy where it's like, yeah, flip it from let's not do the suburbs. Let's now take it into like the metropolitan areas. See how y'all work that out. I would approve of Zendaya as a new Slayer. I think they should continue Buffy's story, but not restart it with new actors in the same high school. Yeah, I was agreeing with that. So it's like, yeah, I don't want to go. Let's not retread on what's already been done. Because I don't like when they do that. It's like, yeah, we already got the gist. That's like something similar to what James Gunn said in an interview recently. I think it was a Happy Sad Confused podcast where he was like, if they don't do an origin story on Batman or Superman, I will be so happy. And he wrote and directed the new Superman movie, which I heard word on the curb, and I hope it's not true. It's like wait until at least February, March. That they're supposed to be dropping a Superman trailer this month. I was like, no, please don't. Let us wait a couple of months. Drop it around the Super Bowl, actually. I really feel like y'all should do that. And then when CinemaCon rolls around, which I would love to get an invite to CinemaCon and be able to cover movies and stuff, because y'all know I love movies and we talk about it on the show. So I would love to have an opportunity to go and watch a bunch of presentations of CinemaCon and then come back and do a whole show and report on all the good movies that's coming out and that sort of thing. So I would, they could show it at CinemaCon because they do that sometimes where they give presentation and they'll show a full movie of their certain films on their roster. And I heard that every studio pretty much is going to be at CinemaCon in 2025. So I really hope that they don't do, because we don't need a origin. So, and I do agree. I'm tired of the Superman origin. We've seen it a billion times in the movies. We've seen Batman's story. I don't want to see it begin. That's why I love Matt Reeves' Batman, because it's like it's year one of him already as Batman. I love that whole idea of that. We don't need to see his parents getting killed as they're coming out of the opera. We know how his parents died. We don't need to see that play out again. Same thing with Superman. We see them crash from Krypton onto the Earth and the parents adopted. We don't need to see that no more. We just need to move on from telling the same damn origin stories in regards to superheroes. Can they already just be superheroes? Can they just already be in their greatness? And maybe we could just do like a little 5-second or 5-minute flashback or something or another. But yeah, I do think like if they were to do Buffy the Vampire Slayer reboot, Zendaya would be perfect, because I would say like her fight sequences in Doom 2, she could definitely pull it off. So I would love to see her, as Shawnee. I loved her in that film, and I'm looking forward to when they do Doom 3. So I'm like, she could definitely be Buffy in a new one. And I think because of her name and popularity, she'll definitely bring people in. Excuse me. I said, this is what fans want. I know Buffy continued in season 8 as a comic, and Charmed have 4 seasons. And don't even remind me of that Charmed reboot. Whatever y'all do, please don't do what y'all did with Charmed. That show was horrible. It's like, I don't mind Latina witches, but I feel like if you're going to do stories about brujas or brujos or whatever, that you need to have it fit within the culture of the Hispanic community and how they deal with witchcraft. You can't be doing white people's witchcraft and putting Latin people, putting Hispanic people in it and thinking, oh, well, we'll put Charmed as the name and then we'll put butts and seats, because you turn the people off like myself who love Charmed and the Hollywell sisters. So I gave that show like 3 episodes. I was like, what the hell is this shit? And I turned it off. I was like, nope. No, ma'am. Or if y'all want to reboot Supernatural, you could do Supernatural, but instead of, because y'all were trying to ship Sam and Dean any damn way, you nasty perverts. I was like, make them a gay couple instead of making them brothers. There's a different version of Supernatural. Get 2 hot guys up in there. The girls and the gays will watch. I said, book fans and TVs are 2 different people. I wouldn't go to a comic and continue my favorite show. I mean, I wouldn't go to a comic to continue. Yeah, I wouldn't either. Because, like, I wouldn't do that. I mean, maybe animation or whatever, but yeah, I'm not going to read. I don't want to read a book or a comic based off of a show that I was invested in for 7-8 years or seasons. Isn't Scary Movie like a hip hop script? Well, the first one was, because you had the Wayans behind it, and now that we got the reboot coming, or this requel, whatever you want to call it, the Wayans brothers is back. I just hope that they capture the essence of the original 2 movies and bring it into this, because when certain people get older, they don't have that situation. But it wasn't Scary Movie. Well, they had a mixed audience, so because they had white people in it, black people in it, but it kind of did have like that urban sheen over it a little bit. It's that I don't consider the comics to be canon. To me, the stories ended when the show. Yeah, that's what I do too. It's like, if it ain't on the screen, I ain't counting it. If it ain't part of the show, I ain't counting it. So, but I heard that they brought Cordelia back in the comics. So I was like, okay, that's nice. But I was thinking that too. I was like, you know what? Yeah, we could make her a watcher. So it was like, the twist is she's a watcher, but she actually could help fight too. So it was like, you could provide the mentorship, but also, and then maybe what you could do is, she was somebody who sacrificed being a parent because she was a slayer. So in a way, she kind of like how Giles was a father figure to Buffy. Buffy could be a mother figure to whoever she is mentoring. So I do think they can combine the two. You can make her a watcher, but also a watcher slash slayer. And sort of like she maybe combats with the council and a lot of their policies, which she did when she was a damn slayer anyway. Like they was always somebody, because Buffy did her own thing. She was somebody who was not a rule follower. They had specific rules that they wanted them to follow, and she would always be like, okay, y'all rules, it don't work in the field, it doesn't work in the real world. So while I'm out here busting my ass trying not to die, y'all are sitting up there in the little councils making little political decisions, and I'm out here dying twice. Wait, that's how we got Kendra and Faith. Oh, speaking of which, y'all need to bring Faith back, because first of all, Faith was one of my, as much as I love me some Kendra, and I'm still mad at Josh Whedon for killing her ass off. Shout out to Bianca Lawson, Beyonce's ex-stepsister, since Miss Tina done divorced her Bianca father. I'm sure she is probably a nightmare to be married to. Y'all sitting out here blaming the father. I'm like, Beyonce mother seemed like she a nightmare. Just like she out here trying to lie, talking about she was hacked. I'm still on that one. Yes, I'm still on that one. But even though I'm still mad at y'all for what y'all, but you know, the way they did Kendra dirty, I love me some Faith. Now, I don't know if she's willing to come back to TV because, well, does she still work? Does Elijah Dushku still act? I don't know. Because I remember at one point she had that lawsuit with Michael Weatherly nasty behind. Remember when he was engaged to Jessica Alba? I want to know the tea behind that one. But yeah, apparently they did Bull, and there was some behind the scenes stuff that went around. I guess she accused him of sexual harassment and she got a little payout from that. So I would love to see Buffy as a Niles type character. That I mean, not Niles, Giles. I would love to see her as a Giles type character. And say yes, when she became Dark Willow, that's when I started watching the show and got hooked. My faves are the Gift, Prime Evil, and the Witch. Oh, I love the Witch too. There's no other look. We could sit up in here. We could do a whole episode on Buffy the Vampire Slayer commentary. I was like, that was one of my all-time favorite shows growing up in the 90s and 2000s. Like, I just resonated so much with everything that was going on with that show at the time. So that show came at the right time. It says, still find it funny. Media refuses to show Luigi's face. Well, it's not just him. It's the New York Times. It's a lot of them. It's because, you know, these corporations, child, don't even get me started. I'm going to just say that all my energy for when I have to talk about Luigi. But, yeah. We already know what he looked like. And then they showed, what was it, Newsmax or whatever, was doing an interview outside the prison. And there was literally people outside chanting "Free Luigi." I cackled when I heard that. Driver C says, I mean, a twist on the whole Diddy saga. Everyone is afraid to go to Diddy's haunted house because, well, look, a lot of people have been in Diddy haunted house, aka them freak offs. Not Cheek Mills though. That would be my drag name, Cheek Mills. That'd be funny. When Zendaya showing the mix of vulnerability and inner strength and euphoria, it was kind of Buffy-esque. Plus, with the little sister aspect, yeah. And I'm kind of upset that we're not going to see Storm Reed in the new season. I like Storm Reed. Luigi's family made a fortune operating nursing homes for which they're being investigated. Well, and then they could be investigated, but of course, like I said many a times, just because your family, you come from wealth and you come from all these things, what does that have to do with what Luigi went through and why he did what he did? Because to me, it's about money. A lot of these corporations, especially like United Health, they don't care about what your level of class is. They don't care whether you rich or poor. All they care about is money and how much they can make off of you as a body. So that's my relatability in the whole situation. It ain't got to do, if there is some criminality that was going on with Luigi's family, then definitely investigate it. But where I see it is how everybody had to deal with, regardless of your level of class in America, they don't care about how much money you have or whatever the case is, because Luigi clearly comes from a wealthy family and he still was dealing with pain and being denied certain things. said that's a good idea, like a mentor. It's like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that would be a good idea. I would love to see Buffy in that context because we did see Giles do, the dark side of him, which was he was the Ripper. So we got to see that part of him. But to me, I feel like if you have a watcher who also could kick butt, we've never really got to see that side explored in Buffy. Because y'all let Buffy do all the stuff because she was the Slayer. But to have a mentor type who could also help you out, that would be cool. I mean, yeah, we had Whistler who was like that too, but he wasn't as good as Blade was. So you had to let the Slayer be the Slayer. But if you can have like a co-situation where it's like the Slayer who could do their thing in certain situations, but also you have your watcher can mentor as well as help you take out some of the vampires or bad guys, then yeah, there's that. Puffy the A-lister Slayer. He was slaying more than A-listers with that old nasty peen. I know the Buffy HD transfer is they obviously they put everything in high definition. I got all the seasons on box, on a box set. And I believe that the whole show as well as Angel is on Hulu. I need to start I'm gonna start rewatching the shows because there was a period where I was watching Buffy and Angel, but then I think I got so sidetracked with other shows that I stopped watching. So I need to do a rewatch of the shows again. But I've been rewatching lots of. Look, I'm still on Supernatural. I'm currently watching season 9. So. Like there was a period when I was living the gypsy life and I was moving around. I said lived in the gypsy life. Isn't that a Lady Gaga lyric? But when I was living the gypsy life, I wasn't able because a certain place, especially when you work in the circus, the Wi-Fi was terrible, so I couldn't really watch shows, and I wasn't paying for no damn Wi-Fi to be using in certain areas that had shitty signals and stuff. So I didn't really get to watch a lot of TV because I was working and I was, like I said, I was living the gypsy life and traveling. So there were shows that I fell off of, and that was one of them was Supernatural. So I had to go and once all the shows became available and stuff, which it is on Netflix. I've just been binging and watching that. So I gotta, do all of that. We said that's why there's no physical Blu-ray set. Well, look, I just heard that I forget the company, might have been LP or something or another, but I heard that they're discontinuing making Blu-rays because they're not selling physical media like they used to, and it's unfortunate, but it's like, yeah, the way people have stuff on streaming, it's hard to like get people to buy physical media. Bianca out here still looking like she's she is. She another one with Black Don't Crack because she could probably play a resurrected Kendra. Kendra was about her Slayer business though. Yeah, and her weakness was boys because she had the biggest crush on Xander, which was a cackle. And so I even liked Harmony, even though Harmony was annoying, but I liked her on the show too. And she got her what do you call it? She got her arc in Angel. So it was like Angel done fixed all the messes they was doing over there on Buffy. It was like at one point Cordelia was insufferable over on Buffy. They didn't know what to do with her, but I like the fact that they brought her over to Angel. And then when Glenn Quinn gave her, that was the actor who unfortunately passed away because he was a damn drug addict. And I think he OD'd. So they killed his character. Or I think he was probably doing the drugs and some of the show. But yeah, they killed him off. And then he ended up, I think, dying before the season was done in real life. Because I think he was addicted to heroin. But then, yeah, when he passed his power on to Cordelia and gave her something to do, that resurrected her character. And then you had the actress Mercedes. I was like, I almost forgot her name, Mercedes McNabb. When you had Harmony, who was a vampire, and then who was in love with Spike. But Spike, always got a soft spot for Cordelia. But then again, it's another episode that pisses me off, that the one where Spike tried to R-word Buffy. I was like, who came up? Well, that must have been Joss Whedon that wrote that damn episode. Luigi is disowned. Well, we're gonna get into who his lawyer is, and I'm like, how are you paying for that? Puffy the boy booty slayer. Okay. Don't give the porn people no ideas. And you said the gay porn. You might need to have a live dedicated to TV shows because I got into Supernatural too, but didn't make it past season 2 or 3. What is it that you don't like the show? And you said because you said you got into Supernatural but didn't make it past 2 or 3. I mean, it's a lot of seasons, so it could be overwhelming. It's 15 seasons of Supernatural, which I'm like, why did y'all go on for so long? And it was because the CW didn't like canceling nothing. Oh, you said LG. I said LP. They stopped cell phones in the late 2010s. Now Blu-rays. Their breadwinner is smart fridges. Well, yeah, because everybody needs a refrigerator. So um, they'll always sell those. Is heroin still popular? Because I haven't heard that name in a long time. I think some people still do heroin, but Chad, we already know the drug of choice is meth and all the other things that people be doing, especially the homosexuals. They be up in there doing that damn meth, and then they put what they call Fenty up in everything, and not Rihanna. Okay, so now let's get into our fourth topic. Yeah, I just knew, I was like, yeah, it's not a lot of topics we got today, but I knew y'all was gonna keep the show going. So yeah, let's talk about Kraven the Hunter, which sad. Oh, child, this the box office for them. I don't mean to laugh, but this is pathetic. And I'm like, yes, I love me some Aaron Taylor Johnson. I'm sure this is not his fault, but it's just Sony. Y'all are a mess. So Sony's first R-rated comic book movie, Kraven the Hunter, bombed in its domestic box office debut, hunting down only $11 million to come in third behind Thanksgiving blockbusters Moana 2 and Wicked. Now, shout out to Variety for this story. It says Sony Kraven the Hunter, a superhero spinoff starring Aaron Taylor Johnson as Spider-Man's notorious foe, launched behind already low expectations at number 3 with $11 million from 3,200 theaters. Well, to be exact, it's 3,211 theaters, which I don't even know why y'all put it in that damn many. Y'all should have probably put it in as many as that werewolf movie that came out, and their budget was way less than some damn $11 million. So it says it landed the worst debut for Sony Universe of Marvel characters behind February's Misfire, Madam Web, which came in with 15.3 million, as well as some of the franchise's lowest ever marks from critics and audiences, with a tragic 15% on Rotten Tomatoes and C grade on CinemaScore. That kind of reception signals that, barring a holiday miracle, Kraven won't rebound over the rest of December. Well, duh, because we have other movies that are supposed to be coming out in the next coming weeks. What else is because I was like, wait a minute, what other movies is coming out? Okay, so we had Lord of the Rings, The War, we'll get into how much that made in a second. But we also have what other, I'm like, damn, what other movies we have? We have Nosferatu coming out on Christmas. We also have A Complete Unknown with Timothy Chalamet coming out. We have Mufasa, I believe, coming out this week on Friday. So, and Sonic the Hedgehog 3, which I believe Keanu Reeves and Jim Carrey are in. And that's getting good reviews. And a lot of people pretty much like Sonic. People like the first 2 Sonic movies. I'm looking forward to seeing Nosferatu. I've heard great things about it. I wish somebody would send me a damn screener so I could watch some of this stuff in advance and talk about it, because I saw Drum Dums, who Haley, he and I chat a lot on social media in regards to if I comment on his stuff, he comments back, and then I'll tweet him online. Him and Mike from We Watch a Movie. I like how interactive they are when it comes to stuff like this. So I believe that I saw Cody Leach did a review on Nosferatu, said good things. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Lee from Drum Dums spoke about it, said some good things. So there's a couple of critics that have already seen Nosferatu, got sent screeners, and are raving about this movie. So I definitely want to see that. I don't know if I'm going to get to see it around Christmas Day, because I am working a Knicks game on that day, and I don't mind, because Christmas is like my least favorite holiday. So even if I work on Christmas, I don't feel bad if I am, because the whole essence of what Christmas is about, I don't really. I just feel like maybe I'm a Grinch. I don't know, but I just feel like when I was a kid growing up, I appreciated Christmas more because it was like, yeah, Christmas gifts, da 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 da. But now as you get older, it's just sort of like I just feel like the true meaning of Christmas is just non-existent. So now they said that Kraven the Hunter is Sony's third Spider-Man adjacent adaptation of the year, following October's Venom: The Last Dance. The Alien symbiote trilogy, led by Tom Hardy, has proven itself to be a critic-proof and commercially successful, although the third and final movie didn't live up to the box office heights of its predecessors. And if you want to watch the new The Last Dance movie, I do believe that it is available to rent or buy on digital. So it's already out. So if y'all want to definitely check that out, you can rent it or buy it as you speak, or as I speak about this. And they also said that Sony has otherwise yet to produce a comic book hit from its offshoots led by tertiary Spider-Man baddies. Well, first of all, I understand that they were trying to at one point do the Sinister Six thing, but after what the hell is that damn movie with Jared Leto, the vampire, Morbius, after they tried to do the whole Sinister Six setup in that, it was terrible. They were like, let's scrap it. But then they started to continue to dig into the Spider-Man villain universe and give them their own movie. And it's like, it's not working. You need Spider-Man to kind of go against these people for it to make sense in the film. But yeah, when they were talking about, when I was reading about Kraven and I was like, y'all could give a spoiler. I don't care because I'm not going to watch it. Similar to like Madam Web, they were talking about like, this movie is so bad. There were people literally saying, do not go spend money to see this film. That's how bad it is. And I don't know if it's the director. I'm not going to necessarily blame Aaron Taylor Johnson because he's an actor. He can only do what you tell him to do as an actor and give your 110%. And the one thing I've noticed about Aaron Taylor Johnson that I've watched in all his movies, whether it's a good movie or a bad movie, he gives 110%. And I heard he's great in Nosferatu. So you can't say he's a bad actor. He's an excellent actor. And there are people that are exceptions to the rule where it's like, even if they're in the world's worst film, they're going to give 110%. As an actor, you should. So I don't understand why they were trying to bring these villains in. It's like, well, yeah, because we can't use Spider-Man in certain things. And yeah, they're way better at their animation than they are with the live action. But they have a deal with the MCU where they can use Spider-Man and he works in what they're doing over there. But I feel like, I don't know what their contract is on if they can use a different Spider-Man, because they have the noir Spider-Man noir movie coming out with Nicolas Cage. That's live action, and I think Sony's doing that. We'll have to just see if that one is actually going to be a good one. I don't know, because I haven't seen anything. I think I've seen stills online of them on set, but we haven't seen a trailer. We haven't seen anything moving where I can critique on whether or not it's going to be a good film, so we have to wait for that. Madam Web, I don't understand the point of what that was. I already told y'all I did not like any of the Venom movies, so if I don't like the first one or the second one, you damn sure already know I'm not watching the third, because that's not my judge. Now, don't get me wrong. Now, speaking of people who elevate the movie better than what it is, Tom Hardy's another one. Tom Hardy, I love him as Eddie, and I like what he was doing with the Venom thing. The movies as a whole were just crap. But I'm not going to shit on him as an actor because he did what he could with the material that he was given. Why is it that the people that aren't American tend to always show up for the roles, but the movies is always trash? Because Tom Hardy is not an American. He's English. And so is Aaron Taylor Johnson. So, yeah. So I'm not surprised that the movie is getting trashed all over social media and that critics are just, shitting all over it. One of the best reviews that I've seen of this movie, you guys have to watch John Campier's review. You can watch, like, he does like a long breakdown of it he did it on his Friday show, but his out of the theater reaction, even I think that's like under 2 minutes. Watch that one. That had me cackling because he starts out all calm and everything. It was like, yeah, so I went to go see this movie. You already know, like, I was so excited to see this film and da-da-da. This is the worst piece of shit. And I'm like, well, damn, you just did like a whole 360 from your initial, like, he was just cool, calm, and collected about it. And it just went and just shitted all over that movie. And I was like, that was the best review I've ever seen. And it was like under 2 minutes. So that was like, he gave you a TikTok out of the theater reaction version of this film. And like I said, Aaron Taylor Johnson, good to look at. They were talking about the 8-minute sequence that you saw online. It literally opens the movie And then after that, it kind of just goes into this 30-minute video where you don't even, scene of where you don't even see Aaron Taylor Johnson for like a half an hour because they want to go into this whole backstory of young Kraven and how he got his powers, and Ariana DeBose's character, who she plays like this, who is it, Calypso, and then all of a sudden he gets bit by a lion, and she all of a sudden has this potion on her that's a secret from her family or whatever, and then she gives it to him and heals him, and I was like, chill. And then they would talking about like it's basically 9 different scripts that it feels like they just stitched together, like they put all the scripts through a shredder, just took all the paper, glued it together, and turned it into a script. And so it's like, I don't know if it was the director's fault or if it was studio interference, but I have a strange feeling this was just the Sony was interfering, and all the research, it just turned out to be a mess. So let me hurry up and wrap this up because I don't want to make this all about me bashing a movie that I'm not going to watch. So in other news regarding of all the different movies that came out this week, I just want to let's take a moment and just count those abs. Aaron Taylor, that is a fine ass damn man. But anyway, let's get into that's a good looking young man. But wait, he's not young. Well, he is young. He's in his 30s. I ain't gonna go there about his wife, but let's just focus on this. So they said also this weekend, the Warner Brothers anime fantasy film, The Lord of the Rings, The War of the stumbled in 5th place with 4.6 million from 2,600 cinemas. Well, it's 2,602 cinemas in its opening weekend. First of all, I don't even think they did a good job promoting that movie. I may have seen the commercial twice rolling around, and I was like, I don't know if anybody's going to want to go to the movies to see an animated version of Lord of the Rings. Y'all could have just dropped that. I don't know who owns that. Was that Warner Brothers? Oh, yeah, they said Warner Brothers. Y'all could just dump that on freaking HBO Max. We would have watched it. I like some of the animated stuff that they put on Max, like the Warner Brothers animated stuff. Y'all should just threw that on there. Why that's as kept? I just don't think the love and the hunger for Lord of the Rings is as prevalent as it was when it came out 20-something odd years ago, when, Peter Jackson directed all the movies and then The Hobbit and stuff. Like, it was cute when back then when I watched it. But we had Sean Astin and Elijah Wood and Orlando Bloom and all of them. We liked it back then. And Sean Bean, who, they can't never stand not killing that man off in something. So, and they said the budget for that was $30 million. So any losses during its theatrical run won't be ruinous for the studio. Sidebar, speaking of which, I need to bring this up too, because John Campea mentioned this on his show. He said, even though these movies are terrible and they look like they've been bombing left and right, Sony still turned a profit from a lot of their Sony Spider-Verse, whatever. And I'm like, he was right about it, because the gross over, combined is $1 billion. And I guess because they keep the budget so damn small, like if your movie is $100 to $130 million, it's not that much of a loss. But there's just now this stain on you that you burn your audience. Where it's like anytime y'all put out a movie, they know it's going to be crap. So fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, you a dumbass bitch. You a glutton for punishment, clearly. So I was like, I was like, after the disappointments of Madam Web, after Morbius, and I told you I went to the movies to see that. Still regret it. And then, the Venoms I didn't like and all that other stuff. I was just like, you know what? I just don't care. Like, I'm not watching anymore because I already know what y'all gonna get. Like, movie after movie after movie after movie from this universe. They're crap. So, I was gonna say, what else did they they're talking about there is more Lord of the Rings coming out, but we'll see if it does well. Because they said the animated film was developed and fast-tracked to ensure the New Line Cinema didn't lose the film adaptation rights for Tolkien's novels, while Jackson and the teams behind the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit trilogies were working on 2 new live-action films for 2026 and beyond. So that's probably why it flopped. So y'all basically just stitch something together, because we have 2 new Lord of the Rings live action movies coming out. One being called Lord of the Rings: The Hunt for Gollum, which is going to be coming out by, actually it said it's going to be directed by and starring Andy Serkis. Now, Andy Serkis directed Venom: Let There Be Carnage, the second one. He directed that movie. And he played Gollum in the Lord of the Rings movies. I think he was also in The Hobbit. I don't remember The Hobbit. I do remember Lord of the Rings because Hobbit I only saw it once. But Lord of the Rings, Two Towers, Revenge of the King, or Return of the King, I saw all of those multiple times. So he's directing that. And so y'all only did that just so y'all can keep the rights. I can see why it bombed. So I guess regardless of people watching or not, at least they got it out there so they get to keep it. But it got mixed reviews and a tepid beast on Cinema Score. And they said it also bombed internationally, with only bringing in $2 million from 31 territories. It's going to expand to 42 over in additional offshore markets. Now, Moana 2 retained its number one spot at the domestic box office, obviously, because it's animated and parents, kids are going to be out of school soon. So, yeah, the parents are going to take their kids to see that. And because of Moana 1, it's already a pre-existing IP, nostalgia. Parents are going to take their kids to see that, even though they said Moana 2 is not as good as the first, but doesn't matter. So it's getting close to $1 billion, moneymaker. Because it says that it took the number one spot in domestic box office charts for the third consecutive weekend with 26.6 million from 4,000 theaters. The Polynesian set animated adventure, which was originally commissioned for streaming. See, this was smart on y'all part. I'm glad y'all put that in the theater because y'all would have lost out on so much money if y'all didn't. And you already know they already filming a live action one with Dwayne Johnson reprising his role from the original animated films. Now we can say plural because it's two of them. So far, they said it has grossed $717 million globally. So it's the year's fifth highest grossing movie domestically and fourth biggest global release. Now, as far as Wicked goes, it earned more than double that of Kraven, where it stayed in second place with a dazzling 22.5 million from 3,689 venues in its fourth weekend of release. The movie has generated $359 million domestically and more than $524 million worldwide to date. It's the highest grossing Broadway adaptation in domestic box office history, ahead of 1978's Grease, which brought in $188.62 million, as well as the second biggest worldwide stage-to-screen reimagining after 2008's Mamma Mia, which brought in $611 million. So Gladiator 2 came in third with $7.8 million. In its fourth frame, it has so far brought in $145.9 million in North America and more than $398.5 million globally. So there you have it. And like we talked about before, we have other movies that's coming out in the coming, the rest of the year to finish out, which is, Mufasa, Sonic 3, Baby Girl, which is over at A24. And then we have Nosferatu, which is, I believe also, it's Focus Features. That's who's doing Nosferatu. And then we have the Bob Dylan biopic, A Complete Unknown with Timothy Chalamet. So there you have it. I'm not surprised, like I said before, I'm not surprised that, Aaron Taylor Johnson, as good of an actor he is, he's in a shitty film. And I'm really hoping that this is the end of this universe of taking superhero Spider-Man villains and giving them their own solo movie. We don't care. We don't want it. The movies are trash. You people over there at Sony don't know what you're doing. You don't understand what people want. And then I saw an article on Twitter where they were bringing up, so does this mean that there's superhero fatigue? Or what's the future hold for R-rated superhero films? Does that mean that people don't want to see R-rated movies? Well, Deadpool 3 was an R-rated superhero movie, and we went to go see it. But we went to go see it because it was a good movie. So it doesn't matter what the rating system is. If you can tell an interesting story, and we can get cool action sequences, and we get funny dialogue, which is what we got in damn, I forgot that. Deadpool 3, Deadpool and Wolverine, to be specific, then people will go see it. The fact of the matter was, it didn't matter whether or not you put violence or blood or whatever the case was, or gore in a Kraven movie. If the script is horrible, if the pacing is bad, if the movie is boring, it doesn't matter how much violence you put throughout a movie. The movie sucks, it sucks. That's the bottom line. And I feel like these people who are behind the scenes, if you're a numbers guy, if you're not somebody who's a creative, then you should not be making decisions on what makes a movie because you don't understand how movies work. This is why I continue to defend James Gunn and Peter Safran and that whole sort of thing. Peter Safran is the business guy that deals with those accountants and the crunching of the numbers and all other stuff. And James Gunn is the artist. He understands how to create art. So you have to have two people that can be contrast in that way. And I do the artistic stuff, you do the business stuff, you keep them people out of my damn business and let me steer the ship the way I need it to steer. And then you will be able to see the returns. Stop trying to copy over what you think they want over there with Marvel. Stop trying to copy and think you know what they're doing over there at DC, and just understand that how to create art, and stop trying to crunch things in regards of a number or look, this worked for this movie, let's put it in there. We already saw that. We don't want to see that in this. And the superhero stuff with these villains is not working. So there's that. So I saw this say, what do you think of this story regarding Aaron Taylor Johnson and Kraven the Hunter? Are you guys shocked that Kraven the Hunter bombed at the box office? I don't think anybody should be shocked. Even Helen Keller ain't shocked, and she's blind, deaf, and dead. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Okay, so now we have comments. Let's go on up. You said, I think I forgot to watch it. I can't figure out how they went on that long. Last I saw, Dean made a deal with the devil. But they always dying, coming back. One went to hell, the other went to purgatory. It's like, it was ridiculous. And then I did like the idea of them kind of, because, they always make jokes about Sam and Dean being gay or whatever the case was, like a couple, but I'm like, they're brothers. And then there was a thing where Castiel professed his love in the finale. Spoiler alert, confess his love for Dean. And I was like, that would have been a great story to kind of see that play out. But that was like back then when everybody was so scared to take a risk with the gay stuff. But I feel like that could work today. Like if we could see like demon hunter, vampire hunters, but they're like a gay couple, I really think that would be a cool story to tell. We already seen lesbians do stuff, but I would like to see two men in a relationship. Maybe I need to write that script and then star in it as one of the hunters. The CW just need a few million in viewers to make it a hit. Well, yeah, they were low hanging fruit in the thing. They were somebody that could fly under the radar. They produce a lot of stars from that channel, but they just they just needed a couple of viewers, because whenever you looked at the CW stuff, whenever I used to read the ratings back in the day, when you would get like, in the top 5, you would have like the Cosby Show or Friends and all those shows. They would be like the top shows, the creme de la creme of ratings hits. But then when you look at the CW, they were always in like the 100s, like 120 or 135. Like they will always be at the bottom. But if you can get like 600 to 1 million people to watch your show, you would consider it a hit over at CW. Another Ingrid Lewis Martin, Eric Adams type advisor, resigned today. Who resigns on a Sunday? On the Lord's Day. He is out for himself because everyone else is resigning except him. I know, and it's like, we want you to step down. We don't want you to be president. I already told you, Mira Nair, the director, her son is running for mayor. And I've been liking what he's been saying so far. I just hope he don't get radicalized and caught up in the matrix, because a lot of our politicians are owned by corporate donors. So we just want somebody that can come in and revolutionize and change the thing. And I'm over people like Eric Adams, who's bought and paid for, ruining the rest of ruining what's left in New York. Now I know why Marvel is trying to get the rights to Spider-Man, because of movies like this. Yeah, I mean, look, they got their little co-deal with Sony, and as long as they can make it work between the both of them, I don't think that they're going to spend like billions of dollars to get the rights fully to Spider-Man, because I don't think the juice is worth the squeeze. But they will let we'll let them handle that, but it's like, we'll let them have that, but we'll just borrow him a little bit, kind of like they co-own the Incredible Hulk. The only thing is, I hate the way they've been writing the Hulk, where they sidelined him and made him sort of like he suppressed his like Hulk side. I want to see more of the Hulk. I don't want to see nerdy Bruce Banner, and we don't get to see him really Hulk smash. I want to see more smashing from the Hulk. They think because it's a popcorn film, people don't care about the script. Well, clearly they do, because Nobody went to go see Kraven. It made $11 million. That's like that's how much they paid for the craft service, or or paid to get Aaron Taylor Johnson to and from set. That's basically what that budget is. And you can't even imagine how much was the budget to promote the movie. So I think people do care, or maybe you talking about people as in the studios think that we're so dumb that we don't care about the script. I think we've shifted with that. We do care about story and script and stuff. It's not just razzle dazzle on the eyes. And I think it's because technology has advanced so much that we're so smitten by the razzle dazzle of superhero stuff that you got to be able to bring something. You got to bring us a little more than just seeing cool shit flying all over the screen. We want to see we want a good story. And we've been getting a lot of that. Well, we got a lot of that. I won't say we've gotten a lot of that from Marvel. Maybe we've been a little spoiled by Marvel. Sony keeps making Spider-Man movies without Spider-Man. That's another thing too. Nobody wants to see a Spider-Man movie without Spider-Man. You can't make a movie, a franchise about Spider-Man villains and not have Spider-Man a part of it. The reason why Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse and all those, the other animated, speaking of which, where's the third one? When are we getting that one? The Miles Morales stuff, the reason why that works is because we saw Spider-Man in it and these different iterations of Spider-Man. Speaking of which, I want to see, if y'all I need them to do a live action version of Spider-Man, and they need to get that kid that played, I can't remember his name, but the actor that played Victor in Penguin. He was perfect, in my opinion. I was looking at him like, one, he's a New Yorker, which works because it takes place in New York. Well, like the original Spider-Man takes place in New York too. And two, he literally looks like a Miles Morales. So I was like, he'd be perfect for that. So I need to get on that before he ages out. And so I heard the reason why men are like they are. And it goes back to Harvey Weinstein. So basically because of him, men had to go into wimps and be weak where we need to be saved. It was another thing that I was reading too, and I was like, okay, y'all are irritating me with this. So when I was reading up on the whole thing about Kraven the Hunter, they were trying to make it like a gender thing. Oh, well, in so many words, the incels have been taken out by the women, and the women are winning in regards. So y'all trying to turn this into like gender politics in regards of because Moana 2, which is geared towards families, and if you talking about Wicked, it wasn't just women that went to go see that. Homosexuals went to go see it too, or they were making it as a date night. So it was a different generations of people. Those were like across the board. Everybody could pretty much go see Wicked. Music theater kids and women and gays, and if you're on a date, you can go. That's a date night movie too. With Moana, it's families and all the other stuff. So if you're parents with 3 or 4 kids, or maybe even 1 kid, you're gonna accumulate all that money from that. So I don't know why you were trying to make it a gender thing. Oh, it's the women came and showed out, and male driven movies are trash, and it's like, but Gladiator 2 is geared towards guys, and that was a hit. So what are you talking about? So your argument is null and void right then and there. Because it was like, that's a guy movie. And I definitely want to go see Gladiator 2. I just haven't gotten a chance to go to the movies and see it yet. Maybe I'll go and try to check it before they take it out of the movies. So by the end of the year, I'll go and see it. You said, because Harvey is one person, but why should men be judged and ridiculed for being us? Well, first of all, Harvey Weinstein was an asshole and he was a fucking rapist. So I don't know why people are trying to equate us with Harvey Weinstein. And Harvey Weinstein notoriously was always a disgusting human being behind the scenes. Even if he wasn't out here busy R-wording women, even though I already said the damn word, but I guess I get a freebie with that one, algorithms of YouTube. But it was like, yeah, he was, even though he was pretty much a disgusting human being and what he did to many people, he was a horrible person behind the scenes as a producer as well. But anyway. Okay, so let's get into the Billboard Awards. We could probably skip through this one real quick. So I guess give a huge congratulations to Miss Chappell Roan, who won the award for Top New Artist at the Billboard Music Awards that happened. And funny enough, I didn't even know the Billboard Awards happened. So that was the overall shock to me when they brought that up. But nevertheless, Here we are. So the biggest names in music were celebrated at the 2024 Billboard Music Awards, including Taylor Swift, who made history by sweeping 10 wins to become the show's most decorated artist. Now, it says that it was a night of celebration as Taylor Swift made history, as we already said how much she won. Following her was Zach Bryan, who took home 5 awards. And the races, Morgan Wallen with 4. Shabuzi, Bad Bunny, Drake, and Elevation Worship, on the other hand, bagged 3 awards each. Now, first-time winners were also commemorated that night, as Stray Kids were awarded as a top global K-pop artist, and Chappell was named as the top new artist of 2024. Make me sweat, make me holla. You know, Tyler, one-hit wonder having ass, also scored her first BBMA as the top Afrobeats artist of the year. Hopefully, she didn't go on some damn speech trying to talk about, well, we don't only do Afrobeats, we do other things as well. You know, all that dumb bullshit that she was saying when she was at the VMA. Sound like her, her ungrateful ass got up there, was mad about, you know, her gown being touched, that old shredded up mess that she was wearing. Then she got up there, can you hold my thing, please? Is this too heavy? Well, I'm like, sis, eat a damn burger and you can hold your shit yourself. I do not like her. Do not like Tyler at all. But she won. So whatever. And of course, she won for that damn water song. Bitch, I'm about sick of you in that damn water. Well, you know what? It's not necessarily her fault. As y'all keep bringing up the water thing, I'm about to drown her if y'all keep talking about this damn water song. Can she talk about sandpaper or something else or dust? Can that be her follow-up? Because I'm tired of water. Anyway, let me stop ranting. And let's talk about who won. I'm not going to go through each one. So what it's about, top artist winner was Taylor Swift. Top new artist was Chappell Roan. Top male artist went to Morgan Wallen. Top female artist went to Taylor Swift. Top duo or group went to Fuerza Regida, I think is how you say their name. Top Billboard 200 artists went to Taylor Swift. Top 100 artists went to Taylor Swift. Top 100 songwriter went to Taylor Swift. Top 100 producer went to Jack Antonoff. Of course, we know why he won that one. And he was up against Zach Bryan, Dan Nigro, who you know is produced for Chappell Roan and oh my God, Olivia Rodrigo, almost forgot her damn name. Phineas O'Connell, who you know is Billy's brother, as an Eilish, and then Taylor Swift, who is a producer in her own right. But it's funny how they gave it to Jack Antonoff because he produced a lot of her Torture Poets department as well as a lot of her other albums as well. Which, you know, according to the Swifties, they tired of her working with him on certain on music. But that's a whole nother conversation for a whole nother day. Now, top streaming artists, top streaming songs artist went to Taylor Swift. Top radio songs artist went to Taylor Swift. Top song sales artist went to Shabuzi. Oh, hold on, because I went down too fast. Top where'd I go? Oh, okay. Top song sales artist went to Shabuzi. Top Billboard Global 200 artist went to Taylor Swift. Top Billboard Global, I think it's exclusive US artist, went to Taylor Swift. Top R&B artist went to SZA. Top male R&B artist went to Tommy Richmond. Top R&B female artist went to SZA. Top R&B touring artist went to Bruno Mars. And then we have top rap artist went to Drake. Top male rap artist went to Drake. Top rap female artist went to Doja Cat. Top rap touring artist went to Travis Scott. He beat Nicki Minaj and Suicide Boys. Top country artist went to Morgan Wallen. Of course, they gave it to the racists. Top country male artist went to Morgan Wallen, another one for the racists. Top country female artist went to Beyonce, and she beat out Megan Moroney and Lainey Wilson. Top country duo or group went to is it called He Red Clay Strays or The Red Clay Stray? Because y'all done messed up the name. I don't know them people, so let's move on. So now top country touring artists went to, okay, we don't need to go through all of these. Top rock artists confused me because they had Zach Bryan, Hozier, Jelly Roll, Noah Kahan, and Linkin Park. The only ones on here, no shade, I know is Linkin Park. The other ones I do not feel are even rock. Jelly Roll ain't a rock star. Yeah, he may have guitars in his music, but there's nothing about him that's rock. Hozier is not really rock either, but okay. This is why they say rock is dead, chair. Because look what y'all picked. Top hard rock artist went to Linkin Park, though. controversy aside. We ain't even gonna get into that about the Scientologists they hired, but that's a whole nother conversation. Now they have top rock touring artists went to Coldplay. How the hell is Coldplay rock? And they beat the Rolling Stones and Bruce Springsteen. Really? Okay, that one's questionable. Okay, so we can move on from Drizzy. He's still cute though, even though I'm irritated with you about the whole what you did in regards to the whole thing with Spotify and all of that mess. Because, sir, you benefited wholeheartedly from that. But whatever. Now, top Latin artist went to Bad Bunny. Top Latin male artist went to Bad Bunny. Top Latin female artist went to Karol G, who beat Shakira and Kylie. The funny thing with top male artist Bad Bunny, he beat Peso Pluma and Junior H. There was so many other top Latin male artists that was out. How y'all only got 3 in the category? Women too. But whatever. That's what y'all doing. This is like the American Music Awards. Yeah, so they had top Latin duo group went to Fuerza Regida. I think it's how you say it, Regida. Top Latin touring artist went to Luis Miguel. Didn't he hunch Mariah Carey at one point? Top global K-pop artist went to Stray Kids, where there was like N-Hyphen was who they up against Jimin, Jungkook, Stray Kids, and Tomorrow X Together. The only ones in here that Stray Kids end up winning, but the only ones I know is Jungkook and Tomorrow X Together, because I worked Tomorrow X Together show. They did a stadium show over at Citi Field over in the summertime, so that's how I'm familiar with them. But Jungkook, of course, we all know who that is. So top K-pop touring artists went to 17, and they basically was up against Tomorrow X Together and Hypen. They be having some weird names, Chad. Okay. Oh, so let's get to the other one because these is boring. So let's get the top dance electronic artists. So they had Beyonce, the Chainsmokers, Charlie XCX, Dua Peep, and Calvin Harris. Now the winner turned out to be Charlie XCX. And they also got like top Christian artists, top gospel. That's nice. I don't care. So that's what they have with that. Now they have top Billboard 200 album went to Taylor Swift. Top soundtrack went to Trolls Band Together. Some of the people that they were up against didn't make sense. Top R&B album. Now, y'all be up in here throwing shade at him, but he still won awards and selling out arenas. Apparently, it went to Chris Brown, 11-11, and he was up against Brent Faiyaz, Party Next Door, Bryson Tiller, and Tyler. Top rap album went to Drake for All the Dogs. And then top rock album went to Kahan Stick Season. Don't know who that is. Top hard rock album went to Sleep Token, Take Me Back to Eden. Don't know who that is. Top Latin album went to Bad Bunny. Top K-pop album went to Jungkook, Golden. Top dance electronic album, because those are the ones we care about on this show, was Charlie XCX Brat being the winner, but she was up against Jungle Volcano, which was a good record. Odetari, 13 Sorrows, I think is the name of the album. Troye Sivan, Something to Give Each Other, and John Summit, Comfort in Chaos. So those are your winners. Oh, but let's do top 100 songs. So they had Benson Boone, Beautiful Things, which I told you that when I was telling you about the iHeart Jingle Ball situation, there was people in there talking about sing my songs, talking about beautiful things. But I'm like, he's not just going to do one song and get off the stage. Like, he's doing a set. So y'all gonna listen to all his other stuff, and then he closes out with Beautiful Things. But yeah, so it was him, Jack Harlow, Loving on Me, Post Malone featured Morgan Wallen, I Had Some Help, Shabuzi, a bar song Tipsy, which he is another one that closed out with that song during his set at Jingle Ball. And then Teddy Swims Lose Control ended up being the winner. And Teddy Swims won again for top radio song as well. And he was up against Benson Boone, Beautiful Things, Jack Harlow, Loving on Me, Tate McRae, Greedy, Taylor Swift, and Cruel Summer. So Teddy Swims won 2 that night. And then top selling song, they had Benson Boone, Beautiful Things, Jungkook, Standing Next to You, Post Malone featured Morgan Wallen, I Had Some Help, Shabuzi, a bar song Tipsy, and Teddy Swims Lose Control, with Shabuzi walking away with the Billboard Award. So And it goes on and on and on. Let's do top rap songs, and then we can get up out of here because I don't want to be dragging y'all. But and then I should say Benson Boone did win one, which was for top Billboard Global exclusive U.S. song. So he ended up winning. He was up against Sabrina Carpenter for Espresso, Tate McRae, Greedy, Taylor Swift, Cruel Summer, and Teddy Swims, Lose Control. Now, top R&B song went to Tommy Richmond, $1 Million Baby. Top rap song ended up going to Kendrick Lamar. So while, you had Drake winning all the other ones, They Not Like Us ended up winning for top rap song. And he was up against Doja Cat, Agora Hills, Doja Cat, Paint the Town Red. Why is Doja Cat in here twice? There was no other rap songs that came out this year. Future, Metro Boomin, and Kendrick Lamar being for Like That, and Jack Harlow, Loving On Me. They had to throw a white person up in there because that's the Billboard Awards. And then, so yeah, there's that. But so there was a lot of when. Oh wait, I know I keep saying let's do this. Let's do top Latin song and then top dance electronic, and then we can get up out of here with our next topics. So top Latin song went to Floyd Minor and Chris MJ Got the Only. I do like Floyd Minor. I started getting into him recently. I didn't really hear of him before, but he was up against Bad Bunny for Banaco, Bad Bunny and Fade, Perro Negro, Karol G and Peso Pluma. I like Karol. You know what? I'm starting to grow. Karol G's starting to grow on me. I like Peso Pluma though. And then Javi wound up winning. And not Javi ended up winning, but he was one of the nominations. Floyd Minor and Chris MJ actually ended up walking away with the win. We don't need to go into the top Afrobeat song because y'all already know who won that. That song I'm tired of hearing. But in regards to top dance electronic, they had Dula Peep for Houdini, Dula Peep for Illusion, Kenya Grace for Strangers, Ariana Grande, Yes and Marshmello and Kane Brown, Miles on It. And the win ended up going to Dula Peep, Houdini. So she walked away with something, even though everybody wasn't feeling that radical optimism album. But anyway, so there's your winners, the more interesting ones of the people that won their Billboard Awards. So whatever your thoughts in regards to the Billboard Awards, did you see it? Do you agree with the wins? Are they not understanding how to put certain songs in categories? Because some of those people that was in rock, some of the people that was considered in certain categories, I'm like, that's not a rock song. That's not an electronic song. That doesn't make sense. But whatever. I'm surprised top dance electronic, they didn't put a Charlie XCX song in there or Troye Sivan. Y'all had to put Dula Peep twice. So let me know what you guys think it is in the comments down below. What do you say? Yes, Victor from Penguin. Yeah, as I said, I think Victor from Penguin will make a great Miles Morales. He definitely looks the part. Know Me Tonight of Joe Budden or Ray J. I was like, what? I thought Billboard was based on record sales, record plays, and surveys by radio stations. It isn't a group like, oh, yeah. Yeah, I guess it is based. Yeah, it is based off of like who's charting. So I guess, with all the stuff they was talking about with Charlie and all that other stuff and Troy, they wasn't really charting like they claimed they was. So, okay. Now let's get into Luigi Mangione, who we got the latest on him. And it looks like that he hired Diddy, the wife of Diddy's attorney, for his upcoming trial, which I hope they go to trial because I'm like, try to find somebody who hasn't been affected by the health industry in America who's not going to side with this kid. Unless we have like a situation where we get some people on the panel that was like Vicki Lawrence's character in Monsters, the Lala Eric Menendez story, where she was painting this horrible picture of them to the point where she had a damn heart attack during the jury case, and they had to put an alternate in her place because she had to be rushed to the hospital, which I cackled off of that scene. So this is a prominent attorney who once served as a Manhattan Chief Assistant District Attorney will represent Luigi Mangione as he faces murder charges in New York for the shooting death of United Healthcare CEO Ryan Thompson. Karen Friedman Agnifilo is currently working at Agnifilo in Trader, which specializes in complex and sensitive criminal matters, according to his website. Now, shout out to NPR for the story. The law group confirmed on Saturday that Mangione retained Friedman Agnifilo, adding that she will not be making any statements at this time, and you should not, because that last person that y'all had that was running around there that literally looked like Joe Pesci from My Cousin Vinny, that attorney that he had before, that I guess was talking to CNN or whatever, and that CNN reporter was trying to goop him into talking about what was going on in regards to his trial. Well, has he told you anything about? I said, child, first of all, that's attorney-client privilege. You really think that he's gonna go against what he learned in law school to go give you an exclusive? Now, you know, there's a lot of criminals running around here that's doing all kinds of things for attention and whatever on social media that we've been seeing. I don't know if we need to mention some of them. Some of them was part of the Trump administration and in other situations where they want to go in and break the law, or bend it to their whatever their needs or their will. And I just feel like I'm glad that she's taking the step. It's like, no, it's none of your business. You're just going to wait and see what we do. Now, this is a complex and sensitive criminal matter. The one thing that's been getting on my nerves is how media has been covering this. I think we were talking about the New York Times refuses to show his face. So we're not just going to talk about like the disparities of how most Americans are feeling right now in regards to the healthcare system, and the fact that United Healthcare is denying people or paying, helping to pay for things that people need. I just heard a recent story that came out where they're denying autistic children the care that they need. There was a autistic kid who was denied help from United Healthcare. So they're still out here doing the dirty things. So when you get these dumbasses like Sarah Haynes and some, oh, there is another way that we can go with that from The View, them clucking hens over there. I'm about sick of them. First of all, they need to take that damn show off. I'm really at this point where, you know what, they need to cancel The View because a lot of them don't know what the hell they're talking about, specifically Whoopi. And no shade, but I'm going to tell y'all something. I do believe that the reason why Annie is not doing well is because Whoopi's a part of it. One of my coworkers said she's terrible up there as Miss Hannigan. Another person was saying, like, you know what? I think a lot of times, during the week, the parents are not having a way to take them to go see this play. But also, it's like, I do think that because of what they're saying over there at The View, it is hurting them, this show. I do think that she is a problem with being a part of that. But that's a whole that y'all wanted to cancel for that. That's what y'all going to have to deal with. But a lot of them, I'm noticing what they're talking about over there, they don't know what they're talking about. And I feel like because of these companies, these corporations that rain down, or they're worried about being sued, or whatever the case was, that nobody really wants to go in and have these conversations. The real enemy here is United Healthcare. And the fact that they're killing, the father died, and now he's not, going to be able to spend time with their children on Christmas. Yeah, we're aware of that. We know killing is bad. Murder is bad. I think we all learned that when we come out of our parents' cootie cat. Or if your mama had a C-section out of her, the lower part of her stomach, depending on how you was born. Not everybody can do a vaginal birth. But we know the conversation of like, when you have a child, and you come into the world and people teach you the difference between right and wrong, that murder is a bad thing. First of all, it says in the 10 Commandments, as somebody who grew up Catholic, thou shalt not shouldn't those rules apply to those people that sit over there in suit and ties, acting like the damn mob, the middleman in between the doctor and, the insurance companies jumping in and saying that we don't want to pay all of this money. We don't want to pay to take care of people who have pre-consisting or non-pre-consisting issues or health issues in this country. Why are we the only country in America where we're supposed to have all this money and we're the biggest country in the free, the freest country, land of the free, home of the brave, and all this other stuff, but we have the shittiest goddamn healthcare. But when you go to other places, they have universal healthcare. They don't have the issues that we have. Even in underdeveloped countries, they have better healthcare than us. So why is it a problem here? Oh, because we have to continue to profit over people. How many bodies have died? How much blood does someone like United Health have on them regarding how much care that they've denied to people in this country? But we can't have that conversation. We know that death, us having this conversation does not mean that we're condoning what Luigi did. However, and there should always be a but in after you say, I think killing is bad. Killing is wrong. I feel like I'm in a South Park episode. Killing is bad. Okay. Like, we know that killing is a bad thing. But, I understand why he did what he did. And yes, just because he comes from money, just because his family is wealthy, doesn't mean that wealthy people do not deal with the same disparities regarding the healthcare system that those of us who are non-wealthy. So it's the corporate greed behind places like United Healthcare that we need to look into. They need to be taken out completely. I'm talking about as a corporation. They should not have a hand in this whole situation. There should be healthcare for all in this country. Why is it? And then people, well, Obamacare was a great. No, it wasn't. It's a small little band-aid that I put on the situation. Obamacare is not the greatest little thing. It's a little something. But it's not a whole, it's not a lot of things. It's something, not all the things, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to find an interesting way to put a spin on that. But it's like, it's a little something. It's not the greatest, but it's at least we got something, right? And we shouldn't be in a situation where, well, at least you got a little something. No, people should be able to have it, especially if it's like cancer. Cancer is the worst thing you possibly get, and then these things are not going to cover that. United Healthcare is a cancer on this country. It really is, and on our healthcare system. So why can't we have that conversation? So we know that murder is bad. So all them idiots up there sitting up there talking about this, especially Sarah Haynes, who was sitting up there talking about, well, I could understand why people did what they did, but this bitch had the nerve, the absolute unlitigated gall to have to read it off a goddamn card. You can watch the episode; it's all over the internet. When they talked about it during the Hot Topics, if y'all watch the show. You had to read something off a card to be able to empathize with people. So it's like, bitch, you don't relate to none of us. None of y'all do. The only one up there that I felt that was close enough to being able to understand where we were coming from with this was Sunny Hostin. Number one, her husband is a doctor. I believe a surgeon. So he understands how the medical industry works. Number two, she's a woman of color who had to pull herself up by the bootstraps to get where she is, coming up from the Bronx. That's sort of, and some of her policies and things she talks about I don't agree with, but I could definitely see like she will understand. I remember when I was talking about this whole thing about Whoopi Goldberg and Anna Navarro getting into it over this thing about Trump and I posted a clip on TikTok. I had somebody in the comments who was like, something in regard because of what was it? Anna said something about that we come from a place of privilege, so we can't relate to certain things when they was talking about in that conversation. And somebody tried to say, oh well, black women, what kind of what kind of a situation can they get from a place of privilege? Where I said, Whoopi ain't no typical regular black woman. She's not Keisha from around the way. Whoopi Goldberg is somebody who has been in the industry for 4 decades and has made a shit ton of money and is a part of the 1%. Yes, she be bitching and moaning about paying her damn taxes, but she don't relate to how the rest of us is working out in the real world. And when they was talking about this whole thing regarding Luigi and money and the system and the whole thing about healthcare and stuff, she couldn't relate. She didn't know what the hell she was talking about. I don't know what kind of strain of weed she's on, but she need to get up off it. Oh, I don't know if that Manjaro is affecting her damn brain, but she need to get off that too. So I feel like if we're going to have these conversations about this whole thing, we should be able to have a nuanced conversation to talk about both sides. Yes, we know murder is bad. Yes, we know it's wrong for him to have taken that thing, but sometimes violence is the only answer that we have. So when she up there about we're not a country that where you go around doing violent things, it's like, yes the fuck we are. This whole country is built on violence. The massacre of Native Americans, indigenous people, you want to call it that. So you're not going to sit up here and try to act like this country wasn't built on violence. This country was stolen based off of the genocide of indigenous people. So we're going to go there, white woman. We need to have that conversation. Yeah, it didn't affect you because your cracker ass is not being affected by all of this. Yeah, when people say this shit, it gets on my goddamn nerves. So when it's like, when you're a white person, you cannot relate to having to deal with these things, I'm going ham in regards to that conversation. So yeah, you're not going to sit up here and say, well, we're better at this. Okay, Karen, are we? Because last time I checked, the White House in this country was not only, well, I was going to say the White House, and it was built by slaves. And then you have indigenous people who were murdered, massacred, so you can still lay land. So we're going to sit up here and act like we're better than this, are we? Because we're not. The very foundation of this country is based off of colonization and genocide. So if we're going to have this conversation, we're going to have it. That's why I'm so glad I'm not part of corporate media, because the funny thing was, if I was up in there in that corporate media world and I was saying all of this, I'd probably get fired. Which I'd be like, that's fine. I'll just go the independent route. And have to probably ask y'all to tip me some money. Because that'd be the only way I'd be able to pay my bills. But for the most part, it's like, yeah, you're not going to have me up in that corporate matrix of me spreading lies and misinformation and reading shit off a damn cue card just so that way I have to constantly worry about, well, I might get fired today because some Zionist or somebody up top that doesn't agree with what I'm saying, and they're worrying about losing their Metamucil ads, and this one getting pulled and that getting pulled, and I can't say have a real conversation that people want to hear. So you're sitting there spreading these lies to people on your networks, and how it irritated me how shows like The View, the New York Times, all these other places are going up here making Luigi into this disgusting human and trying to desecrate his character, bring up his family's past and all that other stuff to be like, well, he could have just taken his, money or whatever the case was and built a situation where he could have helped people. This is the dumb shit Sarah said. And I'm like, really? Because, and it was like, well, like his grandfather. But how many years ago was that his grandfather built these things to help the nursing homes and all that other stuff? That was probably like 40, 50, maybe 60 years ago. So we're going to have a conversation about maybe how the world was different 60 years ago plus now. Like I've talked about, like when people want to buy a home. Back when my parents first bought a home that I grew up in, it was like $30,000 that you needed to be able to buy a house. That was already, my mother told me, was in foreclosure. So you bought the house, it was cheap, and you just put in money to fix it up. You want to know how much a house costs now? It's not going to be $30,000. You have to have $500,000 to be able to buy a house now, especially in New York City. Or New York, I should say, not New York City, because there's barely any houses in the city. There's fucking buildings that they continue to build that people can't even afford to live in because your studio apartment is $3,500. So we're going to have the conversations like, realistically, yeah, we're all going to save up our money and be able to build this thing and help make the world a better place. Well, sis, we live in the real world, not the Matrix. So I don't know what honky-dory, howdy-doody, type of planet you live on, sis, but this is not Andy Griffith. Like, we don't live in that world. I live in the real world. And people can barely pay to buy groceries, which we're not even going to get into about how Trump said that he able to bring the grocery prices down. Now he went and backtracked now that he's president and said, I can't do that. Like, I can't bring and people are pissed. I'm like, so you really thought he was going to bring down the price of eggs? And the reason why the egg prices was so damn high was because of E. coli. It had nothing to do with the fact of Joe Biden raised the prices on eggs. When people actually did their research on Google and things of that nature, they would know these things. Or, really read into certain, situations. So I feel like I just went on this whole tangent on all this other stuff because I was reading something and I was like, let me see if I can find it. I hope so there was somebody, why things are so damn expensive. So it's like, 4 meatpacking companies control approximately 85% of the U.S. meat market. Tyson Foods, JBS, I think it's Cargill, and National Beef. 4 airlines control 80% of air travel. These companies are American, Delta, Southwest, and United. 3 companies control 92% of the soft drink market: Coca-Cola Company, PepsiCo, Inc., and Keurig Dr. Pepper, Inc. Why don't we hear about it? Because 6 media companies control 90% of the news: GE/Comcast, News Corp, Disney, Viacom, Time Warner, and CBS. So, you're not going to get the real tea from things because you have small conglomerates who swallow up all of the things. So, this is why at some point we have to do mainstream media. People aren't tuning into mainstream media. A lot of us independent people have to go on social media and give y'all the information. And I always try to come on and think of myself, I'm not a journalist. I didn't go to journalism school. However, I've always thought about, you know what? I really feel like critical thinking is a dying thing, and people really need to get the right information out there. So I was trying to make my due diligence to bring y'all the stuff. So we don't even need to go into why he, you know, what was the charges and all this stuff. But I will say this. Luigi is scheduled to appear in a preliminary hearing in Pennsylvania on December 23rd regarding the charges related to a 3D printed gun and fake ID. So he's also currently being held without bail. And also, but I did hear that people was talking about they wanted to pay his bail. There were people outside chanting "Free Luigi" outside of the prison, where I think he's being held. And because I saw Newsmax posted something or another like that on social media. So they also said 2 other attorneys from Agnifilo and Trader are representing Diddy in the criminal case against him, where he was charged with, the stuff he was charged with. So yeah, that's the information on that right now. And I should also point out, just to wrap this up, is that for 7 years, she was the second in command at the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. She worked under Cyrus Vance Jr., who was known for going after former film producer Harvey Weinstein, as well as Donald Trump. So this should be an interesting trial. And like I said, if they take this to trial, it's going to be real hard trying to find somebody that isn't going to be just, Team Luigi on this. Because it's like, yeah, we know, like I said a million times already, and I'm tired of having to drive this home, but apparently we have to, because people always try to take words and twist them. We are not condoning murder. Murder is never the answer for things, but sometimes I understand you got to take drastic measures in order to wake people the hell up. And it's funny how on The View, this goes to show they live in this damn bubble. They were like, oh, it's not going to change anything. Really? Because I've been seeing all over New York City, they've been putting up wanted ads for a lot of CEOs. So, and I don't condone that. I do think it's wrong when y'all send them here like this one's next, that one's next, and then they locked up some woman that put up the code or whatever the hell that thing was, and they got her in jail over her over a threat. She didn't even do it. So now we doing Minority Report stuff to people. We predicted murders before they happen. So that's what they did with that. And I was like, she should be able to get out and sue, because I don't know how you holding somebody without bail and arresting them over because she was done dirty by her insurance company and she did the deny depose thing, and now they want to lock her up because of that. It's like, y'all can't be out here locking people over a threat. She didn't commit the crime. When the people commit the crime, then you lock their ass up. Not, you don't try to do it because we got a leg over and y'all was left dumb. And there's another thing too, like there's something that there's a lot of slippery stuff in here that don't make sense to me. So they found a DNA all over the place, but you couldn't find the damn man until somebody snitched on him at the McDonald's. And I am cackling over the fact that person that snitched ended up getting fired, and you ain't get your damn money. So that's what you get for being a snitching ass bitch. So I say all this to say, think of this story, because I know it was a lot. But you can't just do this story in like a little 5-second TikTok clip and just think you're going to get all the nuance and all the things that you need to get in regards to the topic. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Okay. So, excuse me. He said, Luigi, he's handsome, but I can't give my limited attention span to alleged killers while I'm trying to secure a boyfriend to take on. Okay. And look, it's like, and one of the things I hate, because it's another thing too, like, if Sailor Mermaid is in the comments, he and I could vouch, because we was going in on the same bitch. Eventually, I had to block his ass, because I was like, you know what? Go over there and you keep licking the boot of these healthcare companies. Because he was like, well, I was in the healthcare industry and you don't know what I said, bitch, first of all, and I didn't even put this in the comment. I just was like, fuck you when I blocked you. But my very first job was working in the medical industry as a telecommunications operator at the Hospital for Joint Disease. That was my very first job while I was still in high school. So when this person was up in here trying to act like I don't know what I'm talking about in regards to medical industry, I don't need to get my information from TikTok. I don't need to be able to just, have to read something to know stuff. Now, don't get me wrong. I do read to get my information, but I worked in the medical industry for 3 years. So when people up in here trying to think I don't know what I'm talking about, I make sure that I know what I'm talking about before I come up on here and start saying stuff. So the one thing that was irritating is that everybody was on a moral high horse and stood up in there talking about, Well, oh, if he looked like Shrek or whatever the case was, because even Chris Rock, stupid ass, jumped on that argument. Well, if he looked like Jonah Hill, nobody would be in the same thing. Okay. Yes, we know he's attractive. Yes, his alleged penis pics are all over social media now. Google Schmool, you can see him. That's a whole, we ain't even getting into that. But so yes, he is attractive. But that's not the only thing we're focusing on. Maybe people need to just focus on the fact that yes, we're having the conversation around the discrepancies between insurance companies and our shitty medical industry in America. Why can't we have that conversation? Y'all just want to stick to the surface. Oh, he's cute. Oh, murder's bad. I'm like, do you not have the brain cells or the bandwidth to even compute beyond that? That's what I don't understand. So it's like, yeah, he's good looking. That's a plus. He can't help that he's cute. It's just genetics. But we're literally sitting here having, well, at least I am. I'm having the conversation about, the discrepancies of how our medical industry and the insurance companies are the real enemy. They're the real murderers. He only killed one person. United Health is the damn serial killer. He said, remember, Whoopi defends 10 and child, don't even get me started with her and that. They still reading her over that. United Healthcare is the fourth largest public allied traded company in America. Their business is money, not healthcare. Absolutely. And that's all they care about. They care less about your health, just your premium payments. The dead CEO was, where the rest of it? You said, I heard the Woo. Wait, what? Lou Lounge is popping up on Saturdays. Luigi should stand on principle and do the same for his crime. You took a life and now you want to lie about it. And you said, I agree with you on The View, but if they have a large audience, yeah, well, there's not going to go anywhere. The only thing I just hate about The View is the fact that you could just obviously see the blueprint of the BS that they're being spoon-fed by them damn producers and the people up top. And then the fact that, people like my parents watch The View. So they're not on social media like I am, getting the real information and being fed the right information. They're on social media. They're on their little TV screens, spoon feeding people a surface version of stuff and not really having genuine conversations about the real discrepancies in this country. And I feel like that networks should have the freedom to do that, but they're not because of who their corporate sponsors are and who owns them. And like we was talking about the people that own these channels with the Disney and the Comcast and Viacom and all that other stuff. So when you're owned by these people, you can't really get up on and say what you want, which is why when they have conversations about TikTok, and it's like they try to, or when they have, I'm trying to remember that one of the conversations they were having, about, they did a topic about how like a lot of people are leaving mainstream media and getting their information from us independent pundits. And the way they were trying to talk down on us, that was another thing that rubbed me the wrong way. And it's like, well, people up on here with the misinformation, blah, blah. I said, y'all be doing misinformation too. So what are you talking about? But yeah, there are people up here who have, what they say in Spider-Man, with great power comes great responsibility. There are people up here who are really doing the work and giving you the real information. Where we have like David Pakman, and you have, well, I know some people have an issue with him and some of the things he says. There are people who are out here giving y'all the misinformation, like Jank and that dumbass bitch that he sits with over there at the Young Turks. They're a hot mess. Not, they're grifters. Same thing with Joe and Mika. They're grifters going over here with any opportunity where they can continue to grift the money out of the people. They're going to spread the lies. I do love the fact that, some people did wake up and went in on Ben Shapiro with the stuff that he was online saying. Now he's been able to feed y'all lies and grift and tell y'all a bunch of BS over the years in regards of like him being a Zionist and all that other stuff. The minute he tried to come up in here and do that little flip over there on, Luigi, they dragged his ass. And I was living for every minute of it. And then you got Joe Rogan out here flip-flopping. So yeah, you have your irresponsible ones. And then there are people out here who are really doing the work, which is Brian Tyler Cohen. I always mess up his name. Sabby Sabs is another one. She definitely, a sister who'll be out here really spilling the tea. So y'all need to watch her. There's a bunch of people out here who are really giving us Tennessee Brando. I like him. He's like a guy from Tennessee who, well, obviously, because I said Tennessee Brando, who's like who pretty much goes in. So, we have some rebels out here, the people that are really doing the work, but they try to paint off. Yeah, you need to come to you need to come to the New York Times. You need to come to us to get the real. No, y'all are not giving the real tea. We know what y'all doing. Who y'all owned by? Who tells y'all what to say? Who hand up your ass, or whose hand you got up your ass, I should say. So Luigi has spinal fusion surgery, which is quite expensive, and most people without insurance. Most people without insurance can't afford spinal fusion surgery, but Luigi had it and he's still dealing with the pains because of that. So yeah, the money and everything has been taken care of. Maybe he comes from a place of privilege, so he was able to afford to pay for it. But yeah, when you still have the spinal fusion surgery, and yeah, even though your family's able to cover it because of what your grandfather built, and you still dealing with pain, it don't matter how much money you have. The reality is, I'm dealing with pain. And I need this pain to stop. And I can't be out here taking medications because of the side effects. Going to turn me into a zombie. Then I got to get fat. Then I got to do all these other things. And you already see that boy is already good looking. So he prides himself on his body and doing physical activities. And so it's beyond the whole, oh yeah, his rich upbringing and stuff. It's the fact that this boy is dealing with a lot of pain. And so that's the relatability. I saw that you posted something about this, but I didn't listen to it yet. So did you hear the long-awaited collaboration by Kylie and Prince? Mm-hmm. Oh, he aggravated the shit out of me. Definition of a bootlicker. Oh, excuse me. Wait, who we talking about? When you talking about the aggravation, because I was talking about so much. I remember, like I tell you, once I go on this roll and all this adrenaline is coming through and I'm saying stuff, I'll probably have to go back and watch it. But I'm like, who we talking about? Who are you talking about, Willis? It's not really large. It doesn't take much for a show on mainstream TV to get ratings. Even back, well, yeah, it's probably like they bring in what 1 or 2 million, which yeah, kind of isn't a lot, but especially in daytime TV, is like slim pickings. I mean, what you got on there? Kelly Clarkson, Screaming for Hudson, Drew Barrymore, Sherry Shepherd, Kelly Ripa and her husband. Not a lot of shows, a lot of good daytime shows on TV. So yeah, I think in a way, like especially like back in the day, it's not a lot of the shows. It doesn't really take much. Friends was 22 to 35 million when it aired on NBC Network. Can you imagine a show trying to accumulate that kind of money? I mean, that kind of ratings numbers today? It would never happen. So the view would be less of that, probably 12 million a day. Could be. Candace Owens got slammed as well. So that's why I said it's like they really think it's like any other time you could spoon feed them the BS. But when it comes to this it's funny, we don't get universal health care, but this is a universal issue, especially in America. And so when you get these grifters like Kundis and like Ben Shapiro who try to jump on and act like they relatable, when we see what y'all doing, it's like, no, sis, you're wrong and you're going to get cursed out. And so everybody can relate. So, and then it's sad because you have like places like in the Rust Belt that are ones that are really suffering from all of this. Is he into his wife? Kyle Kuzansky he's another one too. Kyle Kuzansky is another one. First of all, he's a cutie. And I like him with the blonde hair. But I like him too. He's another one that I watch that talks a lot about progressive politics. And yeah, I did see that car video that he did. That's where I found out the information about the autistic kid. So where he was denied health, I was going to say universal health care, which we don't get in this country. So clearly he would have been denied because we don't even have that. But he was denied help by United Healthcare is what I meant to say. But yeah, Kyle's a cutie, and I like the bleach blonde hair from him. That's somebody who's beach blonde, bad built, butch body, because he is a butch man and badly built. His love life as a DL top was it? Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. First of all, yeah, because it's like, as somebody who identifies as a top, when you hunching, there's a lot of movement we got to do. I don't just be laying there like no dead fish. My name is not Mariah Carey. I actually do stuff in the bedroom. So, yeah, but if I got to be moving, it's like if I'm in pain and my spine, you need your spine, child, in order to be able to give you mobility. If I'm in such pain, it's like, yeah, it's gonna hurt my sex life. But then I heard somebody bring up something or other was saying like, oh yeah, when it comes to your sex life, then if the lack of sex causes you to become a killer. I'm like, really? So is that what y'all trying to say? Because he lacked in the sex, because he wasn't having a lot of sex, that caused him to become violent? That's like that to me is like the video game argument. Like video games turn kids into killers or whatever. I'm like, that's bullshit. I play video games and I ain't never thought about killing them. Well, well, that's a lie. Number one, who hasn't thought about killing somebody? But actually doing it, I can't, no, I would never take the life of somebody. Now, to sit up and say, have I thought about it? Of course I've thought about it. I'm sure there isn't a person breathing right now who hasn't thought about killing somebody that worked their root canal nerve. We all have thought about it. My thoughts on Luigi pleading insanity, I haven't heard anything about that, but if he has, child, you know you lying. Pleading insanity? Now, you know damn well you wasn't out of your mind when you was doing it, but then they would have to prove that. Does he have a history of mental health issues? Or is that just the main thing you white people going through? I just feel like, you know what, if y'all take this to trial and people go and say like, you know, you can't find out one person who hasn't related to being gone through bankruptcy, who had to lose all of their savings just so that way they can get the health care that they need. Thank God, not wood, that I have not had no issues of any kind of health issues in life. That's why I just be real careful about that, because I'm one of those that would fear that my insurance, if I was to get any kind of bad whatever, I don't want to say anything specific because I don't want to call that into my situation, but how would I be able to pay for that? Or if I have my insurance, would my insurance be able to cover it? Like, these are things that I think like a lot of average Americans are thinking about right now. Why was the McDonald's worker fired, and why didn't he get the reward money? No, I don't. You try to be funny. Talk about what I want to. No, we don't need to start a GoFundMe for them, because you should have minded the damn business that was paying you minimum wage. That's what you should have been doing, and not trying to go up in here because you was being greedy. I think it was fired because they did it during work hours. I think that's probably what it was. Oh wait, yeah, that was another thing too, is the fact that because they was out here being a snitch, that they got review bombed. The place was put under threats of violence, and I think they fired the person because you put your job at risk for being greedy. And they're going to put the company, and this is what people don't realize, is they will always put the company before you. So this is why I don't understand why people go hard for these companies or work too damn hard for these corporations, when they would chew you up and spit you out in no time flat. All them years you put into the job, and then you have, under a drop of a hat, they fire you. So yeah, there's that, and it's like they can't be affording to keep security and stuff in these places. Now I'm trying to think, like in certain food spots, do they have security in there? I think in certain food spots they have had security, because it just be ghetto, depending on where you are. I've seen security in like fast food spots, which I've always found to be weird, but I guess depending on where they place it. But now they gentrifying a lot of spots. Like I was telling y'all, in Queens on Jamaica Avenue, they just put a damn oh my God, I just forgot about what's the name of that bland chicken spot, and it's not Chick-fil-A. It's another one, but they have a Shake Shack and stuff out there too. So yeah, the other team. So yeah, they're gonna put their company before the people. They don't give a damn. But anyway, let's move on and let's talk about Will Smith, who is basically saying keep his name out of your mouth when it pertains to the rumors that he has frequented the Diddlers notorious freak-offs. Because he was like, I had nothing to do with that. Y'all gonna keep me out of this mess. So, during a performance at the Observatory North Park in San Diego, California on December 12th, the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air alum addressed the claims that he was involved in the freak-offs and, the parties that the diddler allegedly held. So now they said that the world we're in right now, it's really hard for y'all to discern what's real and what's true. This is what he told the crowd via TMZ. He said, I've been seeing y'all memes and stuff. I see the memes. Some of that stuff is funny. Some of it's funny. Now, the 56-year-old said that while he hadn't addressed the allegations publicly, he wanted to do so emphatically, adding, I just want to say this very clearly. I don't have ish to do with Puffy. I just love how they just be calling him by that old name, because Wendy Williams called him Puffy too. He says, so you can all stop them memes. Stop all that BS. He continued he said bullish. I ain't been nowhere near that damn freak off. Listen, I do enough of my own ish. Don't be putting me in other people's bullish. He added, I ain't been nowhere near that man. I ain't did none of that stupid ish. Well, he was cussing a lot, sir. But some people would be like, well, a hit dog a holler. And Diddy would be like, take that. And I'd be like, I believe him. I don't think that Will Smith has frequented a freak off. I think that anytime anybody is equated or in a picture with Diddy, and y'all have to realize Diddy was everywhere. Diddy was, especially when you're in music, and y'all have to also remember Will Smith is a rapper. He was a rapper before he was an actor. He was a bad actor in the beginning, but the good thing was he stepped his pussy up and became a well-respected actor because he put in the work. But in regards to that whole situation, it's like, yeah, Diddy was Diddy was everywhere. Diddy had his hands in every pot. Diddy was in the music, the movies, world. He wasn't acting, but he was in the movie stuff. He was in, a mogul in television with Revolts and all that other stuff. So Diddy was everywhere. So you were going to have a Diddy encounter somewhere. And just because you're in a picture with someone does not necessarily mean you frequented a freak off. And I love the fact that, Will Smith was like, yeah, I've been around and all this other stuff, but I be doing my own freaky stuff, but I wasn't at no damn freak off. And he even said that some of the memes was funny. I had a cackle at it. So I love when somebody has, a sense of humor and all that. But, the Miami single who is dad to kids Jaden, Willow, and Jada Pinkett, with Jada Pinkett Smith, as well as Trey, who's 32, from ex Sheree Zampino. He also joked about the 1,000 bottles of baby oil that was seized from Combs' home, according to an unsealed federal document saying, I don't even like baby oil. Now, why the stuff he's saying is funnier than what was in that damn Jamie Foxx comedy special. Now, Spears' comments dissing himself and Combs comes just days after Jay-Z was named in a refiled SA civil suit on December 8th of being accused of R-wording a 13-year-old girl alongside Combs in 2000. Now, I did hear the story about the 13-year-old recently did an interview and something or another, and she came out as autistic. I don't know what that got to do with the fact that you was allegedly R-worded by two music moguls and two rappers. Well, we can put a question mark around Diddy rap skills, but like he said, I don't write rhymes, I write checks. So there's that. But in regards to the whole situation and the inconsistency they were saying in her story, and her father was saying that I don't recall any of the stuff that she talking about and all this other mess. Well, first of all, apparently you don't recall, but I'm like, how did the hell did your daughter get to Manhattan to go to try to finagle her way into the VMAs and eventually a party? So did you even know what the hell your kid was doing at the time? So you saying you don't recall nothing? Do you even recall what your child was doing at the time? But that's a whole nother conversation. Like I said earlier, I'm not going to really dive into that story because I haven't read up on all the details to really speak on it. But I'm just going by some of the little things I've been hearing through the grapevine. And, regarding that and what was in this story regarding about the whole Jay-Z situation. So we know Jay-Z denied the claims and basically saying that they implored them to file a criminal complaint, not a civil one. I don't know the legalities behind the difference between a civil case and all other stuff, but I guess I'm going to have to read up on that. Or maybe I think we did talk about that a little bit in the last show, but child, look, I recite so much information on the show, I can't remember what today is. So now whoever they said would commit such a crime against a minor should be locked away, blah, 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 so on and so forth. So And I do agree with that. Now, do I think that Will Smith has participated in any of the freak-offs? No. I said that earlier. I do not think that Will Smith may have partaken. You know, y'all can say many of the stories about him allegedly hunching Dwayne Martin. We heard them stories. And we already heard the stories about Diddy hunching men, which that tea has been spilled throughout Hollywood since back when Wendy Williams was on the radio. So we do believe that Diddy get Butch Queen teas. I do believe that Will Smith also get Butch Queen teas. Now, do I believe that Jamie Foxx, who been trying to distance himself from the situation as well, may have been to them freak-offs? I do. It's funny, I don't believe that Will Smith did, but I do believe that Jamie Foxx has. So I'm not putting nothing past Miss Mamas, because how you have a brain bleed in your head and all other stuff? Because it was like, yeah, all them years you doing that allegedly, that booger sugar and many other things, and you partying hard. Trust to believe he been in them Diddy parties, and so has the little short one, the one that called himself a comedian, Kevin Hart. And an actor. So I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story? Do y'all think that Will Smith was attending the freak-offs? Child, I am scared to read what Driver Seat has to say on this, because I know he's about to say something silly. You know, one of the friends of the show. Excuse me. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Hold on. I feel I'm about to call from a damn lung. Okay, now speaking of comments, let's get to them. Keep your name out of my mouth. It will cost you a slap. Okay. The McDonald's worker called the police instead of the tip line. Yeah, that was another thing too. You're supposed to call 977 tips. I did say that the last time we talked about. I was like, you were supposed to call 977 tips, not 911. And that's why you ain't get the money, you dummy. That's what you get when y'all let greed overtake common damn sense. Most ethical doctors would warn patients about the risk associated with back surgery. It doesn't take much to agitate the clamps in your spine. Physical therapy is an alternative, which is also going to cost you a lot of money and a lot of years. And I think that somebody had that similar. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot to mention this. So somebody at my job told me that I believe their wife had a similar surgery that Luigi went through. And they said that it was everything was fine in the beginning with the surgery, whatever. Couple of years, like 3 years or whatever. I think they were doing the therapy, the physical therapy, all that stuff. Then 3 years later, the pain started back up again. And then it was like, oh, well, there's nothing that we could do. So it's like, you're getting the surgery. It's a temporary situation. Then it's like the pain is starting to resurge because you never know. Some people sit and say that cold weather can agitate certain things when it comes to, pains that you may have, or rain. Some people have those situations depending on like different shifts in the weather. So yeah, I could spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on some life-changing surgery, but then you have to worry about the risk of, oh yeah, then the doctor's, well, there's nothing that we could do. And then you're just stuck, dealing with this issue. So yeah, there's that. So, I was like, did we, so yeah, that was pertaining to what was said. Oh, you said most ethical doctors will warn patients about the risks associated with back. So yeah, that's what I was basically alluding to. Is that yeah, there are going to be risks associated with getting surgery on your back and certain any kind of issues that has to do with bone and joints and that sort of thing. Because especially when it comes to your spine. Like your whole spine is what keeps you moving. Like your spine, the spine is connected to the brain. Like the nerves and stuff in your brain and all the stuff is all coming down from in here and down your neck with the spine and all the nerve endings. All of that is connected to the brain, where the brain tells certain things. Like especially my brain is telling my hand and my arm and all that stuff to move, and it's like subconsciously, we're not even thinking about it. It doesn't take much to agitate the clamps in your spine. Physical therapy, yeah. So it's like you're dealing with all those alternatives. So it says, I still want to know how Gloria Estefan was able to successfully recover from her spinal injury, because remember, her back is held in rods and such. Well, it's like she don't really move. Well, she don't even perform anymore. So she may have recovered, but I'm sure that there's issues that she has that she probably doesn't talk about. It would be nice to hear her have this, like somebody ask her about this in a conversation if she was to do an interview. It's like, yeah, you remember you were in that horrific bus accident and you had your surgery. So she did recover. Like she's able to be mobile and move, and she probably went through years of physical therapy. But and her being an artist, she was able to, afford all that. But I'm sure she had to jump into other avenues so that way she could be able to sustain her lifestyle. So I'm sure that she's developed other things. She probably allows people to sample her music and all that other stuff. And I'm sure that she's been doing things with her husband behind the scenes too. And plus I know she's charitable. So she's a socialite out in Miami. So I'm sure that she probably still has her issues too. Because look, at her age, her and Emilio ain't hunching. So not saying that older people don't have sex, because if you believe Madonna, she want everybody to think she out here hunching them children. But anyway, let's move on and let's talk about Tory Lanez, who basically said that his only regret about that fateful 2020 night, which got his behind locked up, for pow-powing or pulling a Harlem Night scene on Megan Thee Stallion, was the fact that he wouldn't have left Kylie Jenner's house and would have spent more time with her. So Tory Lanez revisited the night of his shooting incident, basically going to tell his flawed side, involving Megan Thee Stallion on Friday's release, Handling Business. Because that's the song that he released on Friday 13th. Now, on the track, which arrived in collaboration with DDG, anyway, the Say It artist spat, "Shorty, my city talk about me highly. Know that these B words never can deny me. Only one thing I regret on that night is jumping up out of the pool with Kylie." Well, look, the word on the curb was the reason why Megan got pissed because she was drunk, allegedly, with Kelsey being there and Kelsey being a flip-flopping ass bitch too. Shout out to Beyonce for that line from the Renaissance era. But apparently the reason was that Tory, who was allegedly, well, we couldn't find out that they actually was hunching because Megan lied and said that they wasn't. When she got interviewed by who was it? Oprah's lesbian lover. When she was asked about it, she lied about it because she was like, she admitted that in the documentary that she did. And then, apparently she was drunk. She went into a jealous little situation because apparently Tory was trying to cozy up to Kylie. And we already know them Kardashian or them Kardashian, whatever the hell you want to call them, easily lay it low and spread it wide to any other black person with a penis attached to them. Them Kardashians will spread their legs wide for one. So I don't know what the status of Kylie's relationship was with her baby father or her man or whoever she was hunching at the time, because I don't think she was with Timothy Chalamet at that point. But apparently Tory was, had a couple of drinks, so probably Lord else knows what else he was putting up in his body, was being flirtatious with her, and Megan was getting in her feelings. And so that's why they left. There was a fit of rage. They got in the car, allegedly. And then, there was Megan, Kelsey, and the bodyguard. They went and left the house. They got in the car. Then the whole argument transpired. Maybe she was belittling him, calling all sorts of, names by his manhood, whatever. You know how these girls are when they mouth. But that still don't give you the right to pull out a weapon and pow somebody in the damn foot like you Eddie Murphy and she Della Reese from some damn Harlem Nights. Now, later in Lane's verse, he rapped, "I'm even coming home sooner than I think. They thought that I wasn't recording inside of a cell." Where's the rhyme in that? And then also, it's like, who said you coming home? Because you've been trying so hard to retry this case. And people keep side-eyeing you over the accusations and the allegations that you keep putting out regarding it. So what are you talking about, Willis? Now, they wanted to say that to provide context, Lane, who sentenced on 3 felony charges in 2023, shot Megan in the feet. It was the foot. Well, I think was it one or both feet that she was shot in? But they said feet, so I'm assuming two. They said during a heated argument in July 2020, the altercation took place not long after the pair, along with the Houston native's former best friend Kelsey Nicole and his bodyguard, left Kylie Jenner's Hollywood home. Now, later in Lane's verse, oh yeah, I read that part. So they said the Canadian singer was sentenced to 10 years in prison. So yeah, he's been sentenced to 10 years. Now, I don't know how you thinking that you getting out early, but if you have a wherewithal, because first of all, you say you didn't do it, then who did? So if you didn't commit the crime, but you're not going to snitch on who did, then clearly it was you. So you're not getting out unless there's a good behavior up for parole type situation where you are going to be able to get out. But you've been trying to retry this whole situation. Just, sir, just put your head down, do your bid, take the L, keep putting out your songs, hoping, fingers crossed, hope and pray that people actually go and pay for your stuff to help put some money on your commissary, and just keep it moving. So they about at the time of his sentencing in August of 2023, he was already credited with 305 days served, including time on house arrest and in jail. So, he was in, because during the trial and all the stuff, he was in jail and he was doing, they were adding the time on top of that. So I guess if there's a way that he can get out of prison, look, I don't feel no ways tired about it, but I'm just giving y'all the side of what I was thinking overall in this whole situation. So, I mean, he has yet to issue a formal apology. I guess he don't feel like that he did anything wrong. He said he's being wrongly convicted. So if you're going to say that you refuse to apologize for something that you didn't do, then who did it? Was it the bodyguard that shot her? Was it Kelsey that did it? Did bullets just fly out of the sky and all of a sudden there was some type of stigmata situation that happened and she just wound up bleeding from the feet? Like, what's going on? Miley was good. Like, if you're not going to sit up in here and tell what happened, then shut the fuck up, do your time, and when they let your ass out is when you be let out. But I'm tired of I'm tired of people like Tory just getting on the situation about I didn't do so. So did she shoot herself? If she did, then they could have checked her hand for gun residue. Like, what are you talking about? So, whatever, child. I'm over it. So I say all to say, what do y'all think of this damn story? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Tory Lanez is such a damn donkey. Like, I can't wait these airheads like him. But anyway, Miss Terrell D's in the building, said, didn't Gloria and her sisters used to have a talk show? Yeah, it was Gloria, I believe. Who else was it? Oh yeah, you said it was her sister, right? It was it might have been Gloria's sister, and then it was her daughter who had the show. A Jackson, talk to you later. He said, great show, Chris. You're so good at what you do. I have to go see you tomorrow, hopefully. Yeah, I'll see if I'll be able to come on tomorrow. Tomorrow there's a J. Cole show. I haven't been scheduled for it, but I was thinking that I wanted to go in and try to get on. Because J. Cole is doing a show at the Garden tomorrow. And I was like, and then Tuesday there's the Christmas party. So I'm thinking about doing that. But that's earlier in the day because there's an event afterwards. But I'm like, chill, I just hope that, well, there is going to be open bar. And I don't have to work, so I'm fine. But I'm just like, there's open bar, but then I know there's going to be people that probably have to work. Hopefully y'all just be responsible. And I was like, yeah, if y'all going to drink, don't be a mess. And if you got to work that shift later on that day, and put some gum in your mouth if y'all going to be drinking, because nobody want to smell alcohol up in their face. And then, they're going to go to the management and complain. Then you end up fired. So be smart about the Christmas party stuff. But me, I ain't working. So, and then Wednesday is the Drag Race premiere in New York. So I told you I'm going to that. Funny enough, I was able to work out getting that day off because I was worried because I was like, I was supposed to work the day of that. And I was supposed to be working the Annie show. But it worked out where a coworker wanted me to switch. So I did a double yesterday. I was exhausted because I did Jingle Ball. By the time I got home, I slept like 3 hours, had to get up, had to be at work yesterday for a Rangers game. And then it was a college basketball game was with UConn, University of Connecticut. They're big in regards to like their little, the championship or whatever the case was. And I've done a UConn game before. So There was a double shift with that, and then I was like, as soon as I got home, I put The Dark Knight Rises on, and I went to sleep because I was like, I love the Batman movies, but I fell asleep on it. Next thing you know, Batman and Bane was watching me. So, yeah, so I'm trying to figure like how I'm going to work my whole schedule out this week. But yeah, definitely, I'm looking forward to Drag Race on Wednesday. 7 years ago, Star Wars was the last Jedi, and look. It has been too long since we've gotten a proper Star Wars movie. They need to figure out something. They seriously need to figure out something. But anyway. Okay, so let's get into this Paula Abdul story. With it looks like they settled this case between her and Nigel Lythgoe. Does that mean he's guilty? Or does that mean that he just didn't want it to go to trial and drag this whole thing out? Because I always wonder that. They always say like when people settle, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're guilty. So anyway, so Abdul filed a notice of settlement of the case in LA Superior Court on Thursday. It still must be approved by a judge, saying, I'm grateful that this chapter has successfully come to a close and is now something I can now put behind me. This is what Abdul said in a statement on Friday. This has been a long and hard fought personal battle. I hope my experience can serve to inspire other women facing similar struggles to overcome their own challenges with dignity and respect so that they too can turn the page and begin a new chapter of their lives. Now, his own statement, Lythgoe said, we live in a troubling time where a person is now automatically assumed to be guilty until proven innocent, a process that can take years. That is why, like Paula, I am glad to be able to put this behind me. I know the truth, and that gives me great comfort. Saying that, you know what, I decided to settle, and this is maybe another thing that I take issue with in our judicial system. Even if I didn't commit this crime that I'm being accused of, I don't want to spend years, especially at my big age, because when you look at Nigel, and I'm just speaking in general, Nigel, I believe, is in his 70s. Why the hell would he want to be spending years in court, going back and forth, trying to prove allegations of something that he says he did not do? But I guess some people just be like, you know what? If it's about your honor and integrity and your reputation, then you go and fight it. But it's years of being in court, millions of dollars or hundreds of thousands, close to $1 million, depending on how long you're going to be in court, spent on this case. So let me just get his bitch a little something. Oh, I'm sorry. No shade to Paula, but let me just get his, this is probably what he was thinking. Let me just get his bitch some damn money and she can leave me alone. That's probably what he was thinking. I was like, let me just settle. Because the people could say the same thing about Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson was doing these settlings and things, but I feel like that also opens a Pandora's box. So it's like, yeah, I just don't want to be in and out of court. I got way too much going on. Let me just settle. Let me just pay these people to leave me alone and go away, whatever the case is. Even though if I know that I didn't do what they did, they've taken advantage of me or whatever. I just want to just pay them, let them leave me alone, and then that's that. And they can't try the thing ever again. But then you open this Pandora's box where other people come in and claim that things have been done, and it's not true. So they said the court filing said that the settlement was unconditional but did not reveal the terms, and Paula's attorney Melissa Eubanks says she could not comment on them. The lawsuit filed nearly a year ago had also accused Lythgoe of S.A.ing Abdul after she left American Idol and became a judge on Lythgoe's other competition show, So You Think You Can Dance, which I actually loved when it was on back then, but now the show I feel like the show, like American Idol, lost its gusto and musto. It lost all the things. So Lythgoe said at the time that he was shocked and saddened by the allegations, which he called an appalling smear. Now, after other lawsuits were filed alleging misconduct, Lythgoe stepped down in January from his role as judge on So You Think You Could Dance. And I think they replaced him with, he's 75, by the way. They replaced him with JoJo Siwa, who had been a judge on the show before, but they brought her back on. Now, the 75-year-old English-born producer had been a prominent TV producer for decades in both the UK and the US, working on reality competition shows, including American Idol. And I had heard that Nigel's not the nicest person, but whatever. The Associated Press generally does not identify alleged victims of SA unless they come forward publicly, and as Abdul has done. And shout out to the Associated Press who report on this story, and this is where I took it from. So, Abdul, for those of you not familiar, she is a Grammy and Emmy award-winning singer and dancer, said in the lawsuit that she remained silent for years about the alleged assaults out of fear of retaliation by one of the most well-known producers of TV competition shows. And you have to think about it also is that Paula's music career was pretty much short-lived when she was, back in the day when she had like Forever Your Girl, Call Her a Slave. Like she had a lot of straight up, like she had a lot of really big hits. The problem was by the time she got to her third album, I believe, it's kind of like she kind of fell off. And her music really didn't have that kind of staying power like a Madonna or Cyndi Lauper or so many other girls that was up in those days. So she kind of fell into obscurity. And then American Idol came along where you had like a producer like Randy Jackson. Then you had Simon Cowell, who was the mogul. And then you had Paula, who was the pop star. So she was the mother hen, and she was able to revive her career that way through the competition. So I can understand like when your career is now been revived because of American Idol, you found your second, chance at life career wise through TV, and the money's better too, quiet as it's kept, versus being an artist where a lot of you end up broke because of the amount of money you have to pay. Unless you're a Madonna or a Beyonce or a Taylor Swift, then you're lucky enough to not be broke. There's a couple of others, but just giving you some of them at this point. And so it's like, yeah, she found it. So she don't want to rock the boat. So you're going to deal with allegedly all the things that goes on behind the scenes because it's like you're having this big career resurgence and the check is good. So you're going to keep your head down. You're going to be quiet. But when the opportunity presents itself, when you can spill tea and take this person down for what they did, then you did, and she did the opportunity, she struck when she needed to. She also alleged that the first essay occurred while Abdul and Lythgoe were on the road filming auditions for an early season of AI, which premiered in 2002. Abdul says Lythgoe groped her in the elevator of their hotel after a day of filming and began shoving his tongue down her throat. She pushed him away and ran to her hotel room when the elevator doors opened. In tears, she quickly called one of her reps to inform them of the assault, but ultimately decided not to take action for fear that Lythgoe would have her fired. She was a judge on the first 8 seasons, which, she ended up leaving in 2009. So, and then she also became a judge on So You Think Could Dance, which, no shade, I kind of felt like that's where she should have been versus American Idol, because quiet as it's kept, Paula was a better dancer than a singer. But, we have people who are just like, she's a performer. She's going to give you the spectacle. You don't need to have a great voice in order to give razzle dazzle. You can ask Janet, you can ask Jennifer Lopez, you can ask Brittany, because they're in that kind, and Sierra, so they all up in that same situation. And then, she said now around that time, she alleged in the lawsuit that Lythgoe forced himself on top of her during a dinner at his home and tried to kiss her. Abdul said she again pushed him away and immediately left. Abdul left the reality show after 2 seasons. She has not worked with him since. So there's that. So I say that. So that's what we have on it so far. We don't know the details. I hope the details will come out. But right now, that's all we got. So I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story regarding Paula Abdul's settlement case against Nigel Lythgoe? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. It's another show with bad ratings. Y'all say like The Voice, So You Think You Could Dance, and the other show, American Idol. Forever Your Girl was one of my first albums purchased, and Spellbound. And what was the name of the album where she had that song, My Love Is For Real, on there? That wasn't Spellbound, was it? Or was it? I don't remember. Look, I wasn't a big Paula fan. I liked her songs and I liked her videos, but I'm not really big. I wasn't big on the whole, album thing. I met her 5 years ago here and took pics with her. She is a sweetheart. Yeah, I believe it. I like Paula. And I loved her on American Idol. I liked her songs. I grew up listening to her. But, it was head over heels. Thank you. I will say this, I did buy that album. That's when I was old enough to get on the whole Paula Abdul bandwagon, and I was able to buy the record. But by that time, Paula's career was kind of on the outs. But I just love that. I just love the song and the video for My love is for real. But anyway, so speaking of pop stars, let's move on and talk about Madonna, who, child, she being a mess over here on social media by creating AI pictures of her and the Pope, and it looked like she had the Pope out here groping her and stuff. So yeah, with her latest little stunt, because Madonna loves attention, she's apparently divided fans over these AI generated photos. So yeah, here's the picture. Where it's like, and the funny part was, you look at this picture, she looks AI generated, which kind of got me wondering now. See, says you was out here trying to create AI generated photos of yourself with him. It kind of makes me wonder now with these overly filtered photos that we be talking about and criticizing her on, does she run her regular looking photos? Because I've seen Madonna up close recently. She does not look bad, but it feels like she's in this state of body and facial is there such thing as facial dysmorphia? But I just feel like the whole body dysmorphia thing, I guess we can incorporate the face with it, where it's like, yeah, says you're 66 years old, and we understand like y'all don't like seeing women age gracefully, especially if they're a pop star. You critique them if they don't have makeup on, or if they look and say, oh, you look old, or you look a mess, you got too much filler. We're so overly critical of people, and then there's this emphasis on youth. And I really would have loved to have seen Madonna age gracefully. I'm like, look, you can keep your body snatched. You can do a little, shot in the face with the bow ties. Because I already said, if the point ever came for me, that if I wanted, because I told you I had a conversation with a friend of mine. He was like, "Would you ever consider Botox?" I was like, "Yeah. If the opportunity, if the time ever came for me to have to use some Botox, I would definitely use it." Now, in regards to me trying to look like a blowfish, to the point where it's like you got so much filler and Botox in your face that you look crazy. You literally out here looking like the back of a baboon's ass. Then yeah, there's like a problem. So according to Us Weekly, it said Madonna, who's 66, shared what looked like a picture of the Pope, who's 87, embracing a pop icon via her Instagram story on Friday, December 13th. The image, which has since expired, read, "Feels good to be seen." Madonna also tagged the Instagram account of Rick Dick, who made the image. Dick also posted the image onto his account with the caption, "Ma, period, I, period, Donna, and the Pope. Thank you at Madonna, heart emoji." The image subsequently sparked online controversy. Well, with all the religious hypocrites. They're saying this is ridiculously disrespectful, one social media user wrote in the comment section, while others found it to be so weird and so creepy. Neither Madonna, Dick, nor the Vatican have publicly addressed the backlash. Now, Us Weekly has reached out for a comment. The artificial intelligence artist, however, did share screenshots of media coverage of the controversy via Instagram story on Saturday, December 14th. Madonna's name songs such as Like a Prayer and her tours have previously been criticized by Catholic figures for allegedly including religious allegories. Her 1990 Blonde Ambition tour was even boycotted by the Pope at the time, Pope John Paul II. Saying, "I was raised with the Catholic education. During the press conference, while I was busy promoting In Bed with Madonna, I was shocked to see myself attacked by the church because it was unable to understand how much my work was trying to produce something good." This is what she told Vanity Fair Italia in 2023. "I immediately realized that the problem was them, not me. The problem was them because they had not understood that my work as an artist united people, gave them freedom of expression, unity. It was the mirror of Jesus's teachings. Whoever attacked me was just a hypocrite." Well, I don't know if she should go that far with some of the people attacking you was hypocritical, but here's the thing, I was on board with her back in the day when it came to her using Catholicism and religious imagery as a way to show a mirror to the hypocrisies of organized religion, which I could totally relate to, because as someone who grew up Roman Catholic, a lot of the stuff that she was saying in a lot of her music and her visuals, I totally related to, and I totally got where she was coming from, and especially where the hypocrisies of how a woman was able to express her sexuality, and how she's ushered in this generation of women who now feel the need and the freedom to express their sexuality. Now it's at a point of her at her age of 66 being told that you can't be a sexual being at that age, and she's still fighting that system. Now, in regards of this, with the Pope, I do agree that I don't like the fact that, okay, now you're doing this as an attention grab. It's like, what are you really trying to say? Like when you're talking about the music and the visual art that she was putting into her stage presence, like equating the stripper thing with the crosses and don't it taste like holy water and equating vaginal secretion with holy water, like it's the holy liquid that a guy is doing when he's going downtown. Like I totally get the double entendres and the deeper meanings and all that stuff. Like I get it. I totally get where you was going with that, sis. But this AI generated photo where it looked like the Pope is touching your titties and you want to boost it, I don't get, and he's looking lustingly in your face. I don't get the point of what this means. Like whenever, like I said before, like when you're talking about Catholicism and using religion as a way to express your art and trying to show, like have a sociological conversation regarding the hypocrisies of religion and how we love violence, but we thumb our nose at sex, or we judge people for being sexual or gay or whatever the case is. I totally get that. But what is the message here? I feel like this is just you fighting for attention. When it says quiet as it's kept, what you need to be doing is getting your behind in the studio and putting out some music and not trying to be an attention seeker. Because what worked back then in regards to like the thirsting for attention, I just feel like you're trying to find your way through the muck. And now it does come across as tone deaf. It comes across a bit cringy. And you know, I live for Madonna. But like I said on this show, I'm not just going to be biased just because I'm a fan of somebody and just let them get away with some stuff because I'm a fan of theirs. If you do something that's out of pocket, I'm going to read you on it. So I gave her a little light spanking on the butt, which I'm sure she would like. Because you're being naughty right now. But I don't understand why. This doesn't make sense as to what you do. Well, obviously, it's to get us to talk. And it's working. Because we're talking about it. So I should say like how she identified, because at one point she was Catholic, then she was she was studying Kabbalah, what is Judaism, Jewish mysticism, that sort of thing. But they're saying that now she identifies as spiritual, which I feel like is more or less where I lie in regards of how I feel. I believe more of a spiritual life versus a religious life, because with me, I asked too many damn questions. That was always my problem. And the funny thing, my parents always said that, and that I think that's why they hated me when I would have to take like communion and confirmation. You have to take like go to Sunday school. I was questioning everything they were saying. And I know them teachers hated my damn guts. But whatever. So she said, I think it's important to have a pattern of rituals in a spiritual life, but I also think that religion without understanding, without knowledge, without curiosity and inclusiveness cannot be considered religion. This is what she told the outlet. Religion is not adhering, I should say, to an exclusive or extremist group. Religion is respecting other religions. Religion is encouraging people to understand that they believe what they believe and to study what they believe in instead of adhering to a dogma that without study and without understanding would be empty and sterile. And you know what? I absolutely 110% agree with that. What she's saying, regardless of that, like it's not adhering to an exclusive or extremist group, and I feel like that's what I've been getting when it comes to religions. That it's one or the other. There's no middle ground in regards to that, and I think that's why a lot of people are flocking away from religion, because there's this, there's this extremity attached to it, and I do agree that when it comes to the study of religion, you can't have something without understanding it, without having a knowledge, without being curious, and inclusiveness cannot be considered. So you can't say that you are welcome when God, or as they say, Jesus says, come as you are. And if you really believe in the teachings of Jesus, they did say something or another of like, Jesus hung out with the degenerates or whatever you want to call them. But then why are you being, if that's the case, then why are you being discriminative toward those degenerates, or who you deem a degenerate? It doesn't make sense. So calling out the hypocrisies of organized religion has always been something I've done. Now, she went on to add, she said, my relationship with religion today, cultivating my spiritual practices that are valid for me and do not necessarily have to be valid for everyone. I think everyone should do it because I find it important to pray and have a connection with the soul, with spiritual strength. Call it what you want. I think it's important because I believe in the idea of something bigger, something higher, something metaphysical that is beyond us, but that keeps us all together. And I absolutely agree with that. I do believe in a higher power. I do believe that there is something bigger and more metaphysical than what is beyond what we can see. Because sometimes I'll speak stuff out into the universe. I'll say something in the ether and then it happens. I'll bring up a name like, oh, I haven't heard from so and so in a while. What now they do? All of a sudden I hear from them. Or I'll say something about maybe not what I want. It was like something that I was thinking about. And then all of a sudden it just happens. So I do think like it's an exchange of energy. And then when we put stuff out in the universe, it does come back. So I do agree with that. And I do feel that most people who follow a spiritual path do basically cultivate different spiritual practices from other things and make it work to our will. I'm not saying that we being hypocrites, like you like to cherry pick stuff out the Bible in order to justify, like when y'all talk about homosexuality as a sin, but then you out here mixing fabrics or you eating shellfish. So some of y'all like to go in and cherry pick certain things in the Bible, but then if it to satisfy your or justify your BS, but then you look the other way when it benefits you. So there's that. So yes, like I said before, Madonna, I don't understand, or Madonna, I don't understand the reason why you are, what was the whole point of this whole post of you on the Pope? It's because you feel like you'll never get to meet the Pope. But I just don't understand the point of why you posted that or why you're doing what you're doing. But for the most part, yeah, I'm just confused. But that's why, like I said, it's like, sis, this is not the time and place for you to post that. Like, I'm here for you if you want to have your titties out and all this other stuff, because you can express yourself however you want to do it. You could be all Miss Bad Girl Madonna and continue to push the boundaries of sex and ageism and dealing with all that. But there's the whole thing regarding, and I'm still here for you going in on pointing out the hypocrisies of organized religion if you have something to say in regards to that. But the thing with the Pope, I just didn't understand the point of why you even did that. So that's all I gotta say on that. And so I definitely want to hear from you guys. What do you think of this latest AI generated stunt that the stunt queen of pop, Madonna, is putting out here in these streets? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Okay, so now he said, "My love is for real. It's from Head Over Heels." Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like that's when I bought that album. I bought Head Over Heels because of that song. And her earlier stuff, I wasn't able to go out and buy like Paula Abdul's music. But like once Head Over Heels came, I was like, yeah, I went and I purchased that cassette tape. Chris Rock got Lyman and there's pistol. Chris Rock need to go fall into a ditch somewhere. I don't particularly like. Once upon a time, he was funny. And he used to be like real, much of a rebel in regards to his comedy. He's so tired now. He's like the equivalent. He's like the black Jerry Seinfeld at this point. Facial dysmorphia is definitely a thing. Teenagers. Oh yeah, yeah. Because I was always I was like, I don't know, we have body dysmorphia, but I was always thinking, I'm like, is there such thing as facial dysmorphia? Because I've never heard people use that term. So I was just thinking like, well, since people have insecurities when it comes to their bodies, it's like, yeah, they're going to have insecurities when it comes to their face. So they're going to want to tinker away with stuff. And it's sad because there's these high expectations regarding beauty standards in this country that are just not attainable. And could we blame the Kardashians? Because Kylie Jenner got a whole new facial reconstruction and who don't even look like how she was born. And money well spent, but it's caused a lot of kids out here getting nose jobs. And I'm like, damn, you ain't even finished. Your body ain't finished being done yet. Like the body ain't finished developing. And here y'all go tinkering away at y'all damn faces, chiseling away at your nose. I always be thinking when I say chiseling, it's like the little hammer with the little nail, like you're chipping away at a rock or something. You said Kylie Minogue likes camera action, tops America's top dance radio, as it should. It is a good song. I do look. I told you Tension 2, in no shade, is way better than Tension 1. I'm looking forward to seeing like what this set list is going to be for her upcoming tour. Her attempts to use modern pop culture to remain relevant, as always, she's just vampiric. Well, these days Madonna does give much vampire tease, but nobody's going against all the things that she's done in regards to pop culture. It's just sort of like, I just feel like she's going through something where it's like, you're trying to figure out where do you fit into this modern day, whatever. Look, you are a legend, you are an icon, you are the moment, in the words of Wendy Williams. But it's just like, focus on the music, focus on like reinventing yourself as just giving us some good bops, and then take that on the road, because we already know nobody stands against her in regard. Her stage presence is unmatched. Yeah, she's at an age now where she can't be doing them crazy things like she used to do, but she's set the standard in the bar in regards of like touring and basically ushering. Not saying she's the first one to do it, but she was able to monetize and usher into the mainstream taking that whole sex appeal, religious stuff, and all other things, and incorporating into our art and ushering into the mainstream. Now you see so many of the younger, like my generation, and so many others after that have taken from that, especially on how they put on stage shows. Wasn't nobody putting on stage shows like Madonna was, where she literally was giving you a theatrical experience that she was taking on the road in regards to like a tour style of thing. Theater on the tour, theater on the road, of the magnitude of like an arena, that sort of thing. The only thing is now it's disturbing people that sacred images to beliefs is now no longer sacred to them. And that way it's like, you know what? And the thing with AI, it's like, it's hard for us to be able to know what's real and what's not. So that's another thing that I don't like either, because there's been times where I posted things on social media and I'm like, wait a minute, is that real or AI? And then they're doing like fact checks all over my stuff on Facebook. Madonna should reinvent herself to be non-sexual. That's the only thing left for her to do. Sexuality is not taboo anymore. But it's like, I guess, well, I don't think she'll ever do that, because they feel like if she was to reinvent herself to be non-sexual, I mean, you could incorporate that into your shows where you could just be, teasing, coming out your little bustiers and your small snatched waists and stuff, and making out with your dancers, which she's always going to do that in her shows. But the thing with her is, for her to not be non-sexual, she feels like the way that people are looking at her is that I guess she's fighting ageism, I guess is the word I'm trying to say, where she feels like, oh, well, y'all saying that I can't be a sexual being because they're saying like, well, you're 66 years old, you're old, you need to just wither away and die. I mean, they were saying that about her when she was, 40 years ago, 20 years ago, sorry, when she was in her 30s or 20s. Well, no, it was her 40s, because like she was 20 years ago, she was in her 40s. She was like 46. So yeah, during like the and probably even earlier than that, when she was like turning 40, or she was in her late 30s, there was the ageism that was going on. Especially in America, sexuality is taboo, especially for a woman her age, because it's not normalized for people her age being sexual. Yeah, it's like when you think, like, how many of the ages stuff that people were saying, even on this show, regarding Sharon, Sharon and Alexander Edwards, her boyfriend. She's pushing 80, messing with a 30-year-old. People don't want to imagine of a 80-year-old getting her back blown out by someone in there. But it's funny how we're okay with a man doing it. I mean, people make their comments, but to be non-sexual, she would be the. Well, quiet as it's kept, what they be saying, that all them people that be in the church ain't necessarily non-sexual. A lot of them is homosexual, and then there's some that allegedly hunching people off camera. We just ain't hearing about it. I mean, we talked about it on the show. We had some of them priests that was out here. What was it? One was in a drug and sex binge, and one of them ended up dying. I think this was out in the UK. I think they OD'd. There was some fentanyl in the drugs. I said, in the poppers or something they was doing. You said she was in her non-sexual phase. Well, yeah, she was. Raylight music. That's when she was married to Guy. She was pretty much decreasing the whole sexual stuff. Once she became a wife and a mother and all other stuff, she did kind of pull it back a bit. She was being very demure and mindful. And then, After that, then once she got back into the whole confessions era, she started doing more of like, the leotards and being a little more out there with it. But then it was like MDNA. There was that. Wait, what was the album when she really got sexual? I think it was Rebel Heart. That was when she went back into the whole sexual phase. Yes, it is normal. Senior homes are. That's true too. Then you'll hear that high case of syphilis that was going on at the old folks' homes. But not in celebrity culture. When Madonna put on her clothes during Ray of Light, she was called a sellout because gays couldn't relate to her. I'm like, child, first of all, I love that album. So gays, and that's when she was on in her spiritual bag. So the gays didn't want to get on board with that because I feel like in my life, I was at that point of like, I was young. I was in my late teens, early 20s. So it was like I was going through like trying to figure out my adulthood and the spiritual thing and all the other stuff. So I related to Ray of Light during that time and memorizing all the lyrics to Om Shanti Om. But anyway. Okay, so we got 2 more topics and we'll be done with today's show. But I had a feeling I was going to do a 4-hour show today. So let's get into this topic about Robbie Williams, who says that he wishes he was a homosexual and even joked that he has done everything but suck a dick. But he said cock. But because the white people, they love that cock word. So, me growing up, I definitely loved Robbie Williams. I wasn't really big in Take That. I listened to a lot of UK music or, UK pop music and stuff. I wasn't really big into Take That, but I was into Robbie Williams' music. And, with Angels, Let Me Entertain You. He even did that horrible song with Kylie Minogue. I'm really hoping she don't perform that song, Kids, on this damn tour. I'm sick of that song. We need to retire it. Rock DJ. Remember when he was butt naked in that video? So Robbie Williams thinks that he's exhibited a lot of patience around rumors regarding his sexuality, but in a new interview with The Guardian, the Take That singer is setting the record straight. Now, speaking to the outlet about his forthcoming biopic, Better Man, which I'm really looking forward to seeing this movie. He's actually portrayed by a CGI chimpanzee. The singer looked back at his 2005 lawsuit against a tabloid claiming that he was a homosexual, saying that he mostly felt sad about the allegations simply because they weren't true, not due to any infernal fear of being perceived as a homosexual. And here's what he said. Hold on. I was like, don't mess with me now with the photos. He said, I've done everything but suck a cock. Honestly, you've never met somebody that wants to be gay as much as me, he said. You want to be an ally while at the same time protecting your own authenticity in your own life. Now, using a football metaphor, Williams continued breaking down exactly why the rumors annoyed him, saying, I'm a Port Vale fan, and it's like somebody going, well, you're a Liverpool fan, he said. When somebody says you're a Liverpool fan 100 times, it's like, I'm not a fucking Liverpool fan. Why do people think I'm a Liverpool fan? And so, yes, football, they're meaning soccer, or we call in America football. Now, elsewhere in the interview, Williams broke down his the new biopic, addressing the very simple reason why he decided to have himself portrayed as a chimp, saying, let's face it, a Robbie Williams biopic without the monkey is way less appealing or intriguing, and added that his former Take That bandmate Gary Harlow took umbrage with his portrayal in an early script for the film. He phoned me up and was like, Rob, read the script. He said, Rob read the script. I come off worse than Darth Vader in the first Star Wars. It was problematic for him. But I'm like, if that's his experience, then why would he want to dilute it because of the way you came across? If that's the way that Robbie Williams felt that you were towards him during his time in Take That, then sorry, take that. Take that, in the words of Diddy. But regardless, I think it is relatively interesting that he's portrayed by a CGI chimp, because it's like, I think it might be an easier pill to swallow, but you're seeing this thing, and it's like it's not your normal biopic. Now, regardless of the whole thing about him being gay, I used to have the biggest crush on Robbie Williams when I was younger. I was like, oh, I think it was because he exuded this sex appeal about him that I liked. Where it was like, he was just like, in the ways of when I was talking about Benson Boone earlier, that he was very much a bad boy type. Well, Benson's not a bad boy type, but he's flamboyant. So his His aesthetic was overall flamboyant. Robbie Williams was sort of like the Bobby Brown of Take That, meaning like he was a bad boy type of in the boy band. And he was a bad boy, he was a rebel. He's got a lot of great songs. I've always been a fan of his. And at one point they tried to push him onto America and cross him over in the US, similar to Kylie Minogue back in the era of Can't Get You Out of My Head and stuff, but they dropped the ball with that. And I feel like he didn't resonate over here as well, because I remember he was heavily rotated on TRL and MTV, and they were trying to make him a thing over here. But for some reason, his pop star type of aesthetic did not resonate with the American market. And I guess Robbie was sort of like, I'm not really going to put in the time and the energy and the effort to push myself on the US market if y'all don't know what to do with him. Kylie Minogue has had many a chance, and she's always had like a loyal fan base, but I guess it's different because she's a woman. Her aesthetic is similar to like, on the same vein as like a Madonna or that sort of thing. So she would always have a loyal fan base with that. I don't know how he would resonate in America, but like I said, I was a fan of his music, more or less his solo stuff, and I'm definitely looking forward to seeing this movie. So I totally get where he was coming from with that, but I guess some people would equate him with being gay because of the type of aesthetic that he puts forth. So yeah, you're gonna get that, and he's like, no, it's not true, and it's not like I'm saying that I have a problem with being, I have a problem with gays, and I'm gonna deny it. It's just don't spread rumors about me that's not true. And it's like, if more than anything, I would love to be gay, of course. And I'm sure that Robbie knows that he has a huge fan base of homosexuals that listen to his music. So I say all this to say, for those of you who are Robbie Williams fans, if you're American or international watching this show, what do you think of this story regarding Robbie Williams and what he said about he wishes he was a homosexual? So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Saying Ray of Light album was a whole bop. Yes, it was. Still is. Bonus subject. Check out the Rebel Heart messages. I set the Spotify charts. All I Want for Christmas Is You, and it is rapidly losing its global popularity. Well, and that's probably, it could be that she canceled a couple of dates. She said she's sick. Girl, you need to stop drinking. That's what you need to stop doing, allegedly. And I don't think that everything that is supposed to stay on top forever. How many years in a row is Mariah think that she's going to hold on to this mantle of All I Want for Christmas? Somebody's going to come out and dethrone her and put out their Christmas songs and elevate, because it's like, how many times I want to look? She doing Christmas tours, and people getting into fights at her damn shows. But this whole Christmas thing is like, yeah, she'll be able to continue to accumulate money, but it's like, I just feel like it was cute at the time it was, but that it's waning. That power that she had over Christmas is waning a little bit. And then off of that, don't even get me started on Mariah Live. She's a mess. She's not the most thing you could rely, the easiest person you could rely on in regards of like performing. She's not a good live performer. Yes, we know she can sing the house down. But as far as like stage presence, Mariah is horrible with, live on stage, moving around or not moving around. How many times you going to sashay on the stage with all that weave and a dress that's 10 sizes too small for you to be fitting in? And you could barely walk in it. But that's Mariah. She always going to have the same aesthetic, the same look, do the same music, no kind of evolution. And that's that. Is turning the GP off due to her Christmas Queen shtick, and probably won a few years off from it. Well, we'll see how that works out. That do people want to see her performing her Christmas songs every year? But yeah, now we're at a point where like we're getting oversaturated with a lot of Christmas stuff. He said the rock DJ turned me on. It could also be a good way to make him not look not gay using good reverse psychology. If a man wants to not look gay, say you wish you were instead of rejecting it. Yeah. But I don't think that Robbie Williams was homophobic. I never got that vibe from him. I mean, if there's any stories out there that people could say that he did something that would be deemed that way, definitely let me know. But I never got that vibe from him. I always thought that Robbie was someone who embraced the gay fans, and his style as an artist was very much like camp, cheeky, that sort of thing, which the Brits are more open-minded with versus American artists, where it's like, oh, please, if you accuse any American artist of being gay, it's like, y'all flip a damn lid. Okay, so now let's get to our final topic since we are, at the 4th hour. I was not thinking we was going to do a 4-hour show today, but ciao. It always happens, doesn't it? So Joe Blow did this article, which I thought was really interesting. And they were talking about because we're coming to a close in regards to 2024 horror movies. I'm definitely going to put a list together of my favorite movies of 2024. It's probably going to be flooded with horror movies, and there's been a lot of really good horror films that has come out this year. Off the top of my head, Terrifier was one of my favorites this year, as well as Smile 2. Even though I didn't like Smile 1, Smile 2 definitely was an upgrade from that first one. And there's been a lot of really good films. So it's been a really good year for horror in regards of, 2024. Now, 2025 is literally around the corner. It's a couple of weeks, what is it, maybe 2.5, 3 weeks away? So Joe Blow put this story together in regards of movies that we're looking forward to. Some of them I was like, I'm looking forward to. Some of them I wasn't even aware they was coming. And some of them I was like, for why are we even getting a sequel? So I found this picture on the Twitter. So I was like, let's use that as a background. So here's what they have. Now they said The Wolfman, which is coming out on January 17th. And that was directed by Leigh Whannell. And who did The Invisible Man. Now I love The Invisible Man with damn, I forgot the actress name that's from see, now names is gonna escape me. She's a Scientologist, and she does the show with the women in the white hat and the red gown and all other stuff. Yeah, the name escapes me, but whatever. So I like The Invisible Man. It was a good movie. This one stars, I think they said it was supposed to actually star Ryan Gosling at one point, but then they put Christopher Abbott in it and Julia Garner's in it. She plays the wife. And so I'm definitely looking for The Handmaid's Tale. I don't know why that shit escaped me, but yes, The Handmaid's Tale. That was the show that she's from. So I love The Invisible Man because it was a different take on the old Invisible Man story. That there wasn't no supernatural element. The way he was able to go invisible, he created this thing and whatever. So I love that movie. I like Leigh Whannell's stuff. Usually some of his stuff could be a little questionable, but for the most part, I like Leigh Whannell. I'm definitely looking forward to see what he's going to do with this. So far, based off the trailer, I enjoy what I saw, that it was just simple yet effective. And yeah, so I'm looking forward to seeing this movie when it comes out. Now, the next one they said that's coming out is called Presence, and its theatrical release is coming out on January 17th. I don't know if I said it, but January 17th is also the day Wolfman is coming out as well. So now at the start of the year, they said that one of the people from Joe Blow, Chris Bumbray, got to check the film at the Sundance Film Festival, and Steven Soderbergh directed this. David Koepp wrote the script, and it basically said he gave it a 7 out of 10 review. Basically described the film as a supernatural tale that's light on horror but heavy on heart. Okay, so if you light on the horror, I don't know if I want to see that. So they also said the story gets rolling when a family moves into a suburban house and becomes convinced that they are not alone. Now, we probably see movies like this a million times. So they basically saying that supernatural forces infiltrated the house and taken a specific interest in the couple's daughter. Now, the film stars Lucy Liu, Chris Sullivan, Kalina Liang, Julia Fox, Eddie Madej, and West Mulholland. So I might be interested in seeing this because, I love me some Lucy Liu. So it's probably this little mixed race Asian child and the stuff that's going on. Now, look, I hope it don't end up like that AI movie that, that's out on one of the streaming platforms. I think it's Netflix, where they had an Asian family or whatever, and it was some supernatural element. I think Blumhouse did, and everybody was saying that movie was terrible. I forget what it's called, nor do I care because I'm not going to watch it. Now, a movie that's supposed to be coming out also is Screamboat, which I guess is a take on Mickey Mouse. That's a horror film. I don't know if I want to see this because usually when they do those with the Mickey Mouse IPs, when they've been trying to do this twist on that whole thing, I don't know if I want to see it because all the ones that y'all did, like with Winnie the Pooh and all the other stuff, those movies were god awful. However, I will say this about Screamboat. I might want to see it simply because David Howard Thornton is in it, and he plays Art the Clown in the Terrifier movies. He's actually playing the horror version of the mouse, Mickey Mouse, or the Screamboat Mouse, as they would say. They said it basically tells a story of a mischievous mouse that stalks a group of New Yorkers on a late-night ferry ride, unleashing murderous mayhem on a relaxing commute. Now, can the ship's motley crew of travelers find a way to stop the killer creature who has developed a taste for tourists? It's directed by Stephen Lamort, who made a Grinch-inspired horror movie called The Mean One. This movie, okay, they might pull me into this one. It actually stars Tyler Posey, Kaylee Hyman, Brian Quinn, Joe DeRosa, Allison Patel, Amy Schumacher, Jesse Posey. Is he related to Tyler? Jesse Cove, Rumi C. Jean-Louis, Jarlath Conroy, and Charles Edwin. Now, maybe because Tyler Posey's in it, I might be interested because of Teen Wolf, but then that's that. So then they also have a movie out January 31st called Companion, which stars Jack Quaid, Harvey Guillen, Lucas Gage, Mena Suri, Rupert Friend, and Sophie Thatcher. Now, I saw this trailer for this. This looks crazy. I was like, okay, y'all gonna pull me into this. Now, the person that directed Barbarian back in 2002, which was a huge hit, is behind this sci-fi thriller, which I didn't understand what the hell was going on. All I remember seeing was that they said it's like some twisted kind of love story where we see Jack Quaid, and then there's this woman who I believe is played by Megan Shuri, sitting at a dinner table. They're being served food. She's chained to, I believe, like the chair or something or another. Then at one point, she sets her hand on fire from the candle. So that looked crazy. So I'm like, I might want to see that because I don't know what the hell's happening in this trailer, but color me intrigued. Now, February 7th, they have a film called Heart Eyes, which I definitely want to see this one because it kind of reminds me of like those My Bloody Valentine and that sort of thing. And so if you could do like a modern update of that type of genre of film, like a slasher film that takes place on Valentine's Day. And here's the thing. I do not know. Wait, I was trying to say who directed this. Because it says Christopher Landon directed the body swap slasher Freaky from a screenplay by Michael Kennedy, then produced the Kennedy scripted time traveler slasher Time Cut, which I heard that wasn't really that good. I think that's on Netflix right now. I need to check that out though. So it says now Landon and Kennedy have written the script for the Valentine's Day set horror romantic comedy Heart Eyes with Philip Murphy, the hitman's wife's bodyguard, and the story is being brought to the screen by Josh Rubin, the director of Werewolves Within and Scare Me. So if this was co-written by Christopher Landon, you might kind of be intrigued a little bit. In the little trailer that I saw, it looked really interesting. I was like, okay, this looked like a good movie. And plus Mason Gooding is in it. So even though we're not going to get him for Scream 7, at least he is in a horror film that we can get behind. But then again, some people might be upset because it's part of Spyglass. So whatever your feelings on Spyglass, it is what it is. But for this, it sounds relatively interesting. So it says, when the Heart Eyes killer strikes Seattle, a pair of coworkers pulling overtime on Valentine's Day are mistaken for a couple by the elusive couple hunting killer. Now they must spend the most romantic night of the year running for their lives. So Olivia Holt's in it, and like I said, Mason Gooding's in it, alongside Jordana Brewster, Devin Sawa, and Gigi Zimbardo. And here's the thing, those are like horror movie icons. Well, Mason Gooding, I guess, has been in a couple of horror movies, but the only one I know that's like a horror movie icon at this point is Devin Sawa, because he's done so many horror films and shows. Jordana Brewster, we know her from the Fast and the Furious movies. So, but I don't know her really from horror films. Now, this is a movie I'm really interested in. It's called The Gorge. That's going to be on Apple TV Plus, and it drops on February 14th. But the weird part is I kind of thought, I was like, this looks like something that should have been in the movies, but they're dropping it straight to streaming, so whatever. But the movie is supposed to be this high-action, genre-bending love story with Anya Taylor-Joy and Miles Teller, where it looks like they said they're protecting these gorges, which is like the entrance to hell. So he works on one side, she works on the other side. I guess they weren't supposed to interact with each other, but then she starts interacting with him. Kind of reminded me of that scene of like Ving Rhames interacting with the dude across the thing in Dawn of the Dead, and then he becomes a zombie and starts smearing the blood on the thing, and then that happens. So it kind of reminded me of that, where it's like you're stuck doing this thing and you're stuck on a roof and you're kind of interacting with the person across from you. So it's kind of like that. So they play like these elite snipers, where one is American, one is Lithuanian. They're stationed on these high watchtowers on opposite sides of these highly classified gorges, located in a faraway land. So they don't even know where they are. So basically, their mission is to safeguard the outside world from an undisclosed mysterious evil that lurks within. So they can't let whatever's in there out. Then I think what happens is Miles Teller tries to come across to her. The cord breaks. He falls into this thing. She goes in after him, and I guess they're trying to fight for their lives and get up out of there, whatever the case is. And we also have Sigourney Weaver in the movie. So it seems like a relatively interesting concept. I just hope that they're able to execute it. Then there's this movie called The Monkey, which comes out on February 21st. I don't know if that's going to be a good one, but Theo James is in it. He's playing twins in later years, while Christian Convery plays them in the younger years. Also, who's in the film? Elijah Wood, Tatiana Maslany, Colin O'Brien, Rohan Campbell, and Sarah Levy. Now, this cast does sound relatively interesting because I like Elijah Wood. Tatiana Maslany, she was in She-Hulk, which was terrible, but she also was in Orphan Black, which I love. And we know Rohan Campbell because he played, I know a lot of people hate him for this, but look, it's not his fault. He was in Halloween Ends as Corey Cunningham. So I'm definitely interested because of that. But Osgood Perkins, who was the son of Anthony Perkins, and he directed Long Legs. He directed this film. James Wan produced it. It's an adaptation of a Stephen King novel. The film will tell a story about twin brothers, Hal and Bill, discover that their father's old monkey toy in the attic. They discover the toy. A series of gruesome deaths starts occurring all around them. So the brothers decide to throw the monkey away and move on with their lives, growing apart over the years. But when the mysterious deaths begin again, the brothers must reunite to find a way to destroy the monkey for good before it takes the lives of everyone close to them. So that does sound like an interesting concept. I don't think I've seen a trailer for it, but I'll definitely check it out. Vicious comes out on February 28th with Dakota Fanning, where they said that it's supposed that came out in August of this year. It's basically a new horror movie from The Strangers director Brian Bertino, and has been moved to February, which probably means it's not that good, and they probably just dumped it there. So we don't know anything about the movie except for that it stars Dakota Fanning, Devin Nakota, Mary McCormick, Rachel Blanchard, Catherine Hunter, Clea Scott, and Emily Mitchell. So they don't even know. They don't have a picture. They don't know what the movie's about. So they had to use a picture of Dakota Fanning from that movie, The Watchers, which was not good. But I do hope that this one fares better, but I doubt it. So they basically said that she's playing a young woman who has left a strange presence by a late night visitor and quickly realizes she's fighting for her life after slipping down a disturbing rabbit hole contained inside the gift. Then they have in March 7th, Sinners with Michael Bakari Jordan, and it reunites him with Ryan Coogler, who directed Fruitvale Station, Creed, Black Panther, and Wakanda Forever. Now, we don't really know what the movie's about. There have been assumptions made that it's about vampires in the antebellum South. But basically, the synopsis is trying to leave their troubled lives behind. Twin brothers, played by Michael B. Jordan. We're speaking of twins, because we were just talking about twins in the previous story. Return to their hometown to start over, only to discover that an even greater evil is waiting to come welcome them back. So they said, you keep dancing with the devil, one day he's going to follow you home. This is, and besides whoever is in this film, with Michael B. Jordan, Jack O'Connell, Delroy Lindo, Wunmi Mosaku, Haley Steinfeld, Lola Kirk, Omar Benson Miller, Jamie Lawson, and Lee Jun Lee. So I definitely am curious to see this because I like what Ryan Coogler puts out. But if he's going to take on vampires, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what his story is. I also am looking forward to the new Christopher Nolan movie, which they're saying is also a vampire period piece. But we don't even know. Like this film and that film, it has been sworn to secrecy. Then they have another movie outcome called The Woman in the Yard, which I never heard of. But it said it's A woman in black appears on a family front lawn and delivers a chilling warning. Where did she come from? What does she want? Will she leave? And it's from Blumhouse. I don't really be trusting a lot of Blumhouse stuff because y'all been dropping the ball in regards to horror, so I don't even care. Now, they have a film called Drop coming out April 11th, which is about a single mother who receives disturbing airdrop messages from an anonymous and malicious entity threatening the safety of her son and babysitter at home. The anonymous party threatens Fahey's character to kill her date or else. The movie unfolds over a single night and happens in real time. So, speaking of Fahey, the movie stars Megan Fahey as the single mother and is joined by a cast of Violet Bean, Brandon Sklenar, Jeffrey Self, Gabrielle Ryan, and newcomer Jacob Robinson. But they must be all newcomers because I don't know who anybody is that I just mentioned. But they also said, look, this is written by Gillian Jacobs and Chris Roach, a writing duo who previously worked with Blumhouse on the horror projects Truth or Dare or Fantasy Island. So I was going to be like, this is going to be terrible. Except this film was directed. Now, this is probably was going to pull me in. It was directed by Christopher Landon, who directed Freaky and Happy Death Day. So it might actually be some life in this film. It does sound like an interesting concept, so I'll give it a chance, only because Christopher Landon's in it. However, you were going to kind of pull me out because you said the people that wrote Fantasy Island, and that was not a good movie. And in horror, they always have unknowns in there, so anything can happen. Now, they have Until Dawn, which is based on a video game. It's supposed to come out in April, and they said that the game, which was released in 2015, it's an interactive horror video game that follows 8 friends and frenemies who are brought together on a remote mountain retreat with live or die scenarios featuring a mysterious killer, cannibalistic wendigos, a cable car, and a long ago mining cave and that reverberates into the present day. The members of the group must fight through their fear if they all hope to make it through the night in one piece. Why does it sound terrible? Like, I've never played the games. I heard some people are already irritated based off that they feel like they're not going to be following the source material. And you can always step out and get creative and bring things into it. But if you don't follow what the heart of the game is about, your movie's going to flop. And that's always been the problem with a lot of these video game adaptations, is that y'all try to change up the whole situation, but you don't keep the overall essence of what the game is about and make it work in your movie. So they said that the script, which was originally written by Gary Dauberman, who wrote Annabelle Creation, they said his script is a rewrite from a previous draft by Blair Butler, who co-wrote the vampire movie The Invitation. The Invitation was terrible. And they said the film's cast include Ella Rubin, Odessa Azion, Michael Cimino. Well, I like him. He was from Love Victor. Ji Young Yu, Belmont Camelli, and Maya Mitchell. They also said Peter Stormare is in it, reprising the role from the video game. Well, I like Peter Stormare. I liked him from Prison Break, which I hear they're reviving that again. Remember they tried to do that before and it flopped? I don't know why y'all trying that, but whatever. If y'all got an idea, make it work. Now, they also have a movie called Clown in the Cornfield, which comes out on May 9th, which is basically from the people behind Tucker and Dale versus Evil and Little Evil's. So the person that directed it, who did Tucker and Dale versus Evil, I actually like that movie. So hopefully this doesn't suck. But this movie stars Katie Douglas, Carson McCormick, Aaron Abrams, Will Sasso, and Kevin Durand. I like Kevin Durand. He's been in a lot of movies. He was in The Strain. He's been in a lot of stuff. He was also in Resident Evil. The one that had all that action and stuff. Well, they all have action in it. I think it was Retribution. He was in that one. So the basis is about Quinn and her father, who have just moved to the quiet town of Kettle Springs, hoping for a fresh start. Instead, she discovers a fractured community that has fallen on hard times after the treasured Baypen corn syrup factory burned down. As the locals bicker amongst themselves and tensions boil over, a sinister grinning figure emerges from the cornfields to cleanse the town of its burdens, one bloody victim at a time. Welcome to Kettle Springs. The real fun starts when Friendo the clown comes out to play. Not a clown movie. Now, here's one I am excited about. Final Destination Bloodlines, which comes out May 16th. We did talk a little bit about that the other day when we saw about the show was going to be coming out. So this says just as she's about to leave home for college, 18-year-old Stephanie, who's been having horrific nightmares about dying in a tower accident in the 60s, discovers that her dream is actually a premonition that happened to her grandmother, Esther, who thwarted death 50 years ago, but is now running out of time. Stephanie learns that through her grandmother, that though her grandmother thwarted death until she died in her 80s, and death has been going after the would have been victims of that long ago catastrophe, killing them off and then going after their children. Stephanie and her family realize that their bloodline isn't safe from death, who will take them violently and gruesomely in order unless someone like Stephanie figures out a way to stop it. This actually sounds like a really good concept. Like it's a generational thing. So they've been able to kind of get around it. And this is according to Daniel Rickman, who came up with this synopsis. So it's supposed to be coming out in 2025, as I said, and it's supposed to be in IMAX. Now, the people that's in it, John Watts, who directed Spider-Man Homecoming and Far From Home and No Way Home, wrote the initial treatment, which is fleshed out into a screenplay by Laurie Evans Taylor and Guy Busick, who's behind the Scream 5 and 6 and 7. They said the directing duo of Zach Lipovsky and Adam B. Stein, who previously directed the 2018 film Freak, starring Emile Hirsch and Bruce Dern. Okay, that was good. And the 2019 live-action Kim Possible movie are behind this. Now, Tony Todd, they also said that he is in the film. I don't know how much, but, he reprises the role as Mortician Bloodworth. And Brett Basinger's in it, Teo Briones, Caitlin Sanawana, Richard Harmon, Anna Lord, a bunch of other people. I was like, I don't know who these people are, but we don't need to go through all the names unless I know somebody of a big name that's in here. I'll bring it up. 28 years later, it's coming out June 20th. Y'all already know I'm excited for that. We talked about that the other day when it said Britain is 28 years into its terrible plague of infected people who are violent, rapid humans, and a few pockets of uninfected communities. And it centers on a young boy who wants to find a doctor to help his dying mother. He leads his mother through this beautiful northern English terrain, but of course around them, hiding in forests and hills and woods, are the infected. But he finds a doctor who is a man we might think is going to be weird and odd, but actually is a force of good. And so we have that movie. Then we also have The Bone Temple, which is supposed to be part 2 because it's supposed to be a trilogy. That's supposed to be directed by the Marvels and Candyman director Nia DaCosta from a Garland script. So Alex Garland, I believe, wrote all 3 scripts. I don't know what's happening with the third one, but we do know that the first 2, the first one, Danny Boyle directed. Alex Garland wrote the script for the first one, which is 28 years later. They were supposed to get, as I said, The Bone Temple, which is the sequel. And then part 3, I don't know what's going on with that. So, we have Aaron Taylor Johnson's in it. Cillian Murphy's in it. Everybody thought he was that zombie figure. That was not him. So I do want to debunk that story because we did talk about a debate. Is it him? Is it not him? Apparently it's not. So we have that. Now, Megan 2.0 is supposed to be coming out on June 27th. I did like the first one. I thought it was okay, but yeah, we got a sequel coming. So Violet McGraw and Allison Williams are back in the sequel, which is called Megan 2.0. 2.0, jeez, I can't talk. And Brian Jordan Alvarez and Jen Van Epps is in it. They're also joined by Ivana Sankno, who is said to have landed a major part in the film, Jermaine Clement, Tim Sharp, and Aristotle Athari. The director, Gerard Johnston, is back at the helm working from a screenplay by Akilah Cooper, who wrote the first one. So we don't know what the story is about. I did hear something or another that is supposed to be, I guess, like a Super Megan Terminator type of character that I guess is going to be put in there, and Megan's supposed to be going up against this new model or something or another. That's the rumor, but if they could find a way to come up with a story regarding that, and we have. They don't try to do some stupid meme like they don't try to replicate how they got the first Megan to be a hit. Or we got to come up with a dance craze or whatever. Then if it's a straightforward, really cool horror movie, I'm here for it. Now, we already talked about this earlier in the show today, but we have I Know What You Did Last Summer, which is expected to be released on July 18th in theaters. And Jennifer Caden Robinson is directing it. And we don't know what the story is about. But we know of all the cast and everybody that's in it. Jennifer Love Hewitt was confirmed. She confirmed it on Friday that she is returning. And Freddie Prinze Jr. is also reprising his part, and we have a bunch of newcomers. So we have like Tariq Withers, Sarah Pigeon, Billy Campbell, Lola Tongue, Nicholas Alexander Chavez, who y'all know is from Monsters, the Lala Eric Menendez. So they're in that. And then we got The Conjuring Last Rites, which is coming out September 5th. I'm going to be honest, I did not like The Red Door. I thought some of the Conjuring movies was okay, but as far as like this one, I so don't care. But if they can find a way to make it interesting, and I don't know, I just don't get it. I can't get into the whole, because it was like I didn't like the Nun. The Nun 2 was all right. La Llorona was not that great. Last Rites was okay. It's just like it's like whatever. Y'all just be making all these damn things, and I mean I like Patrick Wilson and Vera Farmiga, but it's just like whatever. So we'll just wait for September for that to come out. Then we have Him, which is coming out September 19th, a movie I never heard of, which was produced by Jordan Peele. And it stars Marlon Wayans, Tariq Withers, and Julia Fox. Now, I did hear about this one. Because it was like Marlon Wayans did mention, I forgot that was one he was in. So anyway, it's about a promising young athlete who was invited to train with the team's retiring star. So what does that got to do with horror? I have no idea. But they said the script centers on rookie quarterback who goes to train with a retiring R&B quarterback who may hold a secret about how he has played so long at such a high level. And you know what? This is a good, interesting concept because we have seen athletes who've kind of played past their expiration date, especially like when you talk about Tom Brady and that sort of thing, where it was like, child, maybe time for you to retire. And then at one point he did. So kind of taking on this whole idea and, especially with Black athletes and that sort of thing, I think this will be a good commentary. So Marlon Wayans is playing the greatest of all time athlete, while Withers plays the promising young athlete, rookie quarterback. So we'll see that. Then we have Saw 11, supposed to be coming out on September 26th, but word on the street is that's not happening. So we could cross that off because there's been trouble behind the scenes. Then they have a film called The Bride, which is about a Frankenstein-esque film where Frankenstein travels back to 1930 Chicago to seek the aid of a Dr. Euphoronius in creating a companion for himself. The two reinvigorate a murdered young woman, and the bride is born. She is beyond what either of them intended, igniting a combustible romance and attention to the police and wild and radical social movement. So this stars Penelope Cruz, Annette Bening, Peter Sarsgaard, Julianne Hough, John Mogaro, Jeannie Berlin, and Jake Gyllenhaal, with Jessie Buckley as the bride and Christian Bale as Frankenstein's monster. Well, think about this. This actually sounds like an interesting concept. If you got Christian Bale playing Frankenstein, and then we got people like Annette Bening and Penelope Cruz and Jake Gyllenhaal in it, this has actually got me intrigued, I'll say. Now they got the Black Phone too, which here's one. I don't know why we're getting a sequel to Black Phone. I thought the first one was good for what it was. I don't understand why we're getting a sequel. I don't think it needs a sequel, but if they can conjure a story out of this, I'll see what y'all do. But because the budget was $16 million and the movie made $160 million at the global box office, it should be a no damn brainer that they're going to make a sequel. So, the original one centered on Finney Shaw, a shy but clever 13-year-old who was abducted by a sadistic killer and trapped in a soundproof basement while screaming is of little use. When a disconnected phone on the wall begins to ring, Finney discovers he can hear the voices of the killer's previous victims, and they are dead set on making sure that what happened to them doesn't happen to Finney. So it was like the phone was actually in the spirits that didn't survive. They used and I love that, like, each victim, little by little, they got close to finding a way to get out from under the clutches of this killer. So it's like all of them would call him and they would just leave him little clues on what they did to be able, little by little, help him escape. So I did like that idea regarding that whole situation. Now, in regards to the sequel, I don't know how they're gonna make that work, but we'll see how they do this film. Then we have Predator Badlands, which I did love the other Predator movie that they made, which was Prey. So this is kind of from that same universe. They said the synopsis for this is a groundbreaking film in which one of the two main storylines delves into the intricate bond of two very different sisters. Their familial ties are put to the ultimate test as they pursue divergent paths and missions. So they also said that this story may be set sometime in the future, and the casting call was searching for a lead actress that could take on the dual role of twin sisters Thaya and Tessa. The casting is for dual characters. It describes both characters. One identifies as female and non-binary, open ethnicity, mid-20s, mid-40s. Taya has spent most of her life in a lab and is now embarking on her first big adventure into the world. She is incredibly smart, witty, enthusiastic, and unflappable. She has an intimate disregard for danger, not because she's fearless, but simply because she's naive. Strong comedy chops required. Then the other sister, Tessa, has a militant intensity when it comes to achieving her family goals and mission objectives. And they said that the role is, but she will not let anything get in her way, not even her twin sister. So the role is basically going to be played by Elle Fanning. So they were talking about they were looking for a girl at the time, but yeah, she's about to do that. So I was like, I love Prey. I thought they did a phenomenal job regarding twisting up or changing up the whole Predator situation. So hopefully this movie continues that. Then we have Five Nights at Freddy's 2. I thought Five Nights at Freddy's was okay. Look, it made a whole lot of money, even though it was a day and date release, theatrical and streaming. I know a lot of people were just like, it wasn't that good, but I was entertained by it. And if they can actually improve on the things that didn't work for the original film, I'm here for it. Then we have Fear Street Prom Queen, which is going to be on Netflix. We don't have a date for that. I didn't mind the Fear Street franchise. I thought the second part of the trilogy was better than all the other ones. I didn't particularly care for the third one. But this one, what was it? Fear Street Part 1, 1994. Then they had the 1978 one, and then they had 1666. I like the 1978 one probably because it reminded me of like the slasher movies of like Friday the 13th and that sort of thing. So that's probably why I like that one. But all the other ones, like, oh, it's all right, whatever. So, but they said the Netflix streaming service. Oh, this was it came out in 2021. I didn't realize it was that far back when that came out. It was 3 years ago. Why did I feel like it came out like last year? So the new one is coming out in 2025. And they said the synopsis for Fear Street Prom Queen takes us back to the town of Shadyside, Ohio, where prom season at Shadyside High is underway, and the school's wolf pack of it girls is busy with the usual sweet and vicious campaigns of the crown. But when a gutsy outsider is unexpectedly nominated to the court and the other girls start mysteriously disappearing, the class of 88 is suddenly in for one hell of a prom night. Well, this does sound like it's relatively interesting. They can find new ways of making that whole prom queen thing interesting. I'll be here for it. Now, we was talking about another Frankenstein. We were talking about Frankenstein earlier. Guillermo del Toro has his own Frankenstein movie coming out on Netflix. We don't know when that's going to be released yet, but it's supposed to be coming. And they said it's set during Eastern Europe in the 19th century. The story of Dr. Pretorius, who needs to track down Frankenstein's monster, who is believed to have died in a fire 40 years before in order to continue the experiments of Dr. Frankenstein. This stars Oscar Isaac, Mia Goth, Jacob Elordi, Christoph Waltz, and Charles Dance. First of all, this cast sounds amazing. I love Oscar Isaac. I was just thinking, funny enough, see, this is why I tell you stuff in the universe and it happens. I was literally thinking about Oscar Isaac the other day because everybody been talking about Pedro Pascal and all these other actors. And I'm like, where the hell has Oscar Isaac been? I haven't heard from him in a minute. He's been acting. That's what he's been doing. That's what we ain't heard from him in a while. But I think like this story is like, yeah, Oscar Isaac, I like him. I like Mia Goth. I like Jacob Elordi. I like Christoph Waltz. I like Charles Dance. So these are a lot of really good character actors that's mixed in here. And then they said Ralph Ineson is showing up for a pivotal cameo. I have no idea who that is and what his take or something with Frankenstein is, but I guess he's somebody who's a well-known character. I don't know. So they said at one point Andrew Garfield was in the cast, but he had to drop out and was replaced by Elordi. And it has been said that the role Garfield had passed over to Elordi was the monster. Oh yeah, I forgot that Jacob Elordi is possibly playing. Well, he is playing Frankenstein's monster, and I believe that Oscar Isaac is going to be playing Dr. Pretorius. Then we have The Strangers Chapter 2 and Chapter 3. Those supposed to be coming up, but to be honest, ever since the original Strangers, all the movies have sucked. I didn't care for Pray at Night. They had some pretty cool kills in it, but I didn't care about Pray at Night, and I damn sure wasn't watching Chapter 1. There was so much spoiled for that, for me. And I heard a lot of people were so disappointed with The Strangers Chapter 1 that I just didn't even bother. And then I saw the little teaser they put out for Part 2 or Chapter 2, and I was like, okay, like it's a possibility that she, leaves the hospital and she gets in the car with these strangers. And then the possibility that these strangers might be the people that was trying to kill her, that killed her man in the first movie, in Chapter 1. So I'm like, I don't know if I care. But y'all let me know how it is when it comes out. Then we have Thanksgiving 2, which is supposed to start filming immediately after Scream 7, which I believe is like March, late March 2025 is when they're supposed to start filming Thanksgiving 2. So we don't even know what the movie's supposed to be about. Remember the fake trailer came out 16 years ago. I can't believe it's been that time has passed so quickly in regards to that. So they said that, because it was from the double feature Grindhouse that Robert Rodriguez and Quentin Tarantino directed. And I enjoyed the Thanksgiving. The writing was a little wonky for me. The acting was a little, but I enjoyed the concept. And the kills were even gnarly too. So I'm hoping that they really bring it with the sequel. So for those of you who are not familiar, somebody, a person gets killed, multiple people, was casualties and a lot of things it was multiple casualties that happened on Thanksgiving night. But one particular one was with Gina Gershon, which causes this domino effect of people getting killed because they partook in the mess. So some of the people that was trampling over people to get their little gifts or whatever they were getting on Black Friday. And then this group of teens that were being stalked by, the killer. So y'all pretty much know in so many ways what the slasher movie was about. But, so as I said, it was a Black Friday riot that ends in tragedy. So there was a Thanksgiving-inspired killer terrorizing people in Massachusetts, the birthplace of the infamous holiday. So the script has already been finished. They're supposed to film it, like I said, in March, and they have a couple of the actors that survived the original that are supposed to be coming back, including like Rick Hoffman, Allison Ray, and a bunch of others. And then we have The Running Man with Glenn Powell, which is a remake of the 1987 Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, which is going to star Glenn Powell, Katie O'Brien, Daniel Ezra, Josh Brolin, Lee Pace, Michael Cera, Amelia Jones, and William H. Macy. And the synopsis is, it was the ultimate death game in a nightmare of future America. The year is 2025, and the reality TV has grown to the point where people are willing to wager their lives for a chance at $1 billion jackpot. Ben Richards is desperate. He needs the money to treat his daughter's illness. His last chance is entering a game show called The Running Man, where the goal is to avoid capture by hunters who are employed to kill him. Surviving his month-long chase is another issue where everyone else on the planet is watching and willing to turn him in for the reward. So you have something that is very similar to Battle Royale, the Hunger Games. Hunger Games sidebar is a ripoff of Battle Royale, by the way. But you have Squid Game, those sort of things. So we see the popularity regarding those type of games. So them modernizing that for a 2025 audience is definitely on brand. And I'm with it. And I'm definitely, I told you, I love me some Glenn Powell, whose sidebar, I meant to watch this last night, but I fell asleep on it. Was Glenn Powell in The Dark Knight Rises as one of the guys that was on Wall Street and he was on the back of the motorcycle? I truly believe, I could have sworn, I was like looking at him, I was like, I think that's Glenn Powell. I think that is him in the movie. But I was like, if it's not, it's somebody that looks exactly like him. When he was when he was like, we have no money here or whatever. And then Bane goes and says, no, then why are you here? So I think that is Glenn Powell in that scene. I may have to Google Schmoogle to find that out. Or if y'all watching, fan out and find out the information and let me know in the comments. So we have that. And yeah, so The Running Man is the last one that we have in regards to that. It was the last one. So in regards to all of that, there was some I was really curious about watching. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing The Running Man. I think I said throughout the thing what would be my most interesting, highly anticipated. I don't want to see, but yeah, I'm definitely putting together one of my favorite shows, stuff of the year. What I'm looking forward to in 2025, because it's not just horror movies. There's other films I'm looking forward to seeing as well. So I want to know, what do you guys think of what I read so far, courtesy of Joe Blow? Are you guys interested as well in seeing some of these movies that I had mentioned that are supposed to be coming out in 2025? Sans Saw 11, because that ain't coming out. I've been hearing the conflicting stories about that possibly coming out, but now it's not. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Okay, so let me see. Like you said, I don't think he's homophobic though. People think because you don't want to see to be something you are against. Yeah, I agree. Because it was like, I was watching this interview. I talked about it on the show, but I didn't really watch the interview yet. I was going by what was written in the article, but I actually watched it. Tank did a recent interview on homophobia within the Black community and all this other stuff. And he said something prominent. It was like, at first he was hardcore homophobic because it was like people was hitting on him and stuff. But then over the years, he came to a revelation and that sort of thing. And I think that a lot of times people do think that just because you say like, I'm not gay or whatever, then that means, oh, you're homophobic. And it's like, no, that's not what I'm into. And we have to be open enough to understand, like, look, we can't just all be trying to paint everybody with the gay brush and calling people homosexuals out here in these streets, because not everybody is a homosexual. So stop trying to put things on people, and we got to respect people for that. Now, I say, like with some of you men, take it as a compliment if somebody hits on you. They're attractive, but that don't mean you got to, bend over and touch your toes or have them put their pin in your butt. That don't necessarily mean you got to act on it. But if somebody flirts with you, if somebody said you're attractive, take it as a compliment and keep it moving. Be secure enough in who you are that it's like, that's not your judge. And then I think people will respect that. But if you get those people that just going to continue to be disrespectful and try to push them on you when you already said that you're not interested, then yeah, that is a problem. And I don't like people like that. When you got these gays that some of y'all be out here trying to push up on people, and it's like, child, they don't want your ass. Relax. You said this has been a fire episode, though. Are you talking about all the topics? Well, thank you, because I was worried a little bit. I was like, these topics, this segment, this last segment especially, I'm like, it's going on a little bit long. That's what I be thinking in my head. And I was like, oh my God, am I still holding on to the people? So I be wondering sometimes when I be doing certain topics. But I saw y'all stuck around. So I could see how many people's watching. And it was like, take that first video with soft corn. Robbie loved being playfully naked with the group, but Gary Barlow wasn't here for it. You could tell he wanted to be a vocal group, not a dance camp act. Well, it was like, look, people's going to take y'all as that when y'all perform it. It's like with the Backstreet Boys. The Backstreet Boys always trying to, yeah, we're like this 5-part harmony singing. We're serious about our stuff. And it's just like, okay, take the sticks out your butt. But it's like but I guess because there's such a negative connotation surrounding boy bands or pop music in general that people take themselves, I feel like, a little too serious. And we know your ass can sing. Relax. Have a little fun with it, though. David Howard Thornton also stars in The Mean One as a killer Grinch. Yeah. I said David Howard Thornton is also on The Night of the Living Dead Part 2 and other films. Damien is basically having to wait till he's free to do Terrifier 4. Yeah, there is another Night of the Living Dead that's coming out, and I'm like, I heard there's like 2 or a couple of, I think 3. And I don't know. I heard there's some controversy surrounding it. I definitely want to see, that though. He said Terrifier 4, Return of the Living Dead 2, they released a teaser trailer. What? Oh, Return of the Living Dead. I saw that they released a teaser for Return of the Living Dead where there was like some guy dragging through the snow and it was Christmas music. I did see that trailer earlier. Terrifier 4. I don't think that's coming out in 2025 because Damien Leone hasn't. I haven't heard of him writing anything or putting anything together, so I'm not sure when we're getting all that. Oh yeah, I totally forgot. Jordana was in the faculty. I should have remembered that. I was like. Oh yeah, you're right. So I was like, y'all having to remind me. I was like, yeah, she was in Texas Chainsaw Massacre, not the one with Jessica Biel. She was in the I think it was a prequel. She was in that one. He said Antebellum South. Well, there's probably gonna be some because they said like I think it was some racism in it, but then of course because of this supernatural situation that happens, the white people, what is it, like the Klan and some of the black folks in the town and a bunch of people, they all got to band together to fight these vampires. So I do think that there is going to kind of be that in there. So I do think it's going to have a little bit of that, you know, racism. But I feel you on that, because that's one of the things that turns me off from wanting to get into a lot of films like that, because well, when it comes to like black or slavery, I was like, there's no other movies that we could put black folks in besides them got to be slaves, or what do I call it, trauma porn. That's what I be calling it sometimes. It's like these movies that are rooted in black trauma. It's like I don't like watching those type of movies. I don't like partaking, like the 12 Years a Slave and all. It's like, okay, like I already know my history. I don't want to sit up here watching white folks say nigga every 3 seconds and then you whipping somebody or raping the women, like and or buck break in and all that other mess. I don't need to see all of that when I'm watching a damn movie. It's like I know my history, because I actually read history. Well, I probably did tell y'all, like my parents had, when I was a kid, and I used to get in trouble a lot, and I was always on punishment. I would entertain myself because I was bad at school, but I would always entertain myself. I would read the encyclopedias that we had, all 30 of them Encyclopedia Britannicas that we had up in the house when I was a kid. Yes, Nosferatu does look good. I definitely want to see that. I don't know if I want to. I want to go around Christmas, but I'm going to be working the next game on Christmas, so I want to. I was like, should I go after? I was like, maybe I'll go treat myself after Christmas to go watch that movie, and then I'll go and get something to eat or whatever. Because it's like I don't really hang with my family and stuff on Christmas though. My parents are going to be at my cousins and all in their house. I don't really socialize with the family members that they go hang out with, so I don't want to be partaking in them. This particular cousin, when one time I thought we was cool or whatever, and my mother was like gonna take, she was like, yeah, let me know when you're free, whatever. We'll come get you, and then we'll go over to her house out in Jersey. Then she said something other. Well, who said I wanted him in my house? Well, fuck you, bitch. I don't want to be at your damn house. You ain't got to turn me away but one good damn time before I'm like, I'm done with your ass. Fuck you. And the horse you rode in on. Or all them baby daddies your ass got. But anyway, let me read the rest of these comments. So it said, say yes, as an agreeing. As I've gotten older, those Final Destination movies. Yeah, we talked about that in the last episode. When we were talking about Final Destination, I said, now when it comes to other movies, I could just suspend my disbelief, and I don't get too wrapped up in it. But the Final Destination movies have got me so damn paranoid, especially, well, the first one was on a plane. Planes are inevitable. If I need to travel somewhere, I'm not going to be like, excuse me, Whoopi Goldberg and get an RV and travel across the United States. And it'll take me a couple of days to get to LA, but I'm going to get there. Anybody got time for that? I'll just get on a plane and just hope and pray that this ain't my time. But the one thing you can control is when you driving on the highway and you got that truck with them logs. And I've been on the highway many a times where I've witnessed it. I was moving behind that. I do not want to be behind no damn truck with full of logs or whatever. No, ma'am. Pam, green eggs and ham. I was like, I ain't doing that. Megan was good. When she you said when she twerked down that hallway? Yeah, that was funny. When she did that, she went after that Asian dude who was fucking annoying. So I did that. And you would think it would be January 6th, but nobody's thinking about January 6th. But yeah, January 20th definitely is going to be the scariest, or we're going to have the scariest upcoming 4 years, because they're about to turn this country to a shit show. And he's already starting his mess. He ain't even in office yet. I had a hard time getting into Slasher third season on Netflix. Yeah, I was the same way. I bailed after like 2 episodes. Didn't they actually have wasn't Slashers also, wasn't it the same show that was also on Shudder at one point? Tori's ex-husband being racist and homophobic was driving me insane. You said it's a slow burn, but on Shudder, A Creature with Stirring is a good psychological film. Oh, maybe I have to check that out. So even as a passenger, I get scared by. Don't we all? That's why I said that movie scared the hell out of me. And you said the roller coaster, and I can't do 10. Well, roller coasters I used to do roller coasters a lot. Now I don't really do like amusement parks. I feel like that's just what I don't care about the whole amusement park situation anymore. So I'm good on roller coasters. Unless I decide to have children, I wanted to give them that experience. But amusement parks is like whatever. I don't care. Tanning beds, I never do tanning beds. I don't need a tanning bed. All I can do is go outside and I get a tan. So I'm good on that. And yeah, the log thing you could avoid. Planes, I'm like, I just got to get on a plane because if I got to travel, I got to get there somehow. So, we're all going to leave this earth eventually, so we can't avoid that stuff. But yeah, usually the thing I hate about Final Destination is that it's gotten me extra paranoid in certain situations because when I watch that movie, it's like, damn, now I got to think about this damn movie whenever a certain scenario happens. I don't even understand the point of tanning beds, to be honest, because I feel like tanning beds are gross and it's not good for your skin. Do like everybody else and get one of little fake tans and just rub it on your body. Family. We talking about the Fast and the Furious. He said, kind of believe spray tans got more popular because of Final. Did they? I feel like a lot of people were using spray tans before that, but that movie was, when they did first of all, I love all the Final Destination, even the ones that weren't that great. I enjoyed it. And remember that escalator scene? But no, I feel like the scariest escalator scene, the one that always resonates with me, there was this movie that came out in the 80s, a horror movie called The Kiss. Bitch, when I tell you that movie freaks me out still. And the scene with the guy on the person on the escalator, that movie freaked me the hell out with that scene. When the shoestring got stuck in the escalator, he was like, "Oh, the bridge scene in part 5." Yeah, that was a good scene. And first of all, Nick Zano, he was so cute. I don't know what he looked like now, but Nick Zano was a hottie back in the day. But yeah, that bridge scene and seeing like the behind the scenes of how they put that together, like they built the bridge and they had the green screen and all other stuff. I was like, that's a really cool sequence that they put together. And we love Final Destination for the elaborate set pieces. It's the same thing like I said about A Nightmare on Elm Street. If you're going to revive that, it's about not only the Freddy Krueger that you pick, but it's also about the elaborate scenes when it comes to, the set pieces on how you're going to kill the people in those dream sequences. You say, I was talking about you spilling the holiday family tea. Oh, was you? Come on, T. Better spill it. Oh, you talking about what I just said in regards to my dumbass cousin? And you said, "Oh, that jump scare where the guy thought he was safe and the wheel hit him from the plane, and the gymnastics scene." Oh, I hated that scene with the gymnastics scene, and you saw her her bones was sticking out, and then we saw Kurt Smith at the end of the first one when they did that post credit scene, and he got hit by the billboard. There was a lot of crazy kills and stuff in there. But yeah, there was a lot of there was a lot of crazy stuff that was up in there. And then you said, "Oh, the vinyl record player stabbing in the throat." Then you're gonna make me want to revisit Final Destination because it's been a minute since I watched them. But I already know, like when we get close to that, that's when they're all gonna come out on the streaming service. I think the streaming services is showing it. I think it might be on HBO Max. I have to go check. But I know there's like a couple of, sometimes I'll be wanting to revisit certain movies when it gets close to the release of the actual sequel. Because I was trying to think I was like, I wanted to revisit I Know What You Did Last Summer. I think the streaming services has that too. So I was thinking about one of these days I'm going to get back into watching those and then revisiting all the screens. Usually what I always do is that anyway, like when a sequel is close to coming out, I'll sit and do a whole binge of the entire franchise so that way I can get ready for the next one. I did the same thing with Mission Impossible. I watched all of them. And then the other one came out, Dead Reckoning Part 1, which was terrible. No, that's y'all being messy. Go on and on about these scenes. But anyway, let me get up out of here. So we are done with today's show. Child, I did a 5-hour show today. That was a workout. So anyway, thank you all for tuning in. If you have not already, I will be putting timestamps. I will say this because I forgot to mention throughout the show. I will be putting in timestamps so that way you can follow skip to whichever topic y'all want to get to if y'all don't want to deal with the banner for the live chat, or unless y'all want to jump in, whatever, when you watch it, when the stream is over, you know the deal. So thank you all for tuning in. Hit that like button, that subscribe button. Also smash the notification bell if you have not already, so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. I want to thank you all for tuning in and commenting throughout the show, as y'all still are talking about. Thank you. I'm gonna try to see if I can be on tomorrow. If not, maybe I'll come on Tuesday. If I'm not, well, you know, it might be funny if I came on with a couple of drinks in my system and do a show a little slightly lit. So I'm gonna try to find a way to finagle and work out a show to give y'all this week, because I'm sure there's gonna be a lot of tea that's gonna be spilling. That's gonna be coming out. So love you all for watching. You know, I had to give y'all one today because, like I said, I was able to give y'all one the other day. Hit that, as I said earlier, hit that like button and that subscribe button, also that notification bell. Thank you. And until next time. Wait, hold on. You said, are you talking about a good sip and spill stream? Yeah. I'll think about that, because I'm like, you know what? Me being on here, I gotta fully concentrate when I talk about stuff. But maybe I need to do like a shot. But then again, I don't want to be like one of those people that's like, oh, I'm like, I don't want to become Wendy Williams, literally. Like a lot of people do compare what I do. It's like, oh yeah, you're like Wendy Williams in so many ways of like the way I spill tea, although I do it in my own way. I don't want to get to a point where I'm on camera lit and then I got an alcohol problem and I gotta go to rehab. Or then I end up with aphasia and the dementia and all that other stuff. So I tread lightly with the liquor. But as I said before, thank you all for watching. Thank you all for, you know, tuning in and all that good stuff. Love you all. And until next time, ciao, darlings.